One serial killer is mostly remembered for two strange fetishes. Not only did he have a necrophilia, but he was also morbidly fascinated by women's shoes. Back in the late 1960s, Jerome Henry Brudos had a horrific murder spree in the Salem, Oregon area. He picked on petite, fragile-looking women, and the tortures he inflicted on the kidnapped or trapped women were horrifying. They would be strangled and beaten to death with blunt objects, and even after they were already dead, he would not leave them alone. Jerome would cut off their body parts as his trophies and dump those women in the local rivers. It's crazy how messed up Jerome is. In some cases, he even goes as far as to abduct and assault his victims while wearing women's clothing. Even after he was arrested, he didn't feel remorse for his crimes. Instead, he felt bad about getting caught. In one interview, a detective asked him, "Do you have any regrets? Do you feel sorry for the girls who died?" He just picked up a piece of paper, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it on the floor, saying, "I cared as much for those girls as I do for this ball of paper." Jerome was born in a hospital in Webster, South Dakota on January 31st, 1939, to a family that lived a simple and modest life. His father usually did temporary jobs, and his mother was a housewife. He had a rough childhood. His mom was a strict person, and he lacked love and approval. His mom wanted her second child to be a girl, but Jerome was a boy. She made no secret of her dislike for the youngest son, reserving most of her resentment and criticism for him. Jerome grew up with a close friendship with a female neighbor who was a little older than his mom. She was kind and showed him compassion and acceptance throughout the relationship, which helped him a lot. Jerome often imagined that this neighbor was his real mom. Unfortunately, this neighbor was diabetic, and as her health got worse, they stopped seeing each other. The real pain for this poor child was when he was saved by someone, but that person disappeared again. Jerome was obsessed with women's shoes and feet, but no one knew why. One time, when Jerome was 5, a teenage girl fell asleep in his bed, and he couldn't stop staring at her high heels. He tried to take her shoes off, and she got scared. Instead of yelling at him, she just told him to leave the room. Another time, Jerome found a pair of leather high heels with rhinestone inlays while exploring the local dump. He brought the shoes home and showed them to his mom in the heels and women's clothing, but his mom was disgusted and screamed for him to lose the heels, then beat him severely and burned the clothes. When he was 7 years old, he tried to steal his teacher's high heels, and when he was caught, he admitted to the theft but did not explain why he did it. Because of Jerome's dad's job, they moved around a lot. Eventually, they moved to Salem, Oregon, where Jerome was about 12 years old and well into puberty. But he hadn't changed at all, and he even developed a fetish for women's underwear. Jerome said a neighborhood boy took him to touch and smell some girls' underwear, and that's why he did it. Women's shoes and lingerie had already turned Jerome on, but his height and severe acne made him very self-conscious and shy around women. At 14, he started masturbating to porn mags and often had dreams about women. When his mom found semen stains on his bed, he was punished and forced to wash the sheets. At 15, he started stalking young women in the area, taking quiet photos of several of them, and stealing and keeping many of the women's undergarments and shoes. Although none of these offenses were violent, it's clear that he developed violent fantasies of forcibly possessing women at this time. When he was 16, he started acting weird. He dug a tunnel under his house and made a little room in it. He did this because he had some kinky ideas about catching women, even though he didn't really keep anyone there. That is, until Jerome came up with a pattern of crime. He'd lure a neighbor girl into his bedroom under one pretext and then find an excuse to leave the room. A few minutes later, a masked, knife-wielding man forced the girl to strip naked and he took a bunch of pictures of her before running off. Then, a short time later, Jerome came back wearing a shirt with his hair a mess and a cut on his cheek. He told the girl that an intruder had locked him in the family barn with a knife. In the year after that, Jerome did it again and again, hurting a bunch of girls, but because they weren't physically or sexually assaulted and went into Jerome's bedroom on their own, no one told the police about it at the time. In April 1956, he persuaded a 17-year-old girl to accompany him on a date, and after driving her down a deserted road, he then ordered the girl to take off her clothes, but the girl refused, so infuriated, he dragged the girl out of the car and broke her nose. But luckily, the girl's screams caught the attention of a young couple driving by who stopped Jerome's behavior. The girl was hysterical that Jerome was trying to sexually assault her, and he lamely explained that the girl had accidentally fallen out of the car, and then went on to say that there was a strange weirdo who was trying to sexually assault the girl, and that he was just coming over to help. But there was clearly no credibility to the story, so the couple took them to a nearby police station. Once in the interrogation room, Jerome became very compliant and admitted to assaulting the girl, but his intent was only to get her to take off her clothes and take pictures of her, denying that he had done this type of behavior before. Jerome was arrested for assault and battery. Then the police found out during a search of his bedroom that Jerome had a large collection of women's clothing as well as a large number of real photographs taken of nude girls. The police contacted one of the girls and asked her why she had been photographed in these pictures. The girl revealed everything that had happened last year. And it was at this point that the police realized that this was not his first-time offender and that he had already harmed. More than one woman had been harmed. And because those girls were too young to tell their parents and the police about such things, nothing like this had happened. Then, Jerome was sent to the Polk County Juvenile Hall, where he was treated as a juvenile delinquent and sent to the Oregon State Hospital for a psychiatric evaluation on April 16, 1956. He stayed there for a total of 9 months. He underwent a series of psychiatric evaluations, and the tests concluded that Jerome was a depressed person suffering from schizotypal personality disorder. Psychologists also concluded that his sexual fantasies stemmed solely from his hatred of his mother. After Jerome got out of the hospital, he went back to living with his parents and graduated from Corvallis High School like a normal student in 1957. 2 years later, he joined the Army and trained as a communications technician. His comrades remembered him as a guy who only fantasized because he said he could have casual sex with a Korean girl and that the girl would quietly come to his bed every night. In October 1959, he was expelled from the Army because he had been tested and found psychologically unfit for military service. Jerome went back to his parents' place and got a job as an electrical engineer at a local radio station. His coworkers saw him as an outstanding, skilled, and dedicated employee with a mild-mannered demeanor. But even though he was a licensed technician, he didn't seem to have any idea of advancing his abilities. At this time, although Jerome had a good job, his mother did not change her mind in the least. She loathed Jerome and doted on her other son, and during the years he lived with his parents, he was allowed to sleep in his bedroom. But whenever his older brother came home, he was forced to sleep in a makeshift shed he had created at the back of the house. Around 1960, he kept up his stalking behavior. One time, Jerome saw a young woman dressed in revealing clothing, and he followed her to an apartment. In a dark stairwell, he covered the girl's mouth, and after a few minutes of struggling, she fell into a coma. He didn't sexually assault or beat her, just took the girl's shoes and ran away. On another occasion, Jerome saw another beautiful girl in high heels, and he tried to take the girl's shoes, as he had done on the previous occasion. However, the girl fought back, and he panicked and fled after getting only one of the heels. After about a year of working at a radio station in Corvallis, Jerome got to know a 17-year-old girl named Ralphine Schwindler. He met Schwindler through a teenage boy who was into electronics and often went to the radio station to watch and ask about Jerome's work. One day, Jerome said he wanted to find a girlfriend, and the boy agreed right away and took him to Schwindler's house. They got married on September 30th, 1961, when Schwindler was a month pregnant. At first, they lived in Portland, Oregon, and then in the summer of 1968, they moved to a small house in a suburb of Salem. They had 2 kids together, and Jerome sometimes helped repair vehicles in the family garage to make some extra money. He actually never mistreated his wife, but for the first few years of their marriage, he insisted that Schwindler walk around the house naked and do her chores in the same way. For several years, Schwindler went along with these strange habits until the mid-1960s, when Jerome's daughter was a toddler, and she rejected his strange habits to make sure her child developed properly. Jerome gained weight, and she said that even though she never told him, she was starting to be disgusted by how he was looking. She was still faithful to him, but they were interacting less and less. She was spending more time with her daughter and her female friends, and Jerome was spending more time working on the house or in his garage workshop. In May 1967, while Schwindler was in the hospital with her second child, Jerome followed a young woman in high heels to her home. He waited until nightfall, then went into her apartment and strangled the girl. He later said that when he first went into the house, he didn't plan to rape the girl, but seeing her lying there all pretty and vulnerable turned him on so much that he sexually assaulted her. Then, he took her high heels and left. The next year, he was arrested by Corvallis police on the grounds of the women's dorm at Oregon State University. He was charged with stealing women's clothing, and he was arrested by the police while still wearing high heels and women's underwear. Between 1968 and 1969, Jerome kidnapped and killed at least 4 young women and attempted to kidnap at least 2 others. After each victim was abducted, he would ask them to wear different underwear and shoes, and then he would take his camera and photograph the women. Linda Catherine Slauson, the first known victim, was from Aloha, Oregon. She was only 19 years old when she was murdered by Jerome. She was a saleswoman selling encyclopedias and had high hopes for the future. On January 26, 1968, Linda went to Jerome's yard. She talked to Jerome, who was working in the yard. She wanted to sell the encyclopedia she had with her. Jerome was acting normal. He invited Linda into the room and said he wanted to look over the encyclopedia with her, because there would be extra money for each copy sold, so Linda agreed to go into the room with him. As Linda sat on a stool and started her sales pitch, Jerome took out a wooden club and hit her in the head. Then he strangled her with his hands before dragging Linda's body to the basement of the house. He got his family to go out with his daughter to get burgers, cleaned up the blood, and then went down to the basement to get rid of Linda's body. He eagerly removed Linda's clothes and noticed her red lingerie, which aroused his desire. He repeatedly engaged in necrophilia, dressed Linda's body in different shoes and lingerie, and took numerous photographs. A few hours later, he took a hacksaw and severed Linda's left foot and stored it in a freezer, keeping Linda's encyclopedia as a souvenir. Then, he dumped her body somewhere in Marion County. Jan Susan Whitney, 23 years old, on November 26, 1968, her car broke down, so she had to stand on the side of the highway with her 3 friends and wait for help. Jerome was on his way home when he met the 4 young men. He kindly examined Whitney's car and claimed that he could fix it, but he asked the pretty young girl to come with him home to get the tools to fix the car. Whitney and her 3 friends agreed after a short discussion, and because of the long wait, 2 other friends chose to ride with Jerome because their homes were nearby and they wanted a ride. Jerome dropped the 2 off at their destination, and then he drove Whitney to his home, ostensibly to pick up the repair tools. But in reality, instead of doing that, he quietly went back to the back seat of the car because she was feeling so tired that she didn't notice exactly what Jerome was doing and put up little resistance before being strangled to death by Jerome with a leather luggage strap. He then carried her body to the garage where he sexually assaulted and humiliated her body. Most horrifically, Whitney was hung by him above the ceiling of the garage. And 2 days later, a car accidentally crashed into his garage. And then a police officer rushed to the scene and investigated the damage caused by the accident. But due to dust, debris, and the lack of lights, that police officer kept logging in outside of the garage while this victim's body was hanging from the ceiling inside the garage. Karen Elena Sprinker, an 18-year-old chemistry student at Oregon State University, had planned to go to lunch with her mother on the day of March 27, 1969, when she was abducted at gunpoint from the parking lot outside of the Mir and Frank department store by Jerome, who was dressed in a miniskirt and high heels and looking for a young woman dressed the same way as he was. Fortunately, he didn't find one, but unfortunately, Sprinker was abducted. According to Jerome, Sprinker kept begging him not to hurt her and said she'd do anything for him. Jerome then asked if she was a virgin, and she cried and said she was. She was on her period, and Jerome got so horny he forced the poor girl to take off her clothes and sexually assaulted her on the garage floor. Then, Sprinker was forced to pose in different lingerie and shoes for Jerome to take pictures. Nothing changed for Sprinker, even after she agreed to these demands. She was still bound by Jerome with her hands tied and a rope around her neck. After a few minutes, she, like Whitney, was suspended from the garage ceiling and died of asphyxiation. Over the next several hours, Jerome subjected her body to sexually degrading behavior and cut off her breasts. That night, Sprinker was dumped in the Willamette River. In April 1969, Jerome started acting more crazily and tried to kidnap 2 young women on back-to-back days. Luckily, both girls escaped and told the police about what happened. The first girl, Sharon Wood, a 24-year-old motorist, met Jerome on April 21st in an underground stairwell in a Portland parking garage. She said she felt a knocking motion on her shoulder, and when she turned around, all she saw was a man pointing a pistol at her face and ordering her not to scream. Wood bravely fought back, biting, kicking, and twisting his wrist to turn the gun away from her and toward him. She even bit his hand. This made Jerome angry, so he slammed her head on the concrete floor and ran away. The next day, 15-year-old schoolgirl Gloria Zhang Smith was forced at gunpoint to go with Jerome to a green Volkswagen. Jerome said, "I want you to come with me. I'm not going to hurt you. I'm not going to rape you." And then he grabbed Smith by the jacket and forced her to walk with him. When Smith saw a woman working on the lawn, she yelled and ran toward the woman, which caused Jerome to panic and flee the scene. Linda Dawn Saleh, a 22-year-old moving company secretary and part-time student at Portland State University in Beaverton, Oregon, was kidnapped on the afternoon of April 23, 1969, in the parking lot of a shopping center. Saleh, who had just bought slacks and a watch band from the mall and was going to give them to her fiancé as a birthday present, was approached by Jerome, who showed her a fake police badge and told her that she was under arrest for shoplifting. He said he was a cop, and even though Sally insisted she was innocent, she went with him to his car. There, Jerome threatened her and told her she had been kidnapped. He drove her to his house, where he made her follow him across the yard and into the basement. Just then, his wife came out to tell him that dinner was ready. Jerome told Sally that he'd be back soon and took her back to the garage, where he tied her up with a rope. Jerome went inside alone to have dinner with his family. When he got back to the garage, after finishing dinner, he saw that Sally had broken free and was trying to escape. He put a leash around her neck right away. Sally asked him why he was treating her this way, then started to claw and kick him. But women are not as strong as men, so she was strangled to death while he was sexually assaulting her. Eventually, her body was tortured and studied, and a day later Sally's body was dumped in the Willamette River. On May 10, 1969, 2 fishermen found the body of a bound, bloated young woman wearing a jacket and pinned down by a big gearbox in the shallow waters of the Longtan River. Because the woman's body was so badly decomposed, the autopsy couldn't confirm whether or not she had been sexually assaulted, but it did confirm that the cause of death was strangulation. The autopsy also found traces of burns on her body, which was later that woman as Sally. 2 days later, an underwater search and rescue team found Sprinker's body about 20 yards from where Sally's body had been found. The autopsy showed that she had died from suffocation and her breasts were missing. The main thing linking the deaths of Sally and Sprinker to the same killer was that both young women were bound by the same brand of hot plate and both were tied up with car parts. This suggests that the killer may have had a background as an electrician or mechanic. To figure out where the car parts came from, the police talked to employees and owners of all the garages and junkyards in Western Oregon. After officially identifying the 2 women, the investigators also talked to their family members and friends. The police investigation into Sprinker's relationships revealed that, in recent months, several of the female students had received calls from a man claiming to be a military veteran who asked to take them on dates, but almost all of them refused, except for one, who, in a state of some kind of sympathy, she let the man take her on a date, and after being interviewed by the police, she described him as a white man in his late 20s or early 30s with thinning blonde hair and freckles, and his car was a dirty station wagon. That date was pretty rough, and the girl was pretty cautious because she remembered the 2 victims found in the river. When she got home, the man asked why she'd changed her mind and agreed to go with him. She said she was just curious, and he said, "How do you know I won't take you to the river and strangle you?" The girl really didn't want to go on any more dates with him, but the police asked her to let them know if he ever asked her out again. She agreed, and a week later, he did ask her out. Then the police arrested him at the agreed-upon meeting spot. Jerome gave the police his real name, age, and job, but a false address. There wasn't a good reason to detain him, so he was quickly released. Even though a background check showed a history of physical and sexual violence against women, and a search of the vehicle database revealed that he lived in the Portland area where Linda was last seen alive, and after finding Brudos's real address, investigators found that a few blocks away from where he lived was the location of the department store where Sprinker was abducted. Also, while Jerome didn't own a Volkswagen, investigators found out that his mom did, and that he drove it on April 22nd, the day of Smith's attempted abduction. Smith said that Jerome was definitely the guy who tried to kidnap her. On May 26th, the cops searched Jerome's place and found a ton of women's underwear and shoes in his garage, lists of phone numbers for sorority and sorority women's living spaces, and a bunch of Polaroid pics of young women, some alive and some dead. Almost all of the photos were taken inside his garage, and several of them showed a dead woman hanging from a garage pulley. There was a mirror on the floor next to her, and in one photo you could see him holding his Polaroid camera. One of them was identified as Sprinker, and she was depicted standing nude with her face showing a severe expression of fear, contemplation, or apparent submissiveness. She was also wearing high-heeled flip-flops. A female breast was found on the mantelpiece in the living room. Police also found a coil of copper wire, the same type used to tie Sally's and Sprinker's bodies to engine parts before dumping them in the Longtan River, in addition to a bunch of engine parts scattered around the garage. On May 29th, as the murder investigation went on, investigators had enough evidence to link Jerome to the attempted abduction of Smith to arrest him. And the next night he called his wife and asked her to destroy any more incriminating evidence, but his wife refused. After his second arrest, he was questioned about the evidence found in his garage and his relationship with the missing and murdered young women. Investigators had identified 3 of these women as Whitney, Sprinker, and Saleh. Jerome initially denied any involvement in any of the cases, arguing that the evidence was circumstantial, but after a few days he began to gradually reveal his sexual fetishes and described how they were deeply ingrained in his psyche and daily life. By early June, Jerome had confessed to all 4 murders to the investigators and then described them to the police and psychologists. He started with Linda's murder, admitting that it was because of a pair of attractive high-heeled shoes the young woman was wearing when she accidentally came into his house to sell encyclopedias. Then he described each of his subsequent murders and attempted kidnappings in detail. Even though he admitted to being responsible for the murders, he didn't really give a full explanation of why he did it. He just said there must be something wrong with him. He said he didn't hate women, but he did kill them to deal with his emotions. On June 4th, Jerome was officially charged with the murders of Whitney, Sprinker, and Saleh. At his first court appearance, he pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. After a bunch of doctors examined him, they all decided he was sane and could stand trial. Then, on June 27th, just 3 days before the trial was set to begin, he entered a formal plea of guilty to 3 counts of first-degree murder. This was done in front of a Marion County Circuit Court judge, and he was sentenced to 3 consecutive terms of life imprisonment, with the possibility of parole, to be served at the Oregon State Penitentiary. On August 7th, Schwindler was formally indicted for the first-degree murder of Sprinker, but these charges were based on the statement of an eyewitness who claimed to have seen Schwindler assisting Jerome in forcing a young woman under a blanket into their house on the day of Sprinker's disappearance. At the September trial, other witnesses refuted the eyewitness statement. The following month, Schwindler was found not guilty. After he was locked up, Jerome turned into a model inmate. In the 1970s, he was assigned clerical duties, using his electronic skills to maintain the prison's computerized record-keeping system and to install the cable television network. He was also trusted with the storage, repair, and maintenance of the prison's vending machines. As a convicted sex offender, he was physically assaulted a bunch of times by other inmates, all of whom he refused to name as his assailants. While he was in prison, Jerome went to a lot of parole hearings. His victims' families went to these hearings too, and they wanted him to stay in prison forever. On June 21, 1995, he found out that he was going to spend the rest of his life in prison. Jerome died of liver cancer in the Oregon State Penitentiary on March 28, 2006, at 5:10 a.m. He was 67 years old. He was the longest incarcerated inmate in the Oregon Department of Corrections, having served a total of nearly 37 years. When someone heard about Jerome's death, a family member of one of the victims spoke about how she felt. She said, "As soon as I heard he died, I started crying. It wasn't for him. It was for our family. He put our family through hell." There was an FBI informant who committed several grisly murders in Colorado, USA, in just 2 years. Some investigators even suspected that as many as 21 unsolved murders were linked to him. He would carefully select his victims and then he used deception to lure his victims, killing them and then transporting them to remote areas for disposal. This made it difficult for the police to link him to the crimes. His name was Scott Lee Kimball, and he was also known as the real-life Hannibal. Kimball was born on September 21, 1966, in Boulder County, Colorado. But he was actually raised in Lafayette and educated at Lafayette Elementary School. His elementary school classmates recall that he was not very popular, introverted, and did not interact much with others. A few years later, Kimball's mother fell in love with another woman and came out as a lesbian. His father was furious and eventually divorced his wife, moved to Montana, and remarried shortly thereafter. Because his parents divorced, so Kimball moved in with his grandmother. That's where he met Theodore Payton, who was a pedophile. That period in Kimball's life was undoubtedly his toughest. His family broke up, leaving him feeling inferior and alone. It was at this time that Theodore took advantage of his vulnerability and gradually won his trust by giving him gifts and superficial attention. During this time, Kimball feels a long-lost sense of joy, and they even go on weekly trips to a cabin by the reservoir to play video games together. However, for Theodore, these so-called friendships and care are just a means to an end. They're tools he uses to achieve his real goal, which is to sexually assault Kimball. One night, while Kimball was in the shower, Theodore came into the bathroom and offered to wash his back. Kimball said it was okay, and then Theodore started to touch Kimball's body. As time went on, Theodore's behavior became bolder. He forced Kimball to take indecent photographs. As Kimball reached puberty, his behavior became more egregious. It progressed from initial fondling to sexual assault and forcing Kimball to take hundreds of indecent photographs. Kimball tried to resist, but Theodore threatened him with violence and warned him not to tell his parents about these behaviors. In one extreme incident, Theodore even threatened Kimball with a gun, saying that his parents' lives would be in danger if he told anyone about what was going on. When Kimball followed his father and brother to Hamilton, Montana to attend high school, he thought things might improve. However, whenever he returned to Colorado, Theodore would still sexually abuse him. Kimball got his first felony conviction at 22 years old for using a blank check at a hotel in Montana. That same year, he was arrested in Missoula County for using a blank check to break into 2 homes in Bloomfield and steal a fishing pole and 2 rifles and a shotgun. But he was sentenced to probation and avoided jail time. Meanwhile, Theodore's sexually abusive behavior deeply traumatized Kimball and even made him suicidal. At the age of 23, he traveled with his brother on a hunting trip to western Montana. However, he was so depressed that he couldn't get excited about the hunt. One night, Kimball was alone in his room and picked up a rifle. After thinking it over, he pointed it at his forehead and pulled the trigger. The bullet only grazed his forehead though, and he wasn't killed, just spent several days in the hospital. The suicide attempt later, Kimball spent some time in the hospital, thinking things over. When he was discharged from the hospital, he and a few other young men told the Boulder County Sheriff's Department about Theodore's sexually abusive behavior. A few months later, Theodore was convicted on 6 counts of child sexual abuse and sentenced to 7 years in prison. Kimball also wrote a letter to the judge, pleading with him to increase Theodore's sentence. In the letter he wrote, "He denied me the right to a normal, healthy, innocent childhood, and he has ruined my life forever." When the police asked Theodore if he regretted the sexual abuse, he simply replied, "That was a long time ago." As Kimball entered his 30s, he was going through a lot. He'd been through 2 marriages and divorces and had changed careers a lot. Kimball and his second wife, Larissa Hentz, relocated to Spokane, Washington in the early 1990s to pursue opportunities in the lumber industry. Hentz recalls that Kimball was involved in a logging scam, misappropriating funds from his dentist and the bishop of his church. At their residence, papers were delivered by a court process server every other week. Despite this, Kimball consistently provided excuses and never accepted responsibility. Their marriage ended in 1997, and 2 years later, Hentz told the Spokane police that Kimball had kidnapped and raped her at gunpoint. But because the couple still had sex after they broke up, prosecutors couldn't charge him for rape. The following year, Kimball violated his previous probation, and the Spokane police began investigating him for his involvement in 3 counts of forged checks. As a result, he was sent to Montana State Prison in 2000. A year later, he was transferred to a halfway house in Helena, Montana, where he worked as a cashier at a gas station, and he was required to report at the end of each shift. On July 29th, while working alone, he stole $677 and fled in a stolen truck to Alaska. He laid low for several months and became engaged to a woman named Catherine Curtis under his brother's name. He also forged checks for almost $25,000 in his brother's name using a computer and blank checks he bought at an office supply store. Eventually, though, the police in Alaska found him and got back $11,300 in cash at the hotel in Cordova where he was staying. When he was locked up in Anchorage prison, he saw a bunch of arrest warrants, so he began to look for ways to make himself useful to the police. He told several people that he had information about planned crimes that FBI agents might be interested in. To keep Kimball safe, the FBI transferred him to FCI Englewood Prison in Colorado and also had a man named Carl Schlaff contact him. Carl wasn't too excited about the assignment at first. He felt it was more suited for less experienced agents. But after talking with Kimball, he sees Kimball as a confident guy with answers for everything. He's not violent and can still win over a jury as a witness. When Kimball was released on a $10,000 bond in 2002, he relocated to Denver, where he set up an organic beef distribution company with $65,000 from his mother and brother. The FBI also provided him with a down payment of $50,000 and a cell phone with headphones to record criminal activity. Over the next 2 years, Kimball killed at least 4 people, 3 of whom died during his time as an FBI informant. 2 of the victims were girlfriends of his friends in prison, another was his stepdaughter, and the only male victim was his uncle, who also tried to kill his own son but wasn't charged for that. When Kimball first meets with Carl, he tells him that another inmate, Steve Holly, who is serving time for bank robbery and has a history of escapes. is planning another escape before Carl notifies the prison. As a result, Holly is placed in solitary confinement. However, this solitary confinement indirectly led to the death of an innocent woman. At that time, Kimball and Holly came up with the escape plan. The plan was that once Kimball was free, he would drive his car through the prison wall and create a disturbance, while Holly took advantage of the opportunity to escape. Then the two of them would flee to Mexico in their car. As part of the plan, he told Kimball to contact his girlfriend, Leanne Emery, upon his release from prison and instructed her to take orders from Kimball. Emery, 24 years old and was born in Idaho. She later moved to Colorado with her parents. As a teenager, she was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. As an adult, Emery became a stripper and married a Texas inmate, which led to her frequent exposure to drugs and other criminal elements. Kimball approached Emery in late 2002. Holly was in solitary confinement and unable to answer or make phone calls, and Emery was unable to confide in him, so she became increasingly dependent on Kimball. In an email she sent to her cousin, Kimball was dangerous, but as long as you didn't have sex with him, he'll be your best friend. About a week after she sent the email, Emery went back to her parents' house. She organized her vehicle and then said she was going to Mexico to explore caves. Her parents thought this was her way of starting over, but shortly after Emery drove off, she called her sister. She told her sister that if something happened to her, to remember that she would always love her. As it turns out, Emery and Kimball didn't go to Mexico after all. Instead, they stole $15,000 worth of checks in 4 different states over the course of a week. On January 27th, Emery called her parents to say she'd be in the Mexico for a long time, but in fact, she'd already returned to Colorado. A few days before Emery disappeared, she checked into a hotel in Colorado because an employee there recognized her in a photo while the police were looking into some leads. While she was at the hotel, Emery called her cousin and they spoke for 2 hours. During that time, Emery said that if Kimball knew about their conversation, he would kill them both, so she couldn't say where she was staying, only mentioning that she was staying with some corrupt cops. Kimball later said he invited Emery to go hiking with him. They drove to Bryson Canyon and the Book Cliffs in Utah. At the edge of the cliff, he killed Emery with a handgun. The next day, Emery's car was found in a nearby town. 2 weeks later, Holly wrote to Emery's parents to ask for an update on Emery. At this point, Emery's parents realized that they hadn't heard from Emery in a while. Emery's father replied that he and his wife hadn't heard from her either. Holly then told Emery's father that an FBI agent had contacted Emery, but when Emery's father called the agent, the person said Holly was lying. Even though they decided to call the police were reluctant to investigate the case, saying that because Emery was an adult, she had the right to decide where she went. Emery's father then tracked her down using her credit card records. They realized that Emery had never been to Mexico. When they found out that Emery's credit card had been used to buy petrol in California, they thought she was still alive. But when they saw the actual receipt, they were devastated because Emery's signature wasn't on it. It wasn't until March 2009 that Emery's remains were found in a remote area near the Colorado-Utah border. The second victim was Jennifer Markham, the girlfriend of another inmate. She was 25 years old at the time and had moved to the Denver area with her young son. She was unable to find suitable employment and ended up dancing in a strip club. Kimball then told her that he owned several coffee shops in Seattle and suggested that she move there to manage one of them for him. When Jennifer asked her boyfriend about Kimball, he suggested that she take Kimball up on his offer to move to Seattle. Over dinner, Kimball, as promised, pulls out a cell phone given to him by the FBI to make a recording in an attempt to find more evidence of Jennifer's boyfriend's crimes. However, Jennifer just kept calling a witness against her boyfriend a scumbag and didn't reveal any more details. Not long after the dinner, Jennifer moved all her stuff to Kimball's place, getting ready to move to Seattle. She was never heard from again after that. Investigators later found that Jennifer's phone was turned off, her car was left in the parking lot until it was towed for unpaid parking, and she didn't respond to 2 payment emails. Based on what the investigators figured out and what Kimball said, the most likely scenario is that Jennifer was taken after she went to Kimball's house that night. Kimball tortured and killed her, then put her body in the trunk of his car and drove to a remote area of Colorado. There, he removed her breast implants and dumped her body in a creek. But when investigators tried to interrogate Kimball using a polygraph, he passed with flying colors. Lori McLeod met Kimball at a poker table at the Lodge Casino in Black Hawk, Colorado, in early January 2003. She was impressed by the way he helped his mother, who suffered from multiple sclerosis, to the table. She gave him her phone number, and they began to get to know each other better. Kimball told Lori he was an FBI agent and showed her a fake badge and a laptop with the FBI seal on it. That Valentine's Day, before Jennifer disappeared, was their first date. Kimball would sometimes disappear for no apparent reason, but he told Lori it was because he was busy with his FBI work. Then he said he'd been investigating the murder of a young woman named Jennifer. Lori had a 19-year-old daughter named Casey, who was a frequent runaway, accused of credit card fraud, and deeply affected by methamphetamine. But when her mother met Kimball, her life was also improving. She even got a part-time job, and it seemed like everything was getting better. However, she became Kimball's third identified victim. One day, Casey disappeared after missing a subway ride, and Lori couldn't reach her on her cell phone, and even when she reported the incident to the police, those same officers refused to investigate Casey's disappearance. They said, "Casey is an adult, and as long as she doesn't break the law, she's allowed to disappear." A few days later, when Kimball came back, he actually agreed with the police's absurd view and assured Lori that Casey would eventually go home. He also promised Lori that he would see if his FBI connections could help her find Casey. That summer, the owner of the property Lori rented in Adams County told her that Casey and her boyfriend had been seen driving by. So Lori approached Casey's boyfriend to get more information, but he told her that the last time he saw Casey was the day she disappeared. Not long after that, Kimball and Lori got married. He said it would help her move on from Casey's disappearance more quickly. They tied the knot at a wedding chapel in Las Vegas and then headed back to the Denver area. The first year of their marriage was pretty rough on Lori because Kimball was often away from home, and when he was home, he was emotionally abusive to his family. In particular, his oldest son, Justin, who was very mild-mannered, saw this as a sign of femininity and often called Justin Susie to emphasize his displeasure. In July 2004, Kimball and his kids were digging a hole in the backyard when his youngest son, Cody, came into the room and told Lori to call 911 because Justin had been injured and might have broken his leg. Kimball then went into the room and helped Justin out of the hole. He mentioned that his back was also injured, so Lori told the dispatcher on the phone. Before she hung up, Kimball put Justin in his car. Lori thought her husband was going to take her son to the hospital, so then she told the dispatcher not to send an ambulance. When Lori and Cody got to the hospital, they found Justin on a stretcher with blood all around him. A nurse told them that the boy's fall had caused some pretty serious injuries. Lori was confused and said that Justin hadn't been seriously injured before he came to the hospital, so why had his injuries gotten so bad? Then Kimball explained that before they arrived at the hospital, Justin had tried to open the window, but he accidentally opened the door and fell off the car at a speed of 60 miles per hour. Hearing about this, Kimball's mother went back to her office and changed the beneficiary of Justin's life insurance policy from Kimball to herself. She thought that Kimball might have been trying to kill his son to get the insurance money. 2 weeks later, Justin woke up from his coma. When he was able to speak again, he asked, "Why did Dad do this to me?" Because he remembered that his father had pushed him out of the car. The neurosurgeon who treated Justin said the injury might have affected his memory. The police also looked into it, but because the two injuries occurred in different areas, it wasn't clear which agency was responsible. No charges were filed, so the case was closed. A few weeks later, Kimball's uncle, Terry Kimball, drove from Alabama to Colorado with his 2 dogs to help take care of Cody while Justin was in the hospital. But Lori didn't like him because he was a frequent alcoholic and often walked around the house naked. He was also obese and awkward in social situations. Lori doesn't get along with Terry for long though, because one day when she comes home from work, she noticed that the furniture had been rearranged. Kimball had bought a white leather couch with a visible stain on it. When Lori asked about the stain, Kimball said that one of his uncle's dogs had thrown up on it. She didn't believe the stain was dog vomit and asked him about it. Kimball says that maybe he threw up himself and blamed it on the dog, but either way it doesn't matter because Terry met a stripper after winning some money in the Ohio lottery and decided to move to Mexico. Lori thinks it's unlikely that any woman would have found Terry attractive. Not long after, Terry's wife filed for divorce, hoping it would get his attention. She hadn't heard from him though. In the weeks after Terry went missing, the bank noticed some strange activity on his credit card. They later found out that a man named Kimball had used Terry's card to buy 21 head of cattle in his name for almost $12,000. A year after Terry disappeared, Kimball's father and his brother got an email. In it, Terry said he was having fun in Mexico and wasn't planning to come back anytime soon. Then they never heard from him again until 2009, when his body was found in a remote mountain pass near Vail, Colorado. By late 2005, Kimball and Lori's marriage was on the rocks. Kimball was leaving the house a lot, had lost interest in finding Casey, and Lori suspected that Kimball was having an affair with a woman in California because he was going there a lot to see her. That summer, Kimball called the police twice, claiming Lori was abusing him. This led to Lori's 2 arrests. She later said both incidents were fabricated. She believed that when she was arrested, Kimball would be able to bring the woman he was having an affair with to their home. A detective named Gary Thatcher got in touch with Lori because he and his employer had discovered a lot about Kimball, including that he forged checks and stole. When Lori heard this, she got pretty nervous and asked to go to the police station to talk it over. Thatcher then asked Lori about Kimball's job, and she said her husband was working for the FBI. But Thatcher thought Kimball might be pretending to be an agent as part of a scam. So Thatcher and Lori shared what they knew, and she also told Thatcher about Casey's disappearance and her growing suspicion that Kimball was responsible. At this point, the two realized that Kimball might be a serial killer in addition to being a liar and a counterfeiter. When they told the FBI what they knew, they sent a few investigators to get ready to arrest Kimball. They first got Kimball's new cell phone number from Lori, and then found the place where he'd been staying for a while in California. The investigators thought he might still be there, so they told the local police and got ready to arrest him. On the afternoon of March 14th, Kimball was driving a pickup truck on the freeway when several investigators gave chase in several police cars. At that point, Kimball called Lori, who asked him to turn himself in. He refused, saying that the police would kill him because they were afraid he would tell the truth. As the chase continued, Kimball's car ran out of gas after driving 260 miles, and he was eventually arrested on the spot. Kimball was then taken back to Colorado to be prosecuted, and then back to Montana to continue serving his sentence, which was an additional 2 years in prison because he had escaped from a halfway house several years earlier. These sentences gave Thatcher some valuable time, which he used to bring murder charges against Kimball. Hence also brought up her rape allegations again, saying she thought he might have tried to poison her. Kimball's cellmate, who also took the stand, said that one night while the two of them were having drinks, Kimball asked him if the breast implants could be traced. When he said yes, Kimball seemed upset. Then Kimball also asked him if he would be willing to take something away from a dead body as a favor to his friend. The prosecutors in Boulder are also preparing charges against Kimball for his latest scam and are ready to charge him with probation and parole violations. Colorado law says that for repeat offenders like Kimball, they quadruple the sentence for the crime committed. However, they're not sure if they can put him behind bars because they think he's about to be charged with murder. Lori also went to the police and asked them to search her in Kimball's house. The investigators found some disturbing items there, including a hat from Casey's work uniform and her personal date book, as well as an email account and laptop computer in his late uncle's name, and a large number of rape porn images on those devices. One photo in particular caught investigators' attention. It showed a young woman who seemed to be in no pain and was just smiling. The woman was identified as Emery, who had been missing since Kimball's release. During the interrogation, Kimball didn't answer the investigators' questions. However, when they asked him about Casey, he told them she'd died of a drug overdose, probably somewhere in the national forest. In April 2007, investigators went to the Route National Forest near Walden. There, they learned that a hunter had recently found the skull of a young woman, and the DNA testing confirmed that it was Casey. Prosecutors offered Kimball a deal. If he pleaded guilty to recent counterfeiting and financial crimes and revealed the location of the other 3 victims, he would face only one charge of second-degree murder, with the sentence to run concurrently with the fraud charge. If he refused, he would face separate charges for all the murders, which could result in the death penalty. Kimball took the deal and led investigators to Utah to find Emery's body. On the way back, he told them where Terry was buried, but he forgot where Jennifer was buried. The investigators weren't convinced, thinking Kimball was holding out for future negotiations. So, with only 2 of the 3 victims found, no agreement was reached. And before his sentencing in October 2009, Kimball shared what seemed to be excerpts from FBI interviews with others connected to him. These excerpts caused some confusion, but the FBI later found out that they had been falsified while he was in prison. Ultimately, Kimball was sentenced to 70 years in prison for 4 murders and was not sentenced to death. In a 2021 interview, Kimball gave 2 different explanations for the murders of Jennifer, Casey, and Emery. At first, he said that all 3 women were trying to extort him or threatening to tell the FBI about his criminal activities. Later, he said the murders were connected to a motorcycle gang and that his uncle was a pedophile, but none of these claims could be verified. That same year, Kimball was removed from the Colorado prison system. The State Department of Corrections confirmed that he was transferred to another state but didn't say where. By July 2023, he was back in Colorado. In the annals of criminal history, certain individuals are eternally condemned for their heinous and atrocious deeds, and Luis Garavito is one such figure. Known as the Beast, he is Colombia's most infamous serial killer and one of the most brutal child murderers in modern crime history. During the 1980s and 1990s, he preyed on the most vulnerable in society, poor and homeless children, committing hundreds of murders. He not only killed these young victims but also subjected them to prolonged torture and sexual abuse. When many of the victims were found, they showed clear signs of extreme suffering, painting a horrifying and chilling picture that continues to haunt those who learn of his crimes. On January 25, 1957, Garavito was born in Genova, Quindio, a small town in Colombia. Despite its beautiful natural surroundings, the town suffered from severe economic and social underdevelopment, lacking basic education and healthcare resources. This meant the local security situation was dire, with high crime rates, leaving residents living in constant fear and insecurity. Garavito's family was really poor, and he and his siblings grew up not only neglected but also frequently abused. His dad was violent and harsh, and his mom, though gentle, couldn't protect the kids from their dad's brutality because she couldn't say much in the household. She herself was often abused by her husband. Garavito was a victim of bullying at school as well. Because he wore glasses, he was often teased and bullied by his classmates. During breaks, he would hide alone in quiet corners, too scared to talk to anyone, leaving him lonely. By the time he got to 5th grade, his dad made him stop going to school and get a job, and he wasn't allowed to make friends or even talk to girls. A year later, Garavito's father took him to get vaccinated, but this experience turned into a nightmare. There, he was sexually assaulted by a pharmacist who was not only their neighbor, but also a devout religious figure closely connected to his father. It is said that the pharmacist subjected him to cruel abuse, including biting and cutting him. After this incident, Garavito's personality changed drastically. He became extremely withdrawn and developed a violent temper, even killed and dissected 2 small birds and started acting inappropriately with his younger brothers and sisters. In 1971, Garavito's family moved to Trujillo, an unremarkable small town, but life there did not bring him peace. Shortly after arriving, a neighbor, under the guise of showing him heterosexual pornography, mocked his aversion to such content and even physically assaulted and sexually abused him. This traumatic experience led Garavito to turn to alcohol, which he was introduced to through his family. Over time, he became deeply addicted, and alcoholism became an inescapable vice in his life. In 1972, he officially began his criminal activities. He first attempted to date a local woman but was rejected. A few days later, he was kicked out of his home by his mother after trying to sodomize a 5-year-old boy. A year later, at the Bogotá train station, he attempted to assault a 6-year-old boy. The boy's screams attracted passersby, and Garavito was arrested on the spot. When the police questioned him, he said he just wanted to gently molest the child, not sexually assault him. His dad later told him off, saying that he should have targeted women instead of men. Things got so bad between him and his family that he was disowned for his homosexual actions and cut off from his family. After that, Garavito's life was pretty rocky. He started off working as an assistant at a foundation and then got a job at a retail chain where he studied marketing. But he lost the job in the end because he got into a lot of physical fights with customers, colleagues, and his boss. He tried various jobs, including street vending and manual labor, but never found a stable direction in life. Then he got a job at a coffee plantation in Trujillo, and that's where he met Luz Mary. She was a single mother and a school teacher. The two hit it off and even started going to church together every week. But Garavito's drinking got the better of him, and it didn't take long for the relationship to go down the pan. When he was sober, he was a loving boyfriend, but when he got drunk, he turned into a right nasty piece of work, verbally abusing Mary and trying to control her. In the end, she left him and took her child with her. When he was 21, Garavito started going to Alcoholics Anonymous meetings, trying to get over his addiction. At around the same time, he also converted to Pentecostalism, seemingly trying to turn his life around. But his relationship with his family was still going down the pan. His sister Esther was the only one who wanted to stay in touch with him, but she gradually lost touch because of his drinking problems. He then moved to Armenia, where he found a new job at a bakery. He went to church there a lot, and he'd pray with so much emotion, he'd even hit his chest. But despite all this, he just kept going downhill. visiting Valencia Park to hire child sex workers. On one occasion, after being fired from his job following a conflict with a coworker, Garavito felt hopeless and attempted suicide, though he failed. He then decided to seek treatment at the San Juan de Dios hospital, where he was hospitalized multiple times in the spring of 1980. During his stays, he expressed deep despair to the doctors, claiming he felt worthless. Despite showing clear signs of psychopathy and binge eating, the doctors diagnosed him with depression and prescribed antipsychotic medication. To explain his suicide attempt, Garavito told the doctors that he longed to have a child and even start a family. In reality, his struggles with erectile dysfunction while drunk made it impossible for him to form normal intimate relationships with women. This frustration caused him immense pain, leading him to often lash out at his partners, venting his hatred and resentment toward his family. In the summer of 1980, Garavito got himself a new job at a supermarket in Armenia, Antioquia. He had a 2-hour lunch break every Thursday and Sunday afternoon. During this time, he started a short relationship with a single mother and beautician called Claudia. But the relationship didn't last long because Claudia thought he wasn't earning enough to meet her financial needs. To deal with his inner emptiness and pain, Garavito started spending time with the street kids in the area. He'd use his lunch breaks to sexually abuse homeless kids in the Quimbaya and Calarca regions. By autumn, he was getting even more brutal. He started carrying razor blades, candles, and a lighter with him, and even pulled out one of his teeth to bite the children more effectively. After each crime, Garavito would write the victim's name in a blue notebook and pray for them. But soon after, he would fall into depression and guilt, plagued by nightmares about the victims and waking up in tears. To avoid this pain, he often walked naked around his room, beating his chest and trying to justify his actions by reading the Bible. He was into Christianity and Catholicism at first, but then got into astrology, tarot, and even Satanism after a friend gave him some esoteric book. After reading Adolf Hitler's autobiography, Mein Kampf, he started to identify with the Nazi leader a lot because they both had difficult childhoods, were gay, and had spent years wandering. He got really into Hitler and the mass graves of the Holocaust, even telling investigators that he admired concentration camps. On the 25th of January 1984, Garavito turned 27 and was admitted to a psychiatric hospital after suffering a mental breakdown. He spent 33 days there, and the doctors gave him antipsychotic medication and recommended psychotherapy for depression. But after being discharged on the 28th of February, he ignored the medical advice and fled to Pereira in the Risaralda department. There, he molested 2 kids and sent their photos to his sister. When the police revealed who he was, he quickly fled the city, taking tools like scalpels, candles, and razor blades with him. By this time, he had sexually assaulted over 100 children. During this time, Garavito became obsessed with a terrorist who claimed to be a Vietnam War veteran and had murdered his mother and several others at a restaurant in Bogotá in December 1986. Garavito was jealous of the attention the terrorist got from the media and even fantasized about doing the same. He dreamed of getting a machine gun and killing his dad and family before taking his own life. Around the same time, he began a relationship with a single mother named Graciela Zabaleta, who lived near a local mental health center. Attracted by his confidence, she allowed him to move in with her on the condition that he provide meals and help pay household bills. Although Garavito took on a fatherly role in the family, his alcoholism led to scandals and antisocial behavior, which unsettled Graciela. Eventually, she ended the relationship. From 1988, Garavito started keeping a record of his sexual assaults and storing the trophies from his victims in black fabric suitcases that he kept at the homes of several women. These suitcases would later become really important evidence in uncovering his murders. It's thought that between 1980 and 1992, he raped and tortured at least 200 teenagers. On October 1st, 1992, he attempted to commit his first murder. This time, he targeted a young boy selling candy and cigars on the street. While drunk, he lured the boy to the Melia Hotel district in Bolivar, Colombia, planning to take him into the woods to carry out his crime. However, local police interrupted his plans, beating him and even shooting him in the head with a revolver. They also stole 1,000 pesos, a watch, and a ring from him. On October 4th, he spotted 13-year-old Juan Carlos near a market. Already drunk, Garavito followed the boy, stopping at a store to buy a rope and a knife. He then lured Carlos away with the promise of 1,000 pesos, leading him to a bush near the local railway. There, Garavito knocked out Carlos's front teeth with his fists and used the knife to slash his throat, stomach, and genitals. On the 10th of October, he went to Trujillo to see his sister Esther. While they were drinking a bottle of brandy together, a 12-year-old boy called John Alexander Pinaranda walked past the door. For some reason, Garavito suddenly got super angry. He smashed the bottle, grabbed the boy, and brutally murdered him. After that, he went on a crime spree and started collecting victims' toes as trophies. Then, in 1993, Garavito upped his game. He tricked 8 kids aged 9 to 11 out of a local school into going with him to a wooded area so he could carry out his crimes. He then went on to murder 2 more children in the Maizen neighborhood before continuing his spree in Tuluá, Pereira, and Quimbaya. He ended his 1993 crime wave with the murder of 13-year-old Mauricio Monedero Medioletters. Back in 1994, he tricked a 12-year-old boy from Bogotá into getting on a bus. He gave the boy some brandy, then stripped him, tied him up in a hidden valley, and got ready to attack him. But then he caught a bad smell, and when he looked around, he saw a nearby cemetery. Possibly because he was scared or superstitious, he let the boy go. Instead of running away, the boy grabbed Garavito's knife and cut the tendons in his left hand. But in the end, Garavito overpowered the boy and killed him. On the 4th of February, he tricked 13-year-old Jaime Andres Gonzalez into going with him from Bolivar Square to a sugarcane field. That night, after being kicked out of a bar for complaining about the food, he took out his anger on Gonzalez, molesting and murdering the poor kid. During the crime, he found a big cross and got a bit crazy for a moment, hearing a voice telling him off. He buried the knife and prayed for forgiveness, but later retrieved it and went back to his hotel room, where he recited verses from Psalm 57 until dawn. Garavito's main victims were boys, but the local media also reported cases of him assaulting and murdering female victims. As well as the first 172 murders he was charged with, he admitted to 28 more in 2003, 5 of which involved adult victims. In June 1996, he got back in touch with his ex, Mary. He told her he'd lost his temp job selling air fresheners and asked if she would let him stay in exchange for some food and money. She was worried about his drinking and violent temper, but she still let him stay for a while. 2 months later, he broke his leg in the Guacamayas neighborhood of Bogotá and again asked Mary to let him stay. With crutches, a neck brace, and a cast, he begged on the streets and lived in Mary's home for 2 months. During this time, Garavito helped Mary's family by paying for meals and other expenses. But he did have a run-in with Mary's 15-year-old son once over the TV news. Eventually, Mary had enough and kicked him out, damaging a gold chain she had given him. Then, that same Christmas, Mary got a gift from a friend, and Garavito got really angry. He called her in a drunken rage, claiming he didn't like those guys visiting and accusing them of stealing her generosity. After being told he wasn't welcome anymore, Garavito showed up at Mary's home the next morning, shouting obscenities and threatening her. He even grabbed her by the throat, forcing Mary and her family to flee to a neighbor's house. Then, hours later, he left a letter saying sorry and asking for forgiveness for the harm he had caused their family. By the end of his criminal career, he had become a homeless drifter, wandering through Western Colombia. By this time, he had grown bored of murdering minors, finding them too easy to lure. Instead, he began planning a more audacious mass murder, intending to kidnap several adults, kill them in a way that would attract media attention, and then die in a final act of madness. However, this plan never came to fruition for various reasons. His crimes weren't just limited to Colombia. It's said he was active in Ecuador in the summer of 1998, where on the 20th of July he murdered 14-year-old Abel Gustavo Lor Valles, who was a shoe shiner and newspaper seller, and 12-year-old Jimmy Leonardo Palacios Anconia. Both boys were from poor families and went missing around midday. Then, Garavito was seen at a girls' school in Santo Domingo, Ecuador, but he got away. Police found 2 bodies at the scene, one of them a young girl who had been raped, tortured, and murdered in a way that was very similar to how Garavito usually operated. Local people also said they'd seen a foreign vagrant with a strong Colombian accent begging for money in the area during July and August 1998. On top of that, Garavito himself claimed to have been involved in murders in Venezuela. In 1998, on the 7th of November to be exact, a bunch of kids playing football in Pereira found a skeleton. They told the local authorities, who got involved. By November 15th, the police had found a pit with the remains of 36 children in Risaralda department. Most of the victims were boys, and their bodies showed signs of being tied up, sexually assaulted, and tortured for a long time. The sheer number of child disappearances and murders shocked the nation, and a widespread investigation was launched. The sheer brutality of the killings made the authorities think at first that a satanic cult or an international child trafficking ring was behind it. But then prosecutors noticed a pattern: nylon ropes and bottle caps were being found at the crime scenes, which made them think the crimes were probably committed by one person. On the 6th of February 1999, near a sugarcane field outside Palmyra, police found two naked kids lying side by side on a small hill. The next day, a third child's body was found just meters away. All three victims had their hands tied up, showed clear signs of sexual abuse, and had their throats slashed really badly. They had bruises on their backs, genitals, legs, and buttocks, and the murder weapon was found at the scene. Police also found traces of the killer at the scene. That night, Garavito, heavily drunk, had fallen on top of one of the kids' body with a cigarette in his left hand. The cigarette set afire and left him severely burned. Investigators found his money, some burnt glasses, shorts, shoes, a receipt, and a note with Zabaleta's address. This became really important evidence that helped solve the case. From the burnt glasses, police deduced that the killer was a middle-aged man with astigmatism in his left eye, walked with a limp, and stood between 163 and 167 centimeters tall. Initially, they mistakenly arrested a 44-year-old local sex offender named Pedro Pablo Aram Erez Garcia, who was suspected due to his limp. However, child disappearances continued during his detention. Meanwhile, a detective began to suspect Garavito was the real culprit. They contacted Mary, who said she hadn't seen Garavito in 12 months, but handed over a black fabric suitcase he had left behind. When police opened the suitcase, they found it filled with photos of young boys, detailed murder diaries, victim tallies, and bills. A few days later, Garavito was arrested for trying to rape 12-year-old John Ivan Sabagal. On the 22nd of April 1999, he bumped into Sabagal selling lottery tickets in Villavicencio. Garavito said he was a local politician called Bonifacio Moreira Lescano, threatened the boy with a knife, and forced him into a taxi. He then made the boy climb over a barbed wire fence leading to a secluded hillside. There, Garavito tied up Sabagal and kept asking, "Am I a sadist?" He threatened the boy with a blade, shouting obscenities while masturbating. At that moment, a 16-year-old homeless boy overheard the commotion and threw rocks at Garavito, who then chased the teenager with a dagger. Then, both boys made it to the Rosa Blanca farmhouse in Villavicencio. There, they encountered a 12-year-old girl who cleverly lured Garavito into the woods, causing him to get lost. Local police later spotted him emerging from the woods around 7 p.m. Although Garavito provided a fake ID and claimed to be a politician, the officers remained suspicious. On July 4th, when Garavito's DNA sample matched the sample found in the victim, their suspicion was confirmed. In October, after more than 12 hours of interrogation, Garavito confessed to his crimes. He admitted that he often sought out young boys while drunk and explained that he himself was a victim of childhood sexual abuse. He then confessed to approximately 140 murders and was ultimately convicted of 138 counts of murder. He was sentenced to 1,853 years and 9 days in prison, the longest sentence in Colombian history. However, under Colombian law, the maximum prison term is capped at 40 years. Due to his cooperation with authorities in locating victims' remains, his sentence was further reduced to 22 years. He was eventually transferred to a maximum security prison in Valledupar, Cesar Department, Colombia. Fearing he would be killed by other inmates, he was held in solitary confinement. While in prison, Garavito expressed some hope for the future, even telling a Colombian senator that he planned to enter Congress, become a pastor, marry a woman, and help abused children after his release. But things didn't go as planned. In 2021, he tried to get an early release, but the judge turned it down because he hadn't paid back the victims' families. His health was also getting worse at the same time. In the end, he died on the 12th of October 2023 at a hospital in Valledupar at the age of 66, suffering from severe eye cancer and leukemia. In the dark chapters of human history, there always emerge some chilling figures. Cloaked in human skin, they are monsters devoid of morality and legal constraints, pushing the boundaries of evil to the extreme as serial killers. Westley Allan Dodd, a convicted American serial killer, is one such individual. Parks, libraries, and movie theaters, places that should be havens for children's joyful growth, became his hunting grounds. His targets were the most innocent group, naive and unsuspecting young boys. He disguised himself as a friendly adult, exploiting children's trust, using candies and toys as bait to lure them to secluded corners. There, he satisfied his twisted desires through sexual assault, then brutally ended the children's lives with a cold blade. His diary was filled with morbid fantasies and violent desires. Not only did he record his crimes, but he also attempted to warn parents on how to protect their children from sexual assault through a pamphlet, posing as an expert. Before his execution, he claimed to have found God and expressed so-called apologies to his victims. He said, "I believe in the teachings of the Bible. I will go to heaven, although I have doubts about it, but I really want to believe that I can find those 3 little boys, give them a hug, and tell them how sorry I am. I wish to love them with true love and not harm them in any way." But no matter what he said, it couldn't change the fact that he was a criminal or make the families he hurt feel better. On Monday, July 3, 1961, Westley was born in Toppenish, Yakima County, Washington. This small city, located in the Yakima Valley, is notorious for its high crime rates, particularly violent and property crimes, and has a population predominantly composed of Native Americans and ethnic minorities. Westley's family environment was fraught with tension and violence. His parents had an extremely hostile relationship, frequently engaging in fierce arguments and even physical altercations. On one occasion, his father injured his mother's eye during a quarrel, leaving Westley, the eldest son, and his brother to tremble as they witnessed the scene. If they attempted to intervene, their father would punish them with a belt. Westley never heard any affectionate words from his parents, such as, "I love you." This emotional void left him feeling lonely and neglected. When Westley was arrested for murder, his father admitted to being overly strict in disciplining his children, while his mother expressed shock and anguish over his crimes, denying any lack of a positive family atmosphere. However, in 2016, their other son was arrested for attempting to sexually abuse a 13-year-old girl, further exposing the severe issues in the family's upbringing and socialization. During Westley's formative years, he preferred contact with boys his own age over girls. At the age of 9, he showed a preference for boys, and this tendency became more pronounced at the age of 13, when he began contacting boys in the neighborhood and displaying some unusual behavior. His father noticed the behavior and inquired about it with a local newspaper and learned that it could be homosexual-like behavior. However, the father chose to ignore the warning, believing Westley to be a well-behaved child who had never had a problem with drugs, alcohol, or tobacco. On July 3, 1976, his 15th birthday, a day that should have been filled with blessings and celebration, became the starting point of his family's disintegration. On this day, his parents erupted into a fierce argument. Due to long-standing relationship issues, his mother decided to file for divorce. This news caused his father to emotionally collapse, even attempting suicide. As a result, Westley received no birthday wishes. Instead, he was shadowed by the family's breakdown in his father's suicide attempt. After the divorce, Westley and his brother moved with their mother to Vancouver, Washington. Despite living with his mother, he still felt a lack of love and support at home. After his arrest, he repeatedly mentioned his mother's coldness and her inability to provide emotional care. Although they moved to Vancouver, Westley continued to attend Richland High School, a public school where he was unpopular. No social groups were willing to accept him, and no one wanted to befriend him. This isolation stemmed from his early tendencies toward animal abuse and child harassment, as well as a strong interest in violence and control. During high school, his criminal behavior gradually escalated. He began molesting children, starting with his cousin and then sexually harassing neighborhood children. He was also arrested for indecent exposure and lewd conduct, but because he was a minor, the police could only release him and recommend juvenile psychological counseling. However, this lenient handling did not deter his criminal behavior. Instead, it made him more brazen. In August 1981, 20-year-old Westley attempted to kidnap 2 girls in Vancouver. Fortunately, the girls quickly sensed the danger and escaped. They reported the incident to the local police, providing detailed descriptions of the perpetrator's appearance, behavior, and his attempt to lure them. However, the police took no substantive action against Westley. No arrest, no in-depth investigation into his background or behavioral patterns. The following month, Westley enlisted in the U.S. Navy and was assigned to the submarine base in Bangor, Washington. During this time, his behavior spiraled out of control. He began targeting children living near the base, exploiting his military status and relatively free movement to find opportunities to approach and abuse these children. In one incident, Westley offered a group of boys $50 to accompany him to a motel room to play strip poker. This proposal alarmed the boys, who reported Wesley's behavior to the police. During interrogation, Westley unabashedly admitted that he had indeed planned to molest the boys. Incredibly, he was eventually released without facing any formal charges. Shortly afterward, Westley was arrested again for exposing himself to a boy. This time, his behavior drew the attention of the military. The Navy conducted an internal investigation and decided to discharge him dishonorably. Despite being expelled from the Navy, Westley was only sentenced to 19 days in jail and required to undergo court-ordered psychological counseling. However, these lenient punishments did not stop his criminal activities. Wesley's life was almost entirely centered around planning how to approach and exploit children. Every step he took was meticulously designed to ensure he could easily access potential victims. To achieve this sinister goal, he chose to move into an apartment building inhabited by multiple families with children. Additionally, he took on jobs such as a charity truck driver, which not only allowed him freedom of movement, but also provided him with convenient access to vulnerable groups in the community. In the apartment building, Westley repeatedly molested his neighbors' preschool-aged children. Although these actions were discovered by the children's mother, she refused to file formal charges with the police out of concern for the psychological trauma it might cause her child. By 1987, Wesley's behavior had become even more brazen. He attempted to lure a young boy into an empty building, clearly intending to commit further acts of abuse. However, the boy displayed remarkable alertness, refused Wesley's invitation, and reported the incident to the police. The police subsequently intervened, and upon learning of Wesley's long history of sexual offenses, the prosecutor recommended a 5-year prison sentence. However, since Westley had not actually committed a crime in this particular incident, the court once again handed down a lenient sentence. Ultimately, he was only given probation and ordered to undergo psychiatric treatment. Once the probation period ended, Westley immediately stopped treatment and moved to Vancouver, Washington. There, he found a job as a transportation clerk, which not only provided him with a stable income, but also allowed him to continue moving freely within the community, searching for new targets. In the early autumn of 1989, he set his sights on David Douglas Park in Vancouver. Known for its dense trees, winding paths, and relatively secluded environment, the park became an ideal location in his eyes for finding potential victims. Over the next few years, Westley was arrested multiple times for child molestation, but each time he was sentenced to short-term imprisonment and court-mandated treatment. These brief punishments and superficial treatments failed to curb his criminal behavior. On the contrary, his desires and violent tendencies grew stronger, eventually escalating into even more horrifying crimes. Wesley's total number of victims amounted to approximately 50, all under the age of 12, with some as young as 2 years old. Most of them were boys, innocent, unsuspecting children who became victims of his twisted desires. Over time, Wesley's sexual fantasies became increasingly violent. He later stated during interrogation, "The more I thought about it, the more exciting the idea of murder sounded. I planned many ways to kill a boy." A psychiatric doctor pointed out that Westley met the legal criteria for a sexual psychopath. His actions were not merely driven by sexual impulses, but were accompanied by an extreme craving for violence and control. This psychological state left him utterly devoid of compassion for children's lives, even viewing murder as an exhilarating act. On September 4, 1989, Westley entered the park carrying a sharp fillet knife and several shoelaces. His goal was clear: to find a young boy and carry out the murder he had repeatedly rehearsed in his mind. At the time, the park was filled with the laughter and playful noises of children, while Westley, like a lurking predator, calmly observed his surroundings. Soon his gaze locked on to 11-year-old Cole Nair and his 10-year-old brother William Nair, who were playing in the park, completely unaware of the danger approaching. Westley approached them with a friendly demeanor, using lies and deceit to lure them to a secluded corner, far from the sight of others. There, Westley forced the two brothers to undress and tied them to a tree with the shoelaces he had brought. He then sexually assaulted both children, the entire process filled with violence and control. After the assault, his violent actions did not stop. He took out the fillet knife and repeatedly stabbed Cole and William until they collapsed in a pool of blood. Then he fled the scene, leaving the two children in the woods. Shortly after, other park visitors discovered Cole and William. Cole was found dead at the scene, while William tragically passed away on the way to the nearby hospital. However, Westley did not stop his depraved actions. After the murders, he created a scrapbook containing news articles and clippings about the case. This scrapbook not only documented his crimes, but also served as a tool to satisfy his twisted psyche. On October 29th, Westley drove to Portland, Oregon, where he encountered 4-year-old Lee Kimball and his 9-year-old brother Justin playing in a local park. Lee was sliding up and down on a slide while Justin watched nearby. Westley approached them with a friendly demeanor and successfully convinced Lee to play with him using lies. Justin was preparing to go home, and Westley told Lee that he would drive him home. The naive Lee believed him and got into his car without suspicion. He took Lee to his apartment in Vancouver without drawing any attention along the way. Once inside the apartment, he ordered Lee to undress, tied him to the bed with rope, and sexually assaulted him. Not only did he abuse Lee, but he also photographed the entire process, as if these images were trophies of his twisted desires. Then Lee was forced to spend the night in his apartment, during which Westley continued to abuse him while meticulously documenting every detail in his diary. The next morning, Westley strangled Lee with a rope and hung his body in a closet. Taking photographs of it, these photos became part of his collection, a grim record of his complete disregard for life. Westley later admitted to the police that he had not initially intended to kill Lee, but felt compelled to do so to prevent the boy from becoming a witness to his crimes. To cover up his actions, Westley stuffed Lee's body into a garbage bag and discarded it in the bush near Vancouver Lake. For the following month, Westley kept a low profile, spending most of his time in his apartment. He wrote down plans for future child abductions and even constructed a homemade torture rack for his next victim. On November 13th, Westley's criminal activities came to the end. That day, he drove to Camas, Washington, a small town about 12 miles east of Vancouver. His target was a 6-year-old boy, James Kirk II, at a local theater. As usual, he attempted to lure the boy away from the theater. However, this time, his plan did not go as expected. When he tried to carry James out of the theater lobby, the boy began to struggle violently and cried out loudly. His cries caught the attention of theater staff, who quickly became suspicious of Westley. Faced with their pursuit, Westley had no choice but to release James and hurriedly fled to his car in an attempt to escape. Meanwhile, James's mother's boyfriend, William Graves, arrived at the theater. Upon being informed that the boy had nearly been abducted, he immediately left the theater and chased after Westley. He soon spotted Wesley's car, which had broken down on the side of the road due to engine trouble. To avoid alerting the kidnapper and to buy time, Graves pretended to be a helpful passerby and offered to assist with the car repairs. The moment Westley let his guard down, Graves swiftly subdued him and brought him back to the theater, where staff called the police. The Camas police arrived promptly at the scene. During the investigation, the Camas police quickly realized that Westley might be connected to the murder of Lee Kimball, which the Portland police were investigating. They contacted the Portland Police Task Force and took Westley to the Camas police station for initial questioning. He was then transferred to the Clark County Jail in Vancouver, where Portland detectives interrogated him for 3 days. Under pressure, Westley eventually confessed to all 3 murders, the deaths of Cole, William, and Lee. With his confession, the police swiftly searched Westley's residence. In his apartment, they discovered chilling evidence: a homemade torture rack, newspaper clippings about his crimes, a briefcase containing Lee's underwear, a photo album with pictures of Lee, and various advertisements for children's underwear cut from newspapers and store catalogs. Additionally, the police found Westley's diary, in which he detailed the events of each murder, his psychological state, and his plans for future crimes. Westley was formally charged with aggravated first-degree murder in the deaths of Cole, William, and Lee, as well as the attempted kidnapping of another child. During his trial at the Clark County Superior Court, the prosecution read excerpts from his diary and presented photos of Lee's captivity to the jury, revealing the brutal details of his crimes. However, the defense called no witnesses and presented no evidence, arguing only that he was legally insane. Ultimately, the jury found Westley guilty and agreed with the prosecutor's request for the death penalty. Throughout the trial, Westley remained eerily calm. He claimed that defending himself was pointless and criticized the U.S. judicial system as a failure. In 1990, Westley was formally sentenced to death for the murders of Cole and William, as well as the rape and murder of Lee. Under Washington state law, Westley had the option to choose between lethal injection or hanging. He chose hanging, stating that he wanted to end his life in the same manner he had taken Lee's. His choice of execution method sparked some controversy. The American Civil Liberties Union filed a lawsuit, arguing that hanging violated the Eighth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, which prohibits cruel and unusual punishment. Although the case reached the Washington Supreme Court, it did not halt Westley's execution, primarily because he himself had chosen hanging. Less than 4 years passed between Westley's conviction and his execution. He refused to appeal his case or the death sentence, insisting that he could not control his impulses and would kill again if released. In a court brief, he stated, "I must be executed before I have a chance to escape or kill someone else. If I do escape, I promise you I will kill and rape again, and I will enjoy every minute of it." He also claimed that death would free him from the guilt of his murders. While awaiting execution, Westley wrote a pamphlet advising parents on how to protect their children from predators like himself, a deeply ironic act, as if he were attempting to justify his crimes in some way. At 12:05 a.m. on January 5, 1993, Westley was executed by hanging at the Washington State Penitentiary in Walla Walla. This marked the first hanging in the United States since George York and James Latham were executed in Kansas in 1965. On the day of the execution, a crowd gathered outside the prison, with some supporting the execution and others protesting the death penalty. The media extensively covered the event, even detailing the history of hanging, the sound of the trapdoor, the type of rope used, and how the rope was prepared for optimal effect. For the last meal, Westley requested grilled salmon and fried potatoes. Standing on the gallows' second floor, he delivered his final words. "Someone once asked me, I don't remember who, if there was any way to stop sex offenders. I said no, but I was wrong. I said there is no hope, no peace, but I was wrong. Hope exists. Peace is here. I have found both in the Lord Jesus Christ. Look to the Lord, and you will find peace." Then 12 local and regional media members, prison officials, and family members of the 3 victims witnessed the execution. After being pronounced dead by the prison doctor, Westley's body was transported to Seattle for an autopsy. The King County medical examiner found that he had died quickly within 2 to 3 minutes, but not from a broken neck. Following the autopsy, his body was cremated, and the ashes were given to his family. In Belanglo State Forest, Australia, there's a pretty chilling account of the exploits of a serial killer named Evan Robert Marco Millet. At the time, he became known as a person to be feared even in New South Wales, where he was called backpacker murderer, because he specialized in targeting backpackers who wanted to explore or travel. He knows that towns and cities in Australia are far apart, so hitchhiking is a great option for backpackers on a budget. He usually disguises himself as a friendly driver and offers hitchhiking to backpackers. When they accept his advances, he drives to a remote area, then shows his ugly face, pulls out a pistol or knife, and kidnaps them. For those couples who were unlucky enough to cross paths with him, his behavior was even more heinous. He would sexually assault the women in front of the male victim, and then end their lives with extreme violence, such as slashing, shooting, strangling, beating, and beheading. His crimes not only resulted in the deaths of 7 innocent people, but also had a significant impact on Australia's backpacker culture. In the 1920s, a lot of Croatians left their homeland because of the economy. St. Jepan Marko Milet was one of them. He was young at the time. Then he gave himself the English name Stephen and wanted to move to Australia, which was looking for a lot of workers to help with construction and industry after the war. He was accepted as a European immigrant under the White Australia policy, which was based on racial discrimination. He then worked on a wharf in Sydney. Around 1938, at the age of 36, he met 18-year-old Margaret Elizabeth Piddleston. They dated for a while and then got married. They initially lived on a makeshift farm in Bosley Park, 36 kilometers west of Sydney. They lived in poverty, but they had 14 children together during their lifetime. On an ordinary Wednesday, December 27, 1944, at the Crown Street Women's Hospital in New South Wales, they welcomed the birth of their 5th child, Milet, who would go on to commit serial murders more than 40 years later. Stephen works on the docks, working 10 hours a day for a meager salary to support his family, and the work on the docks is so tiring that he can't get off work until late at night. So he drinks a lot, wanting to rely on alcohol to anesthetize his brain and forget about the troubles of life. But the dangers of alcohol are so serious that he often beats his wife and children when he is drunk. His wife Piddleston was also quick-tempered, but she only took it out on her kids. Her son Boris said in an interview that his mother was beaten by Stephen at least once a week. Once, after being beaten, his mother got angry and hit him once with a knife. He doesn't remember why he was hit, but the scars are still visible today. Later on, Piddleston started a tomato plantation to make some extra money. The kids also worked on the plantation to help pay for school. It's worth noting that, despite their poverty and difficult relationship, Stephen and Piddleston valued education, and they sent all of their children to Catholic schools. The violence and poverty really affected the family a lot, but the biggest problem was the children's psychoeducation. There were 10 boys out of 14 children, and most of them had attracted the attention of the local police because of their habitual use of knives and guns, as well as their frequent target shooting in the yard in the afternoons. It's possible that Millet was born with a criminal inclination, but it's also possible that it was the influence of his family. His older brother Boris, the only one in the family who spoke out against Millet, has commented on him. He said that Millet displayed antisocial and psychotic behaviors from an early age. For example, he cut a dog in half with a machete when he was a child, which led to him being sent to a boarding school. At 17, he was sent to a juvenile detention center for burglary. One report said that Millet, at 17, told Boris he'd accidentally shot a cab driver during a gun operation. The driver was paralyzed from the waist down, but Millet wasn't even arrested. An innocent man was convicted and served 5 years. As he got older, Millet's offenses became more serious, and he spent more time in prison. At 19, he was also involved in a store robbery. A year later, he was arrested and sentenced to 18 months for breaking into a house. Even after going to prison, his behavior didn't improve. A month after his release, he was arrested for stealing a vehicle and sentenced to 2 years. After his release, he was sentenced to 3 years for burglary. It's possible that some criminals make behavioral and psychological improvements and corrections after spending time in prison. However, for Millet, crime was just a part of his repertoire. On April 7, 1971, he abducted 2 young female hitchhikers, both 18 years old, at knife point near the Liverpool train station. He then drove outside of the city limits, waiting until he got to a place where there were fewer people around. There, he raped one of his victims. Fortunately, though, the women managed to break free and escape when Millet stopped at a gas station to buy a coffee. It seems Millet was too lazy to escape his pursuers. He was arrested by the police later that night and charged with rape and armed robbery. While he was waiting for his trial, he got involved in a series of robberies with some of his brothers. Then he left his shoes at the Gap, which is Sydney's famous suicide place, and pretended to take his own life. At this point, Millet was thought to be dead, but in 1974 he was arrested by police at the hospital after his mother was rushed there with a heart attack. The police think that at that time, Millet fled to Queensland and Victoria, then flew to New Zealand, where he lived for 2 years before the New Zealand police suspected him of using a false passport, so he's sneaking back to Australia. Since he was caught, the trial continued in 1971. However, with the help of a family lawyer, John Marsden, the charges against him for robbery, kidnapping, and rape were dropped due to insufficient evidence presented by the prosecutor. In 1975, he got a job as a truck driver for the Roads and Traffic Authority of New South Wales. This job helped him plan his murders because he got to know the roads around him and the places that hardly anyone would pass by while he was working. One of the most interesting things is that a government department would allow a criminal who kept committing crimes to work for them. In 1977, Millet tried to rape and murder 2 women hitchhiking from Liverpool to Canberra. Thankfully, the women escaped, but they didn't report the incident until the backpacker murders made the news. In 1983, Millet met Karen Duck, who was 16 at the time and pregnant with her cousin's child. They married in 1984 and had a daughter. However, due to domestic violence issues, Duck left him in 1987. The two were officially divorced in October 1989. Later at Millet's trial, Duck described him as a gun nut and spoke of how he had once shot a kangaroo during a visit to Belonglo State Forest. 19-year-old James Gibson and 19-year-old Deborah Everest were a young couple from Melbourne who were eager to explore and travel. On December 30th, 1989, they planned to attend a music festival in Albury. They went to Sydney first and stayed for a while in a backpackers hostel near the city centre. After checking out, they tried to hitchhike to Albury, but for some reason they just up and disappeared along the way. The next day, a bushman found Gibson's camera on the road in Galston Gorge, north of Sydney. It was the only clue to their disappearance. On October 5th, 1993, a man looking for firewood found suspected human bones in a particularly remote area of Belonglo. Then he returned to the scene with the police. They found 2 victims, identified as Gibson and Everest. Gibson's skeleton had 8 stab wounds, one of which severed his upper spine, and stab wounds in his back and chest pierced his heart and lungs. Everest had been beaten brutally, suffering fractures to his skull and jaw, and stab wounds to his forehead and back. Life has voices, especially for outgoing, adventurous Simone Loretta Schmidl, who embarks on a journey alone, falling into Millet's trap in a desolate forest far from home, and becoming one of the indomitable dead souls in his hands. She left Sydney at around 8:15 a.m. on January 20th, 1991, an unusual Sunday. The 21-year-old was from Regensburg, Bavaria, Germany, and she and her mother had a plan to go on a 6-week caravanning trip together, but until then she needed to hitchhike to Melbourne alone. Her friend Jeanette Mueller, who was staying with her, warned her never to do that alone. In fact, Simone and Mueller had originally hitchhiked around Australia and New Zealand for a few weeks, so she didn't take Mueller's warnings to heart, but just in case, she took a knife with her. Simone left the house and traveled on a bus for 15 kilometers to the Hume Highway in Liverpool, where she planned to hitchhike, and then arrive at Melbourne Airport in 4 days' time to meet her mother, who had arrived from Munich. By this time, on the Casula Highway near Liverpool, southwest of Sydney, Millet had stopped his silver 4x4, having already murdered at least 2 people, and Simone had become his next victim. Her body was found on November 1st, 1993, in the Belanglo State Forest, about 40 meters from a jungle trail known as Miner's Despair. An autopsy revealed that she had suffered multiple stab wounds, including one that severed her spine, leaving her paralyzed, before she suffered the final fatal stab wound. Gabor Neugebauer, 21-year-old, and Anja Habscheid, 20-year-old, a German couple, came to Australia in 1991 to start their backpacking trip. On December 26th, they planned to hitchhike from Sydney to Adelaide and then Darwin, from where they would fly back to Munich. It was a journey of more than 4,000 kilometers. Gabor's father told the police that the last time he spoke to his son, Gabor sounded very upset and mentioned twice that he and Anja wanted to leave Australia, which was the last message they left. Gabor's father and Anja's brother traveled to Australia to look for them, but drove back and forth several times on the way without finding any clues. It wasn't until November 4th, 1993, that they were found in a remote area of Belanglo State Forest. Gabor was found with 6 bullets in his head, while Anja had been decapitated. Despite extensive searches, her skull has not yet been recovered. Joanne Walters, 22-year-old, and Carolyn Clark, 21-year-old, were backpackers from the UK who wanted to hitchhike through New South Wales and on to Victoria to pick fruit. In April 1992, they were traveling from Sydney and were passing through Belanglo State Forest in New South Wales when they met Millet. He was very well disguised. He had a kindly expression on his face and chatted very nicely with the 2 girls as they drove along. However, Millet's true colors were soon revealed as he pulled off the road onto a remote track and pulled out a handgun to threaten the 2 girls and kidnap them. On September 19, 1992, 2 joggers found a decomposed body partially hidden in the forest. The next day, the police found a second body about 30 meters away from the first. The victims were Walters and Clark. Walters had 15 stab wounds on her body, including her chest, neck, and back. The stab wounds on her back were severe enough to paralyze her, and her pants were undone. However, due to the badly decomposed body, the police were unable to determine whether she was sexually assaulted or not. In addition to multiple stab wounds on her body, Clark was shot 10 times in the head. The police believe that she may have been used by the murderer as a target for shooting practice. On October 14, 1993, the New South Wales Police formed a task force called Task Force Air, made up of more than 20 detectives and analysts. At first, they thought the crimes might have been committed by multiple killers because most of the victims appeared in pairs and were killed in different ways and buried separately. On November 5th, the New South Wales government increased the reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the perpetrator of the series of killings to 500,000 Australian dollars. A few days later, they were contacted by Paul Onions, a backpacker from the United Kingdom. He said he was traveling in Australia when he accepted an offer to hitchhike with a man who called himself Bill. The route was from Liverpool Station to Mildura, south of Mittagong, less than a kilometer from Belanglo. Bill pulled out a revolver and some rope to rob Paul, but Paul managed to escape and flagged down Joanne Berry of Canberra, who was passing by. They reported the incident to Bowler's police, including the assailant, his vehicle, and license plate number. Over the next few months, the Task Force Air used link analysis to narrow the list of suspects down from 230 to 32, including Millet. On February 26, 1994, they started keeping an eye on Millet's place on Cinnabar Street in Eagle Vale. Not long after that, the police found out that Millet had sold his silver Nissan patrol car not long after Clark and Walters were found. They also found out that Milat had been out of work for a few days after the attack. His acquaintances had told the police about his obsession with weapons before Paul came to Australia to help with the investigation. On May 5, 1994, Paul identified Milat as the man who had been hitchhiking and tried to shoot him. On May 22nd, Milat was arrested at the home on robbery and weapons charges related to the attack on Paul. Police then found a variety of weapons in his home, including one .22 caliber rifle, parts of one .22 caliber rifle matching the type used in the murder, a Browning pistol, and a Bowie knife, as well as items belonging to several of the victim, and a residence belonging to Milat's mother and his 5 brothers was also searched, and more items belonging to the victims were found. He showed up in court on May 23rd, but he didn't enter a plea. On May 31st, he was charged with 7 more backpacker murders. On June 28th, Milat fired his family's attorney James Marsden and looked for a new lawyer to pay for his defense. Meanwhile, Milat's brothers Richard and Walter were on trial for weapons, drugs, and stolen items found on their property. His committal hearing on the murders began on October 24th and continued through December 12th, during which more than 200 witnesses appeared. Based on the evidence, he was remanded in custody until June 1995. On March 26, 1996, his trial got underway in the New South Wales Supreme Court in Sydney. He was prosecuted by Mark Tedeschi. Despite the overwhelming evidence against him, Milat reportedly always believed he would be found innocent. In a 2004 telephone recording made for the ABC program Australian Story, Milat explained why he believed he would be found not guilty at trial. "My basic defense at trial is not me. I don't know who did it. They're going to prove I'm guilty, not me to prove I'm innocent." His defense team argued that even though there was evidence, there wasn't any proof that Milat was guilty, and tried to make other members of his family, particularly Richard, take the blame. 145 witnesses gave testimony, including members of Milat's family who tried to provide alibis. On June 18th, Milat testified in person. After 18 weeks of testimony, the jury found Milat guilty of murder on July 27, 1996. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole on each count, as well as 6 years for attempted murder, false imprisonment, and robbery. On his first day in prison, Milat was attacked by another inmate. On May 16, 1997, he conspired with convicted drug dealer and former Sydney City Councillor George Savas to escape from prison. However, the plan ultimately failed, and George was found hanged in his cell the next day. Milat was subsequently transferred to the maximum security section of the Goulburn Correctional Centre. In November 1997, Milat asked the court to reconsider his conviction because he felt his right to legal representation had been violated, as established in Dietrich v. the Queen. However, the Court of Criminal Appeal of New South Wales rejected his appeal. In 2004, Milat filed an application with the High Court of Australia for permission to appeal on new grounds. This application for leave was also ultimately rejected, upholding the decision of the Court of Criminal Appeal to dismiss his initial appeal. On October 27, 2005, in the Supreme Court of New South Wales, Milat's final avenue of appeal was denied. 2 other applications were also rejected in 2006, and one in November 2011 was similarly rejected. In the last years of his life, Milat told Australian Story that he didn't think his family was involved in the 7 murders. Milat had previously self-harmed in 2001 when he swallowed razor blades, staples, and other metal objects. In May 2011, Milat went on a 9-day hunger strike to get a PlayStation, but was unsuccessful. In May 2019, Milat was transferred to Prince of Wales Hospital in Randick, where he was diagnosed with advanced esophageal cancer. After finishing his treatment, he was transferred to Long Bay Correctional Centre to continue serving his sentence. On August 9, 2019, Milat was transferred to a secure treatment unit at Prince of Wales Hospital again. He passed away on October 27th at 4:07 a.m. from esophageal and stomach cancers in the hospital wing of Long Bay Correctional Centre. Before he passed away, Milat wrote a letter to his family asking the NSW government to pay for his funeral. The NSW Minister for Corrections, Anthony Roberts, turned down the request. Instead, his body was cremated, and the costs will be fully reimbursed from his prison account. In a statement, NSW police said that in Milat's final days, their officers visited him 8 times in prison and the hospital in an attempt to get him to confess. However, Milat did not confess. The police statement said that they used different tactics each time, including different combinations of detectives and taped interviews with the victim's family. However, Milat didn't provide any new information to the police during his interrogation. Although he never made a formal confession after his death, he is said to have previously admitted to his mother, who was close to him, that he was responsible for the backpacker murders. Milat was charged with 7 murders, but the police thought he might have been involved in more than that. In 1993, Task Force Air started looking into the unsolved deaths and disappearances of young people across the state. They compared Milat's known way of working and the victims he targeted to these cases. Based on the striking similarities in the way he operated, Task Force Commander Clive Small concluded that the 3 unsolved murders were probably committed by Milat. On February 26, 1971, 20-year-old Karen Rowland drove to a motel in Canberra with her sister. They both drove different cars, and a few hours later, her sister arrived at her destination while she disappeared. Later that night, her car was found on a remote back road. Milat supposedly bragged to a colleague about murdering someone and burying the body under a bush while working in Liverpool. On May 3, 1971, Karen's remains were found 15 meters from the sidewalk at the air crash memorial at Fairborn Pines Plantation, near Canberra, her cause of death unknown. Peter Letcher, an 18-year-old unemployed youth, disappeared while hitchhiking back to his parents' home in Bathurst on November 13, 1987. His remains were found on January 21, 1988, by bushwalkers on a woodland trail near the Jenolan Caves tourist attraction. His body was found lying face up in a small ditch filled with leaves and branches, with a handcuff on his hand. He had been shot 5 times in the head and stabbed repeatedly in the back. Milat's ex-wife said that a few days before Letcher disappeared, he took her on a trip to the Jenolan National Forest to see a dirt road and a pine plantation. On September 6, 1991, Diane Pinocchio, 29-year-old, went to the Lake George Hotel in Bendale. Before she left, she told a friend that she planned to hitchhike back to Quimbine. She left the motel by herself and started walking towards the King's Highway around 11 p.m. On November 13, 1991, 2 Forestry Commission employees found a person wrapped in pine boughs and lying face down in the Turrigonda State Forest, about 40 kilometers south of Bingandoor, in southwest of Canberra. It was Pinocchio. She was wearing just her underwear and pants. She'd also suffered a spinal cord injury, which meant that even if she hadn't died, she'd have been completely paralyzed. In November 2010, Matthew, Milat's grandson, and his friend Cohen Klein attacked 17-year-old David Alkterloni in Belonglo State Forest. Matthew used a double-headed axe, and Cohen recorded the attack on his cell phone. They were sentenced to 43 and 32 years in prison, respectively, for murder in 2012. On July 18, 2005, Milat's former lawyer John Marsden made a statement at the end of his life, claiming that Milat, with the help of his sister Shirley Sawyer, had killed 2 British backpackers who, if nothing else, may have been Walters and Clark. Herbert Richard Baumeister, behind his identity as a businessman, also hides the dark side of an unconvicted American serial killer. His violent, antisocial behavior and multiple personality disorder cast a shadow over his mental world. As a bisexual man, he has a wonderful family and a thoughtful wife who chooses to remain steadfastly by his side even though he suffers from schizophrenia. However, in unseen moments, he frequented gay bars, not only for the thrill of it, but also to pick out some victims to target for his murders. He would lure those victims to his home under various pretexts, then drug them with alcohol and take them to the basement of the house when they passed out. There, he used various brutal means to end their lives. After the incident, the police found video cameras in his house, which made it seem like he recorded the murders and watched them over and over again in the dead of night, or even sold them to other evil people. On top of that, the police thought he might have killed more than a dozen other people in the rural area between Indiana and Ohio along Interstate 70. But after he killed himself, all the clues disappeared like smoke, leaving only an endless mystery and mourning for those innocent lives. On April 7, 1947, an anesthesiologist and his wife had their first kid, Herbert, in an Indianapolis hospital. His childhood isn't documented a lot, but he shouldn't be described as if he had a normal, peaceful life. For one thing, he lived in an area that was very chaotic, had frequent violent crime, and as we all know, it's basically impossible for a child who grows up the usual way to act antisocially when they reach puberty. As a teenager, Herbert did a bunch of shocking things. There were reports that his classmates found out about his interest in dead animals, and on one occasion he even snuck a dead crow onto his teacher's desk. On top of that, one of the things he would often ponder on was his desire to experience what it would be like to taste human urine. There were also rumors that he showed very strong disruptive tendencies, not just disrupting the classroom, but also urinating on the teacher's desk. So his parents got a call from the school, and then his dad took him to see a bunch of psychiatrists. During that time, he did a bunch of psychiatric evaluations and was diagnosed with schizophrenia. Some of the psychiatrists thought he might have multiple personality disorder, but he didn't get any more treatment, which is weird because people with schizophrenia have a distorted idea of reality. They have delusions and hallucinations and disorganized behaviors, and they need lifelong therapy to control themselves. Because of all this, in high school he was virtually, and no one wanted to touch him. Herbert enrolled at Indiana University in 1965, but dropped out after just one semester because of a mental health issue. In 1967, he returned to Indiana University, this time with his father's support, and studied anatomy. There, he also met his future wife, Juliana Sater, who was a part-time student and also held a career as a high school journalism teacher. They had the same interests and really conservative political views, so they started dating. They later got married in November 1971, but 6 months later, his dad sent him to the loony bin for 2 months because he had another psychotic break. Juliana said her husband was hurting inside and he needed help and companionship, so she'd always be there for him. They had 3 kids together, and Juliana later said that in more than 25 years of marriage, they'd only had sex 6 times, and she'd never seen Herbert naked. After graduating, Herbert did a bunch of odd jobs, and he still acted very strangely. At the time, he got a job with the Indiana Department of Motor Vehicles. His coworkers there called him eccentric, arrogant, and aggressive, and he was known to sarcastically greet other staff members. One year, he sent his coworkers a Christmas card with a picture of him and another man, both dressed in holiday attire, so they whispered behind his back that he was a lunatic and a closet homosexual. But despite all that office gossip, he was promoted to become the program director. Unfortunately, his mental health issues got the better of him, and he was fired from his job after peeing in a letter to the governor of Indiana. In 1985, Herbert became a father of 3 young children, and Juliana became a full-time mom. But when he was fired from the Department of Motor Vehicles, Juliana returned to her job, and he took over the care of the home and children. In September, Herbert was caught drunk driving by the police, and 6 months later he was charged with stealing a friend's car and conspiracy to commit larceny. But because he suffered from mental illness, he went unpunished, and in the meantime he frequented a number of gay bars. In some time, he got a job at a thrift store, and he realized that this way of running a store had the potential to make money. While working there, he studied how it was done and imitated it, until, in 1988, he took a $4,000 loan from his mother and opened his own thrift store. By the time the first store started making a lot of money, Herbert gave some of the profits to a local charity, the Children's Bureau of Indianapolis. And then, pretending to work with the charity, he made more money and splurged on an 18-acre mansion called Fox Hollow Farms, which had an indoor swimming pool, and also opened a second thrift store. Herbert's murder case is so complex that it requires a 2-part narrative. The first part involves a serial killer who committed a number of murders on Interstate 70 in Indiana and Ohio between 1980 and 1991. These murders are collectively known as the I-70 Strangler cases. Michael Sean Petrie, a 15-year-old who worked as a prostitute, was reported missing on June 7, 1980. He had been hanging out in gay bars for a lot of his life, and 3 days later, witnesses said they saw him leaving in someone else's car in another part of town. 6 days later, his body was found on the outskirts of Hamilton County, Indiana. An autopsy revealed that the cause of death was confirmed as strangulation, and that no drugs or alcohol were detected in his blood. This suggests that he most likely died a slow death in a fully conscious state. Morris Allan Taylor, 22-year-old, a homeless man living in the boiler room of an Indianapolis apartment building who, due to financial difficulties, offered sex outside of surrounding gay bars, was found on July 21, 1982, his half-naked body in Weasel Creek in rural Hamilton County, Indiana. His body remained unidentified for 8 months after its discovery, because his mother was hospitalized for mental health issues at the time of his disappearance. Delvoyd Lee Baker, 14-year-old, who had been offering sex at gay bars for $20 to $23 a night for the 3 months prior to his death, was found half-naked on October 3, 1982, near a river in Hamilton County, Indiana. As police investigated his death, his parents revealed that he had ridden his bike downtown the night he disappeared and called home at 10:30 p.m. telling them he would be home late because he planned to go to the movies. One witness said that on the night of October 2nd, he got into a blue van driven by a young white man with a thick beard. Michael Andrew Riley, 22-year-old, disappeared without a trace on May 28, 1983, after a night out. 8 days later, his body was found in a ditch in Hancock County, southeast of Greenfield. A witness said he'd been with an unidentified man and left the nightclub with him. 15 years later, a local resident contacted the police, claiming Herbert was the man. Eric Allan Rotker, 17-year-old, was reported missing on May 7, 1985, and his parents said he was supposed to go to interviews for summer jobs that day, but he didn't show up to any. One witness said they saw him at a bus stop early that morning, but instead of waiting for a bus, he got into a car that passed by. A few days later, his half-naked body was found near a stream in rural Preble County, east of Lewisburg, Ohio. An autopsy revealed burn marks on his left shoulder, and the cause of death was strangulation. Michael Allen Glenn, 29-year-old, lived apart from his parents. He lived alone in a trailer park in suburban Indianapolis and worked odd jobs every day to make ends meet. His body was found in a ditch near Eaton, Ohio, on August 15, 1986. He was wearing only a pair of underpants, and the cause of death was also strangulation. However, due to technological limitations, his identity was not confirmed until several years later through fingerprint matching. James Boyd Robbins Jr., 21-year-old, went missing around 10 p.m. on October 15, 1987, after leaving his mom's place and heading out on the road. 2 days later, his half-naked body was found in a ditch in rural Shelby County. During the investigation, 2 witnesses gave conflicting information. One said he saw a red Jeep Wrangler Renegade near the scene of the crime, while the other said it was a Chevrolet Blazer. In May 1989, Jean Paul Talbot's body was found near a stream in Defiance County, Ohio, and like the other victims, the cause of death was strangulation. Stephen Lynn Elliott, 26-year-old, who left his home and started working as a sex worker in 1979 after coming out as gay and getting hooked on booze, was found half-naked in the countryside near Interstate 70 in Preble County on August 12, 1989, and his cause of death was strangulation. On August 14, 1990, Clay Russell Boatman, a 32-year-old nurse practitioner, disappeared after leaving his apartment to go to a local gay bar. His body was found in a ditch near Eaton, Ohio, by a group of kids. In interviews with the media, his family denied that he was gay. Thomas Ray Clevenger Jr. grew up in an impoverished neighborhood and relied on providing sex in local gay bars to earn a living. On September 6, 1990, at the age of 18, he mysteriously disappeared. His half-naked body was later found on an abandoned railroad track near Greenville, Ohio. After his death, his family denied his status as a sex worker and refused to accept the results of the police investigation. On August 6, 1991, the body of Otto Gary Becker, a 42-year-old nurse practitioner, was found in a ditch next to a gravel road in rural Henry County, Indiana. While investigating his murder, police identified several witnesses who claimed to have seen him and another male traveling north on Interstate 70 near Indianapolis. When the witnesses were brought to the police station, the police showed them pictures of various criminals convicted of kidnapping and murder in the state, but none of them looked like the alleged kidnapper, who was also the last victim on Interstate 70. A lot of people who know about the case say that because Herbert bought the mansion at Fox Hollow Farm, his murders were moved there. So the rest of the story is all about the mansion. In 1994, Herbert's son was playing in the backyard when he found a complete, partially buried human skeleton. He told his mom about it, and Herbert said it was his father's, an anesthesiologist, doing some dissection during a study. He then said he found it while cleaning out the garage and decided to bury it there. Meanwhile, a detective named Virgil Vandegrift shows up. He used to be a sheriff's deputy, but after he retired, he opened a private investigation clinic that focused on missing persons cases. In June 1994, the mother of 28-year-old Allan Broussard contacted Virgil, and she asked him to look into her son's disappearance. Since her son was gay, the police didn't take the case seriously, so she had to come to Virgil. She said that her son had been on his way to a gay bar the night he disappeared, but that she had questioned the bar's management and that her son had not been there. A week later, Virgil was approached by another client whose son had also disappeared. The client was a 32-year-old gay man named Roger Goodlett, who had also disappeared after going to a gay bar. Since the two cases were so similar, both in terms of age, looks, sexual orientation, and basically how they disappeared, Virgil decided to work on both cases at the same time. He first contacted Roger and Allan's friends, co-workers, and people who frequented the gay bar, and then distributed posters with Roger and Allan's pictures on them. A few days later, someone said they'd seen Roger get into a blue car with Ohio license plates the night he disappeared. Meanwhile, the publisher of a gay magazine contacted Virgil to tell him about the serial murders on Interstate 70 that the police were investigating because the victims were gay. So Virgil figured these weren't just any disappearances, but a serial murder. So he tried to get the police department to take Roger and Allan's disappearance seriously. But everyone was pretty negative about homosexuality, and the police officers weren't any better. They weren't into investigating cases in the gay community. So Virgil's investigation was stuck until one of Roger's friends got in touch with him. This guy, Tony, said he was sure he'd seen the guy responsible for Roger's disappearance that night. He went to the police and the FBI, but they didn't take him seriously. That's why he found Virgil. He says he met a strange guy at a gay club that night, and the guy didn't talk to anyone else or drink, but he kept looking at a poster with Roger's picture on it. He thinks this guy could have something to do with Roger's disappearance, so he goes over and introduces himself and has a conversation. The man says his name is Brian Smart, a landscaper who's in Ohio working on a garden for a local mansion. Tony asks him if he knows Roger, but Smart says no. He's just curious about the poster. As the late night went on, Smart said that the house he was working on was huge and had a swimming pool where he currently lived. Since the owner wasn't home, he invited Tony to hang out there, saying they could use the pool and do some fun things. Tony agreed to the invitation, and then Smart took him to the mansion in a Buick with Ohio license plates. Virgil asked what part of the country the house was in, but Tony explained that he wasn't sure exactly where the house was because he didn't know the area very well. He just remembered the car driving around for a long time, and that it was a suburb that seemed to be in a pasture, and that there was a wooden sign hanging at the entrance with a couple of words on it, and one of them was farm. Tony said they went in through the side door, and he was shocked to see trash all over the place, like an abandoned house that hadn't been cleaned. Then they went to the pool area, which was weird and had a bunch of mannequins, like it was set up for a party, which was creepy. Smart seemed to know the place well, though. He went straight to the liquor cabinet and got Tony a drink, but Tony said he wasn't feeling it, so said no. Then the vibe got pretty awkward. Smart made an excuse to leave, but came back 10 minutes later. He got all worked up, acting like he'd been doing something shady, and started flirting with Tony in a weird way, talking about some kind of masturbation move called autoerotic asphyxiation. Tony grabbed a hose and started strangling Smart like he asked, even as he masturbated, which looked like he was enjoying it. When he was done, Smart said it was his turn. Tony wasn't interested, but when Smart was using the hose to strangle him, he realized that Smart was using so much force that it looked like he was trying to strangle him. So Tony pretended to faint and said he wanted to see what Smart was trying to do. When Smart saw Tony in a coma, he looked pretty freaked out, dropped the hose, and started searching for something. Tony, realizing something was off, faked waking up because he was afraid that if he waited until Smart got a knife, he'd actually be killed. When Smart saw that Tony was awake, he got a panicked look on his face and claimed he didn't mean to do that. Tony didn't say anything and just asked Smart to take him home. Before they went their separate ways, Smart also asked to meet Tony the following week. When he finished the story, he told Virgil he was scared. Virgil thought about it for a while. He then said that Smart's actions did seem like he was trying to kill him just because he was so big. And the drink could have had a hypnotic drug in it, so if he had drank it, he could have been strangled for real. Virgil was starting to think Smart was up to something, so he asked Tony to keep the date going with Smart while he got some people to watch over Tony, but Smart never showed up again until it was time for the date to start. The investigation has hit a wall, so Virgil goes back to the local police for help. This time, he finds Mary Wilson, a detective who's been working with missing persons for years. They'd worked together for ages, so they knew each other pretty well. Mary drove Tony right away, and they wandered around the neighborhood trying to find the house from that night, but even though a whole year had passed, Virgil and Mary hadn't been able to find the house that Tony had described, and they weren't even close to finding any sign of Roger and Allan. It wasn't until August 1995 that Tony gave them a new lead when he contacted Virgil and claimed that he had seen Smart again and had taken down his license plate number. Then, after Mary got the plate number, she checked the police database and found that it belonged to a local businessman named Herbert. So she started investigating him. The more she looked into him, the more she and Virgil agreed that he was the killer because he had a bunch of mental illnesses and antisocial behaviors, which are exactly what expect from a serial killer. So Mary and Virgil head to Herbert's thrift store and try to get him to let them search his place, but he refuses and tells them to go talk to his lawyer. But they're not about to give up. Instead, they find Juliana and try to get her to help them. However, Juliana, who's still in love with her husband at this point, is convinced that Herbert can't be a criminal, so she also refuses their request. Rebuffed, Mary has to go to the police department to obtain a search warrant, but she is again rebuffed because she has too little evidence to prove Herbert is a killer at all, and because Herbert has a good reputation in the area for working with charities on a regular basis. But time is on Mary's side, and since Herbert opened his second thrift store, his business has become dismal, and charities have ended their work with him. His mental illness has also once again spiraled out of control. His behavior has become erratic. He treats Juliana like a subordinate and often yells at her for no apparent reason. To escape, Juliana has to spend weekends with her children at her mother-in-law's apartment, and she was contemplating getting a lawyer to file for a divorce from Herbert. At this point, Mary once again approaches Juliana for permission to search, and Juliana is reminded of the human skeleton her son found in the grove in 1994, so she grants Mary's request to search. On June 24, 1996, with Juliana's permission, Mary entered the house at Fox Hollow Farm with 3 Hamilton County police officers, who walked around on the garden where the skeleton had been found earlier, and then found what looked like white pebbles in a patch of grass. And apparently, with a good eye, they decided that it was definitely not rocks, but more like bones. A few days later, after a forensic examination, those bones were human bones, so the police sent more investigators to continue the search around the house, and they searched the garden, and eventually found almost 10,000 human bones, which, according to estimates at the time, were the remains of 11 victims. Juliana, as you can imagine, went through a lot. Part of the reason she was able to give her consent to the police to launch a search was because her husband was visiting his mother with their children. But it turned out that the police literally dug up the victims' bones in the house, which meant that the safety of her children was out of control. And she wasn't sure that her husband had seen the news on the television because by this time their home had made local news headlines. But Herbert didn't show up, her kids were safe, and he was the only one who disappeared. On July 3rd, a week after Juliana let the police into the house and search it, police in Ontario, Canada, found Herbert's body. He had shot himself, and he left a 3-page suicide note. In the note, he didn't say whether he'd been involved in the murder or not. Instead, he explained that he had chosen to kill himself because of the failure of his marriage and business, and not because of the revelation of his murderous crimes. The victims located at Fox Hollow Farm have not been fully identified to this day. When the Hamilton County Sheriff's Department called for people to come in and take the DNA test to help identify the victims. But it was known that homosexuality was not recognized in those days. So, as of January 2024, forensic examiners are also still struggling to identify some of the victims, especially since by 2022, the police had discovered more suspected burial sites for the victims. Herbert, the culprit, chose to take his own life, but there was also no mention at all in his suicide note of the murders he committed, so the full story is not clear to anyone. Aileen Wuornos became a name that struck fear across America in the late 20th century. Her criminal career spanned just 1 year, from 1989 to 1990, but in that short time, she carried out a series of chilling murders on the roads of Florida. Her method was simple yet highly deceptive. She'd stand by the road acting like she needed a ride and lure in some unsuspecting guy with a car. Sitting in the car, she'd chat with them, making them feel relaxed. When they got to a secluded spot, she'd pull out a gun and shoot them coldly. Then she'd ditch them on the side of the road or in the woods and drive off in their cars. Most of her victims were regular, middle-class guys who probably never thought that the seemingly helpless woman they picked up would turn out to be a killer. During her trial, she claimed she acted in self-defense, saying those men had tried to rape and harm her. Just before her execution, in what seemed like a moment of madness, she left behind a cryptic statement. I would just like to say I'm sailing with the Rock, and I'll be back like Independence Day with Jesus, June 6th, like the movie, Big Mothership and all. I'll be back. Aileen was born in Rochester, Michigan, on February 29, 1956, into a life of hardship. Just 2 months before she was born, her mom divorced her dad. After the divorce, Aileen and her brother were left to live with their mother in a tiny, run-down room, and their mom was just 16, had no steady job, and could not really take of them. In January 1960, As Eileen approached her 4th birthday, instead of receiving a gift, she was suddenly abandoned by her mother without warning. The 2 children were handed over to their maternal grandparents, a Finnish-American couple who legally adopted them, but this new home was far from a safe haven. Her grandparents were heavy drinkers, and their days were consumed by alcohol and arguments, and they often resorted to violence against the children. Eileen's childhood was marked by abuse and sexual assault. Her grandfather frequently subjected her to physical and sexual abuse, even forcing her to undress before beating her. But in 1992, her uncle claimed that her grandfather had never abused her. Some experts think that Eileen's criminal behavior was linked to her psychopathic personality and psychological trauma. She was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder and antisocial personality disorder, both of which are largely rooted in the sexual abuse she endured as a child and her later involvement in sex work. When Eileen was 11, she started doing sexual things with boys at school in exchange for cigarettes. Even more shockingly, her own brother was involved, having sexual contact with her. That same year, her father was sentenced to life in prison for kidnapping and sexually assaulting a 7-year-old girl. Although she had never met him, her father's crimes only added to the chaos and brokenness of her childhood. In 1970, at the age of 14, Eileen became pregnant after a long period of sexual abuse by family and friends. Just a year earlier, her father had killed himself in prison because he was mentally unstable. On March 23, 1971, she gave birth to a boy at a welfare facility. The father's identity was unknown, and the child was eventually put up for adoption. For this kid, leaving this shattered family was likely the best outcome. A few months later, Eileen's grandmother passed away from liver failure caused by years of heavy drinking. And her grandfather kicked her out of the house, forcing her to drop out of school and begin a life of homelessness. She ended up wandering the woods near her hometown, surviving by continuing to engage in sex work. This cycle of homelessness and desperation pushed her further into a life of crime. On May 27, 1974, at the age of 18, Eileen was arrested in Jefferson County, Colorado, on charges including drunk driving, disorderly conduct, and firing a gun from a moving vehicle. Later, she faced additional charges for failing to appear in court. By this time, her temper had grown increasingly volatile. 2 years later, Eileen hitchhiked to Florida, where she met 69-year-old Louis Gratz-Fell, the president of a yacht club. They quickly married, and their wedding even made the local newspaper. She was after his money, while he was drawn to her youthful energy. However, their happiness was short-lived. Just a few weeks later, Eileen was arrested for assaulting someone in a bar and beating Fell with a cane. Fell obtained a restraining order against her. After returning to Michigan, Eileen was arrested again on July 14, 1976, at the Bunny Club in Mansalona, for throwing a cue ball at a bartender's head and causing a disturbance. On July 17th, her biological brother died of esophageal cancer. As the beneficiary of his life insurance, she received $10,000. 4 days later, Fell filed for divorce, citing the restraining order. For Eileen, $10,000 was a significant sum of money, but as the saying goes, people often lose wealth that exceeds their ability to manage it, and Eileen was no exception. Within 2 months, she had squandered the entire amount on luxury items and a new car, which she later destroyed. In 1978, at the age of 22, Eileen shot herself in the abdomen in an attempt to end her life, but once again, she survived. In fact, between the ages of 14 and 22, she had attempted suicide 6 times, each time without success. On May 20, 1981, Eileen was arrested in Edgewater, Florida, for armed robbery of a convenience store. She stole $35 and 2 packs of cigarettes. Then she was sentenced to prison on May 4, 1982, and was released on June 30, 1983. A year after her release, Eileen was arrested again for attempting to pass a forged check at a bank in Key West. On November 30, 1985, she was named a suspect in a revolver and ammunition theft case in Pasco County. By this point, her criminal activities were escalating, ranging from sex work and assault to armed robbery, fraud, and gun theft. On January 4, 1986, Eileen was arrested in Miami for car theft, resisting arrest, and obstruction of justice. Police also found a .38 caliber revolver and a box of ammunition in the stolen car. On June 2nd, a Volusia County deputy sheriff detained her for questioning after a male companion accused her of pulling a gun on him in his car and demanding $200. Police later discovered a .22 pistol under the passenger seat where she had been sitting. In 1986, 30-year-old Allan met 24-year-old Tyria Moore, a motel maid, at a gay bar called Zodiac in Daytona Beach. Allan fell deeply in love with her, and the two quickly moved in together. She continued to engage in sex work to support them both. On July 4, 1987, Daytona Beach police detained Allan and Moore at a bar for allegedly assaulting someone with a beer bottle. On March 12, 1988, Allan accused a Daytona Beach bus driver of assaulting her, claiming he had pushed her off the bus after a confrontation. Moore was a witness to the incident. In this era, American society was mostly negative towards homosexuality, especially lesbians, who were often labeled as morally corrupt or mentally unbalanced. For Allan and Moore, this was an insurmountable societal barrier. During her trial, Allan once said, "This is a love beyond words. No earthly language can describe what I feel for Moore." Even up to her execution, she maintained that she loved Moore. In just 1 year, Allan murdered 7 men, all of whom were drivers between the ages of 40 and 65. During her trial, she said, "I did what I did, but I'm the one being executed. They violently raped me, and I had to beg for my life." However, only the families of the victims truly knew what kind of men their fathers or husbands had been. Richard Charles Mallory, 51-year-old, was the owner of an electronics store in Clearwater, Florida, and Allan's first victim. On November 30th, 1989, Mallory encountered Allan and tragically lost his life. She claimed that he drove her to a remote area where he beat, raped, and sexually assaulted her. Allan insisted that she killed him in self-defense. It's worth noting that Mallory had previously been convicted of attempted rape in Maryland. 2 days after the murder, a deputy sheriff in Volusia County discovered Mallory's car. On December 13th, his body was found in a wooded area several miles away. The autopsy revealed that he had been shot multiple times, with 2 bullets striking his left lung, which was the direct cause of his death. David Andrew Spears, 47-year-old, was a construction worker from Winter Garden, Florida. On May 19, 1990, he was reported missing. 2 weeks later, his body was discovered along a highway in Citrus County, a scene that was both shocking and grim. The autopsy revealed that Spears had been shot 6 times, all from a .22 caliber handgun, which directly caused his death. Charles Edmund Carskadden, 40-year-old, worked part-time as a rodeo cowboy. He went missing on May 31, 1990, after meeting Allan. A few days later, his body was found in Pasco County, Florida. The autopsy showed he'd been shot 9 times, all from a .22 caliber gun. What was really disturbing was that his body was wrapped in an electric blanket and was already badly decomposed. Witnesses also said they saw Allan driving his car, and she'd sold a gun confirmed to be his to a local pawn shop. Peter Abraham Seams, 65-year-old, was a retired sailor. In June 1990, he left Jupiter, Florida, planning to drive to Arkansas, but he never arrived. On July 4, 1990, his car was found in Orange Springs, Florida. Despite a huge search, his body was never found. Troy Eugene Burris, 50-year-old, was a sausage salesman from Ocala, Florida. He disappeared on July 31, 1990. A few days later, his body was found in the woods along State Road 19 in Marion County, Florida. The autopsy showed he'd been shot twice, and that's what killed him. Charles Richard Humphreys, 56-year-old, was a retired Air Force major who'd also worked as a child abuse investigator and police chief. He went missing on September 11, 1990, after meeting Allan. His body was found the next day in Marion County, Florida. The autopsy showed he'd been shot 7 times in the head and chest. His car was later found in Sewanee County. Walter Gino Antonio, 61-year-old, was a truck driver, security guard, and part-time cop. On November 19, 1990, his body was found near a logging road in Dixie County, Florida. He was almost naked, and the autopsy showed he'd been shot 4 times. 5 days later, his car was found in Brevard County. His murder was the last in Allan's string of killings. On July 4, 1990, Allan and Moore were involved in a car accident while driving Seams's vehicle. Although they abandoned the car at the scene, a woman witnessed the incident. Unsure of what had happened but aware of the news reports about Seams's murder and his missing car, she reported what she saw to the police. Later, investigators discovered some of the victim's belongings at a pawn shop. The receipt found there had fingerprints that matched those left in Seams's car. Coincidentally, Allan had a prior criminal record in Florida, and her fingerprints were already in the police database. Since Seams was the 4th victim in this series of murders, The police concluded that Allan, who had been driving his car, couldn't possibly be uninvolved in the case. On January 9, 1991, Allan was arrested at the Last Resort Biker Bar in Volusia County. At the time, the police had issued a warrant under the name Lori Grody, one of the aliases Allan used to hide her true identity. She frequently used different fake names to avoid being tracked by law enforcement, so when she was arrested under this name, she was completely caught off guard, thinking it was only for a minor charge. The next day, the police located Moore in Pennsylvania. They pressured her, warning that she could receive immunity from prosecution if she cooperated with the investigation and provided testimony. She then returned to Florida with the police. Before the trial began, she was placed in a motel. Because Allan was deeply in love with her, when Moore followed the police's instructions and pleaded with Allan to help clear her name, Allan confessed to the murders just 3 days later. In November, something completely unexpected happened. A 44-year-old woman named Arlene Prale legally adopted Allan through formal proceedings. She was a horse farm owner and a devout Christian. In January 1991, she had seen Allan's photo in the newspaper and felt a powerful sense of purpose. She believed it was God's calling and decided to help this woman who had been cast aside by society. Prale stated that she wanted to give Allan a sense of family warmth and show her that someone truly cared. She firmly believed Allan was misunderstood. On January 14, 1992, Allan went on trial for the murder of Mallory. Typically, past criminal records aren't admissible in criminal trials. But under Florida's Williams rule, the prosecution was allowed to introduce evidence related to her other crimes to demonstrate a pattern of unlawful behavior. 2 weeks later, with Moore's testimony aiding the case, Allan was convicted of Mallory's murder. During sentencing, defense psychiatrists testified that she was mentally unstable, diagnosing her with borderline personality disorder and antisocial personality disorder. 4 days later, she was sentenced to death in the Mallory case. In fact, Allan's defense team had worked tirelessly during the trial to present evidence showing that Mallory had previously been convicted of attempted rape in Maryland and had served time in a maximum security correctional facility for sex offenders. They argued that Mallory, the victim, had strong antisocial tendencies and tried hard to exonerate Allan. However, the judge rejected these arguments as evidence and denied their request for a retrial. Allan told the judge, "I want to admit to you that Mallory did violently rape me, as I said, but the others did not, they just wanted to." Over the next year, Allan was sentenced to death 5 times for the murders of Humphreys, Burris, Spears, Charles, and Antonio. Since Seams's body was never found, Allan was ultimately sentenced to death 6 times in total. She was then held in the Women's Death Row Unit at Broward Correctional Institution under the Florida Department of Corrections before being transferred to Florida State Prison to await execution. In 1996, Allan's appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court was denied. 5 years later, in a petition to the Florida Supreme Court, she stated her intention to fire her legal counsel and terminate all pending appeals. She wrote, "I killed those men, robbed them, and was as cold as ice. I'd do it again. There's no chance of keeping me alive or anything because I'd kill again. I have hate crawling through my system. I'm one of those people who hates human life. I'd kill again." She also said, "I'm so sick of hearing she's crazy. I've been evaluated so many times. I'm sane, I'm rational, and I'm trying to tell the truth. I'm a person who hates human life intensely, and I'd kill again." She claimed that all 7 men had either raped or attempted to rape her while she was working as a prostitute, but she later withdrew her self-defense claims, stating she killed them to rob them and avoid leaving witnesses. She explained that she withdrew the self-defense argument because she had already spent 10 years in prison and couldn't bear it any longer. She wanted to die. Although her lawyers argued that she wasn't mentally competent to make such a request, Allan insisted she knew what she was doing, and a court-appointed panel of psychiatrists supported her claim. On October 9, 2002, Allan was executed by lethal injection. She declined a last meal, opting only for a cup of coffee. Her final words were, "I would just like to say I'm sailing with the Rock and I'll be back like Independence Day with Jesus, June 6th, like the movie, big mothership and all. I'll be back." At 9:47 a.m. Eastern Time, Allan was pronounced dead. She was the second woman executed in Florida and the 10th in the United States since the Supreme Court reinstated the death penalty in 1976. After her death, Allan's body was cremated, and her ashes were scattered under a tree in her hometown in Michigan by a childhood friend. Kenneth Allan McDuff was a notorious American serial killer who spent his life mired in sociopathy and violence. His methods of murder were extremely brutal, with shooting and strangulation being his usual methods. However, torturing his victims was the only way to satisfy his perverted desires. He is also known as the Broomstick Killer, due to the fact that in his first serial murder, he strangled a female victim with a broomstick. On March 21, 1946, in a hospital in the small town of Rosebud, Texas, a couple welcomed their fifth child, whom they named Kenneth. The town of Rosebud is sparsely populated, with just over 1,000 permanent residents. Kenneth's family is undoubtedly one of the more affluent in the area, with his father working in the construction industry as a concrete processor, and the building boom in Texas in the 1960s made his father's business extremely profitable. His mother, on the other hand, ran a self-service laundromat in the town, which also did very well. Kenneth grew up with a lot of attention and pampering from his family, where he didn't have to take on any responsibilities or follow any code of conduct. But the strangest of all is his mother and three sisters, who treat Kenneth as if he was a god, doting on him and indulging him without any boundaries. Kenneth's mom is quite the aggressive person. She's tall and known in the town for her tough, domineering temper. With such a mother, Kenneth often took pleasure in bullying his classmates and intimidating his teachers at school because he believed that no matter what wrong he committed, his mom would step in and help him out. Once, when Kenneth was punished at school, his mother rushed to the school with a pistol in her hand to defend him, so she became known as the gun-toting mom. The cause of his violent behavior is not only his mother's overindulgence, but also the influence of his older brother, Lonnie, who is the real troublemaker in the family. With his violent temper and bad behavior, and once he even took out a knife to threaten the principal, so that in his daily contact, Kenneth follows his example and gradually becomes violent. Kenneth's sixth-grade teacher mentioned something strange in an interview. At the time, she called Kenneth into the office to ask why he was always getting into trouble. Kenneth just sat quietly on his stool without saying a word, and no matter what the teacher asked him, he didn't respond at all. He just sat there looking down, avoiding eye contact with the teacher, which she thought was strange because it was extremely unusual for a young boy. In the school's IQ test, Kenneth scored a 92. In fact, he wasn't the smartest student in the class, but he was passionate about catching the attention of others. For example, when the test results came out, if he got the lowest score in the class, he'd make sure everyone knew about it. He'd even make bad jokes just to show that he didn't care about his grades. In 8th grade, Kenneth's arrogance, which had been encouraged by his family, was completely crushed. At the time, he had a very bad reputation at school and was largely disliked. So he decided to challenge Tommy, who was one of the most popular boys in the school. Kenneth felt that if he could beat Tommy, it would gain him a lot of respect. He wanted people's attention and recognition. Tommy was a jock and had a very humble personality. That day, Kenneth purposely bumped into him in the hallway and kept insulting him and calling him a hypocrite. Tommy was so aggravated that he couldn't stand it anymore and agreed to Kenneth's challenge. They arranged to fight by the drainage ditch after school. Word spread quickly throughout the school that the school's most popular and least popular students were going to fight. So as soon as the bell rang, a large group of people gathered around to watch. But the fight only lasted a few minutes because, although Kenneth was big, he wasn't strong and hadn't been trained to do anything more than bite. But Tommy worked out every day and was so strong that he easily knocked Kenneth into the drain. From that day on, Kenneth was quiet. He never bothered his classmates or got into any annoying pranks. After a few months, he couldn't stand the strange looks from the people around him. He dropped out of school and then went to work for his father doing some manual labor. Perhaps because Kenneth worked for his father for several years, he became bolder and bolder, which led him to dare to commit serious crimes at the age of 18. It was one night in 1964 when Kenneth was drunk and feeling sexual urges. He sneaked into a house and raped a woman. To make sure she didn't call the police, he took a knife and slit her throat, then dumped her in a drainage ditch. When he got home, he told Lonnie what had happened. Lonnie was totally cool about it and told him to go to bed and forget about it. And the victim didn't die after being dumped in the gutter. She was rushed to the hospital for resuscitation in a very short time. Some people say that after Kenneth raped her, she got pregnant and gave birth to the baby. A few weeks later, Kenneth was arrested for burglary, but not the rape of a woman and attempted murder. He was charged with 12 counts of burglary and attempted burglary and sentenced to 12 four-year prison terms, or a total of 48 years. However, after serving just under a year of his sentence, his application for parole was approved. At this point, Kenneth's heart goes through some subtle changes as he believes he has become more emboldened and doesn't give a damn about the law because he not only committed a dozen burglaries, but even raped and murdered a woman, but was paroled after only a year in prison. So he started getting involved in some of the crazy schemes he came up with, targeting some of the thinner and more timid people. One of them was Roydale Green, an employee of Kenneth's father who lived with his mother. Once, Kenneth showed some of his cruel pranks in Green's mother's bedroom, including nailing a girl to the floor and inserting a syringe filled with hot water into her body. Green was 2 years younger than Kenneth and lacked much life experience, so he was easily mesmerized by Kenneth's stories of sadistic sex. Kenneth also bragged that he had raped and strangled a couple of women. He told him that killing a woman was as easy as killing a chicken, which he wasn't too convinced of until a few months later when an incident occurred. On August 6, 1966, Kenneth and Green were working at a construction site in Temple. They were pouring concrete that morning. When they finished the job, they cleaned up the site, and then Kenneth drove Green to Fort Worth in the new Dodge Charger his mother had given him when he got out of prison. Green has never been to Fort Worth, but since Kenneth worked there a couple of years before and said he knew some girls there, he's going to show Green the ropes. So the two of them are driving around Everman just south of Fort Worth, drinking beer and visiting friends, including a girl Kenneth met at church. That night, after dropping the girl off at home, Kenneth saw the girl he was looking for. She was pretty, wearing a red and white striped shirt and cut-off jeans and driving a 1955 Ford. She was standing near the baseball field talking to two boys. The three were Edna Sullivan, 16 years old, Robert Brand, 17 years old, who is Sullivan's boyfriend, and Mark Dunham, 15 years old, Robert's cousin, who was visiting relatives from California. At that time, Kenneth had a .38 caliber handgun in his hand and stepped out of the car to approach the three young teenagers, while Green sat quietly in the car looking them. Kenneth first demanded that the three young teenagers hand over their wallets and then proceeded to, he forced them, with the gun in his hand, to get into the trunk of the car and lock them in it. Kenneth then explained to Green, saying, "I was just going to rob them, but they all had a good look at my face, so I just had to kill them." Kenneth drove Sullivan's Ford slowly down the dark country roads while Green followed in Kenneth's Dodge. Green was still wondering if Kenneth really intended to hurt the hostages. About half an hour later, Kenneth took a side road into a field where he stopped the car and opened the trunk. He then said, "I want this young lady to come out," and grabbed Sullivan by the arm, pulling her out forcefully. Kenneth ordered Green to lock her in the trunk of the Dodge, and the two boys stayed in the trunk of the Ford, begging Kenneth to spare their lives. But Kenneth responded only with his actions. He raised his pistol to the boys' heads and pulled the trigger. Brand was shot twice in the head and died at the scene. His cousin Mark was shot 3 times and didn't die until Kenneth fired again. Green saw the gunfire and covered his ears and eyes. When he looked back, he saw Kenneth's expression, which seemed calm and content. It seemed to say, "What do you think so far, Green?" And then Kenneth parked the Ford next to the fence on the side road and left the scene with Green in the Dodge with a terrified Sullivan in the trunk. They drove away from the Johnson County line, heading south, and then stopped on a dirt road about 11 miles from where they had left the Ford and the two boys. Kenneth first opened the trunk and released Sullivan, who he ordered to remove her clothes. He then threw her into the back seat and raped her, violating her twice before he forced Green to do the same. Throughout this entire process, Green remembers only one thing Sullivan said: "I think you ripped something." Once Kenneth had let off some steam, he drove down a gravel road again. 10 minutes later, he pulled up at a side road and got out of the car to drag Sullivan to the front. He sat her down on the ground. Green wasn't sure what Kenneth was planning to do next, but he quickly saw Kenneth force Sullivan's head to the ground and then strangle her with a broom handle. Kenneth was holding her so tightly that his arms were bulging with veins, while Sullivan was flailing her arms and kicking her legs in an attempt to break free. Green was told to grab her legs, and when he did, Kenneth ended her life for good. They then dumped Sullivan's body in the bush next to the trail and drove home, stopping again on the way to bury the purses belonging to the two boys and then discarding their own blood-stained clothes as well. The next afternoon, while Green was driving around with a friend, the news about the murders came on the car's radio. He was so shaken up by the news that he immediately knew he had to tell someone what he knew. At the time, the murder was called the Broomstick Murders, which is where Kenneth got his nickname. Green eventually told the police what happened, even though he was involved in the murder, but he only got 25 years in prison because he became a key witness for the prosecution. Kenneth, on the other hand, was sentenced to death, But he was not executed because, in 1972, something happened that shocked the entire United States, and that was Furman v. Georgia case. To put it simply, one man was sentenced to death for murder and 2 others for sexual assault. They complained that the sentences were inconsistent with the 8th Amendment of the Constitution, which prohibits cruel and unusual punishment. At the time, the U.S. Supreme Court was unanimous in its opinion that the death penalty was unconstitutional in these cases. This led to a nationwide moratorium on executions, with 629 death row inmates having their death sentences commuted to life imprisonment. Kenneth was one of them. He then often applied for parole and also tried to bribe a parole member in 1981, but he was caught and sentenced to 2 years in prison for the bribe. Around 1986, overcrowding in prisons became an issue in Texas, so the governor of the state pressured. He asked the parole board to release 750 inmates a week. In 1989, 2 of the 3 parole board members decided that since Kenneth had started taking college classes, he was someone who could still contribute to society. They decided to grant Kenneth parole. When Kenneth was released from prison on October 11th, several young women in Central Texas went missing. They were found dead in almost the same manner, and it was suspected that Kenneth was responsible for their deaths. The first victim was Seraphia Minetta Parker, a 29-year-old sex worker. She was found in a remote field in Temple, Texas, on October 14th, which was the 3rd day after Kenneth's release from prison. Her autopsy report showed that she had many traces of being beaten and strangled. As the time approached, Kenneth was suspected of being the murderer. Denise Janine Mason was a 20-year-old sex worker whose body was found in Austin. Her autopsy report also showed signs of beatings and strangulation marks on her body, and Kenneth was considered a suspect in this case, but there was no definitive evidence to confirm that he was the killer. In July, Kenneth was sent back to prison for violating his parole, because he had been yelling racial slurs at a group of black teenagers and then chasing and threatening one of them with a knife. His mother paid more than $2,000 to pay off an attorney. So, on December 18th, he was released from prison again. On October 10th, 1991, 36-year-old Brenda Thompson disappeared in Waco. Later that night, Kenneth was pulled over by a police officer on the highway. While he was being questioned by the officer, another officer heard some strange noises near the car. Then he saw through the window that there was a woman inside the car who was kicking the windshield over and over again. Her hands and feet were bound. Her mouth was gagged, and when the officer was just about to get his gun to warn him, Kenneth started the vehicle straight through the roadblock, and the 3 officers gave chase. But Kenneth was smart enough to turn off his headlights and escape the police. Eventually, Kenneth parked his car in a nearby wooded area and tortured Thompson to death. Just 5 days later, 17-year-old Regina Deanne Moore also went missing. She was last seen getting into Kenneth's car at a motel. She screamed and kicked at the glass repeatedly in the car. Eventually, she was raped and strangled. On December 29, 1991, Colleen Ann Reed, a 28-year-old certified public accountant, was abducted by Kenneth from an Austin car wash. 3 witnesses heard her screaming and saw Kenneth's car speeding away from the car wash, and they also found Colleen's car abandoned at the car wash. On the night of February 24, 1992, Valencia K. Joshua, a 22-year-old sex worker from Fort Worth, who went to the same college as Kenneth, Texas Tech, went missing. She was last seen knocking on Kenneth's dormitory window. On March 25th, her body was found in a shallow grave on a golf course near the university, and the cause of death was strangulation. On February 29, 1992, 22-year-old Melissa Ann Northup mysteriously disappeared while working at the Quick Pack store in Waco, when she was not only pregnant, but also a mother of 2. Melissa had originally expressed concerns about the store's security measures, and the day of her disappearance coincided with her last shift at work. Later that evening, her husband rushed to the store after several failed attempts to reach her by phone, only to find the store empty, $250 missing from the cash register, and Melissa's 1977 Buick Regal missing. Since Kenneth used to work at the store, when the police learned that Melissa had disappeared that night near the store, they named Kenneth as their primary suspect straight away. By this time, Kenneth had moved to Missouri, where he paid for a new car and a fake ID, and became a garbage collector under the name Richard Fowler. The police first questioned several of Kenneth's friends, including 34-year-old Alva Hank Worley. After several interviews, on April 20th, 1992, Worley admitted that he and Kenneth had worked together to kidnap Colleen. It turned out that Colleen's death was an accident. Worley and Kenneth had originally planned to go buy drugs, but while passing through a car wash, Kenneth spotted Colleen. So they managed to kidnap her and drove north to Belton, Texas, where Kenneth and Worley took turns assaulting her and knocking her unconscious before murdering her on a dirt road. Melissa's body was found floating in a gravel pit in Dallas County on April 26th. She had been strangled, and her hands were still tied tightly when she was found. Once the police found Melissa's body, they quickly set up a search party and let the public know that Kenneth was wanted for a string of murders in Texas over the past few years. On May 3, 1992, Kenneth's co-worker looked at the photos on America's Most Wanted. The more he looked at them, the more he thought Kenneth looked like his co-worker Richard Fowler, who was on the wanted list, so he decided to report this to the police. After the police got the tip, they first looked into Richard Fowler's background. They found out that he'd been arrested before for looking for a sex worker and that his fingerprints had been collected. So the police compared his fingerprints with those of Kenneth, and it turned out that they were the same person. Kenneth was arrested on May 4th while driving to a landfill in Kansas City, Kansas. One reporter had written in 1992 that this time, God willing, the system would do the right thing, and if the death penalty needed a good reason, it was Kenneth. In February 1993, he was tried for Melissa's murder. The prosecutors highlighted the similarities between Melissa's and Colleen's cases, even getting Worley to testify that he was involved in Colleen's kidnapping to incriminate Kenneth. Kenneth was ultimately convicted of Melissa's murder and sentenced to death. In April, Kenneth was accused of kidnapping, raping, and murdering Colleen. Even though her body hadn't been found, an eyewitness said he was one of the kidnappers, and he also said Kenneth's car matched the one seen. The hairs found in the car matched Colleen's. So on February 23, 1994, Kenneth was convicted on all charges. On March 1st, he was sentenced to death again. But for some reason, prosecutors didn't charge him with Valencia's murder. A few days later, Kenneth was taken out of the death row. The police asked him to help find the victim's body. He led the police to find Colleen's body, but however, Kenneth chose to abandon the search for the remains of Thompson and Regina because he wanted to delay his execution, but the plan did not succeed. In the end, on September 29, 1998, Regina's body was found in McLennan County, and then Thompson's body was also found in McLennan County on October 3rd. On November 17, 1998, Kenneth received a lethal injection that ended his life. His last words before he died were, "I'm ready to be released. Let go of me." At the end of the story, Kenneth's family, who doted on Kenneth, did not claim Kenneth's body, and then prison officials buried him in Captain Joe Bird Cemetery, where his headstone bears only the date of his execution and the number of his death row cell. Paul Charles Denayer, an infamous Australian serial killer, was dubbed the Frankston Serial Killer due to the 3 young women he murdered in the Frankston area over a 7-week period. It seems reasonable to posit that had he not been apprehended, the number of victims would have been greater. This is particularly so given that, following his arrest, he informed the police that he had experienced a homicidal urge since the age of 14, that he had always desired to kill, and that he was simply awaiting the opportune moment, in the form of an unfortunate victim, to act on his homicidal desire. It is evident that Paul did not experience a significant crisis that could potentially alter his perspective during his 14th year. However, it is apparent that he exhibited a proclivity for violence at an earlier stage in his life. Maureen and Anthony first made one another's acquaintance in London, England, in the early 1960s. Following a series of romantic encounters, they were wed in a ceremony that took place shortly thereafter. During the period between the 1950s and 1970s, the Australian government was engaged in an initiative to attract skilled individuals, offering them a comprehensive package that included transportation, employment, and housing at a significantly reduced cost. It is understandable that Maureen and Anthony were also drawn to the attractive benefits package, which prompted their decision to migrate to Australia in 1965. They resided and worked in Australia for the duration of their lives. They had 6 children, of whom Paul was the third. Paul was born on April 14, 1972, in Campbelltown, New South Wales. It is noteworthy that Paul experienced a specific incident as an infant when he rolled off a bench and struck his head. While not life-threatening, the event was subsequently referenced humorously within his family. Whenever he exhibited unusual behavior, his family would remark, "That's because you fell when you were a baby." Additionally, during his kindergarten years, Paul experienced challenges in forming friendships with his peers. This was likely attributed to his introverted personality and the slow development of his social skills. However, by the time he reached elementary school, Paul appeared to have overcome these difficulties and was exhibiting behaviors consistent with those of a typical child. However, this situation underwent a significant transformation in 1981. In that year, Anthony was offered a new position as manager of the steak place. To accept this offer, the family relocated to South Oakley, Victoria, a location situated in close proximity to the railway line connecting Frankston. The relocation had a markedly deleterious effect on the social lives of the 6 children, particularly Paul, who experienced considerable difficulty in adapting and struggled to integrate into the new environment. He exhibited low self-esteem, a lack of confidence, and a lack of motivation too. Paul was reluctant to meet new people due to his apprehension about relocating once more. Additionally, he experienced a significant growth spurt, becoming taller and heavier than his peers, which further exacerbated his social anxiety. Furthermore, he endured bullying at his new educational institution, Northvale Primary School. It is noteworthy that Paul displayed a proclivity for knives, clubs, and homemade slingshot guns, rather than the toys typically associated with boys of his age. In an effort to seek approval and a sense of power from others, he would utilize these items to engage in aggressive behavior, such as shooting pebbles or harming small insects. During this period, Paul exhibited a proclivity for violence and a proclivity for suicidal ideation. He used a homemade dagger to dissect his sister's teddy bear toy, performing the act in a manner reminiscent of surgical procedures. He also used the same knife to slit the throat of the family cat and hang its body from a tree in the backyard. Furthermore, shortly before his 13th birthday, Paul was accused of stealing a vehicle. However, he was released due to his age, although he was still cautioned by the police. Nevertheless, the warning proved ineffective, as evidenced by Paul's subsequent involvement in another incident 2 months later. Paul was once again apprehended by the authorities for violating the law. At that time, he was accused of wasting police resources by falsely reporting a fire to the fire department, as well as theft and willful damage to a public facility. However, despite these accusations, Paul was not subjected to any formal form of punishment. Nevertheless, at the age of 15, Paul was indicted on charges of assault and apprehended for utilizing his robust physique to compel another juvenile to engage in masturbatory activities in the presence of several minor children. At this juncture, Paul's parents underwent a divorce, and their domestic situation, like that of many other families, was characterized by a combination of positive and negative experiences. Following his departure from the educational system, Paul encountered significant challenges in securing gainful employment. He was terminated from 7 distinct positions, largely due to his inability to adapt to the demands of the professional environment. Additionally, Paul attempted to enlist in the Victorian police force but was ultimately unsuccessful due to his weight. His final employment was in a shipyard, where he was dismissed for engaging in the fabrication of improvised weapons due to his prolonged absence from the task at hand. Paul did, however, develop a romantic attachment to a colleague from his Safeway supermarket days, Sharon Johnson. His relationship with Sharon Johnson endured for a considerable period, even extending to the point of cohabitation in Frankston in 1993. Sharon was compelled to engage in 2 telemarketing positions in order to provide financial support for both herself and her partner. In contrast, Paul was able to dedicate a significant amount of time to leisure activities due to his unemployment status. This resulted in his consumption of violent media, including films such as The Stepfather, which he viewed repeatedly. During this period, a series of anomalous occurrences commenced in the vicinity of the apartment complex where they resided. One tenant returned to their residence to discover evidence of forced entry into their room by an unknown individual, accompanied by the destruction of personal belongings and the defacement of photographs. Another tenant, in a separate incident, inadvertently observed an individual surreptitiously viewing their residence through a window. In February 1993, Paul's neighbor in the same apartment building as he was Sharon, Trish's sister Donna Vaines, was the victim of a horrific incident. At the time, Donna was so distressed after receiving an anonymous, threatening phone call that she advised her fiancé to remove their newborn infant from the residence and not to remain there. At approximately 11 p.m., they returned to their apartment, and upon opening the door, they observed a significant quantity of blood on the floor. Adding to the shock and distress, Donna's cat had been brutally murdered. A picture of a woman in a bikini was strewn over its remains. Its entrails were left in the kitchen. Its blood was splattered everywhere, and "Donna, you're dead" was written in blood on the wall. In the bathroom, 2 felines had been decapitated and were positioned in a baby bath filled with blood. The laundry room was also marked by blood, with the walls displaying evidence of spatter and a plastic laundry basket containing infant garments. In the master bedroom, the contents of drawers were examined and cabinet doors were forcibly opened, resulting in the destruction of the door frames. The infant's garments were slashed, and a photograph of a partially nude model was positioned over the infant's crib. The words Donna and Robin were written on the mirror with white shaving foam. Donna is unaware of the identity of the enigmatic Robin, except that she never spends another night in the apartment and is staying with her sister Tricia until she relocates to another residence. This is due to Donna's apprehension that she and her infant could be subjected to harm at any moment. Elizabeth Stevens was Paul's first victim. She was born on October 21, 1974, and relocated to Melbourne from Tasmania to pursue her studies at TAFE Frankston. She resided with her uncle and aunt in Patterson Avenue, a suburb of Melbourne. On June 11, 1993, Elizabeth, aged 18, was last seen alighting from a bus at a bus stop on Cranbourne Road. Elizabeth was on the verge of turning into Patterson Avenue when she was suddenly seized from behind and threatened with what appeared to be a firearm. Despite her vocal protests, the commotion of the storm rendered her cries unheard. The assailant then proceeded to lead her down Patterson Avenue, ultimately leading her to an isolated location devoid of any witnesses. To avoid attracting undue attention, the assailant maintained physical contact with her until they vanished at the end of the street. On the morning in question, Elizabeth had left a note for her aunt and uncle indicating that she would be engaged in academic pursuits at TFE or the city library and would not return to their residence until after 8 p.m. However, when she failed to return by 10 p.m., her uncle and aunt became increasingly concerned and proceeded to search for her. They contacted the police at approximately 1 a.m. Due to the inclement weather that night, law enforcement officials were unable to conduct an immediate search. The following day, a man discovered Elizabeth's partially clothed body in Lloyd Park on Cranbourne Road. As detailed in the police report, Elizabeth's body was discovered in a state of disarray. The cause of death was determined to be strangulation and stabbing, with evidence indicating that her throat had been slit. Of particular note were the 6 deep stab wounds to her chest, 4 deep incisions extending from her breasts to her navel, and 4 wounds cut at right angles, creating a distinctive crisscross pattern on her abdomen. The autopsy report also revealed the presence of multiple incised and abrasive wounds on the decedent's face, consistent with the use of a bladed weapon. Additionally, the report indicated that the decedent's nose was fractured and markedly swollen. Despite the suggestive evidence of trauma to the decedent's clothing, the coroner's investigation did not substantiate the hypothesis of sexual assault. The senseless and brutal killing caused great distress within the community, with Elizabeth's friends and family struggling to comprehend the motivation behind the attack. Police initially postulated that a mentally disturbed individual may have been involved in the attack, which they classified as a case of indiscriminate killing due to the absence of any known associates of Elizabeth. Law enforcement then initiated a comprehensive search for the perpetrator, establishing barricades at the bus stop where Elizabeth was last observed and utilizing a life-size mannequin. It was hoped that some witnesses might recognize her and provide new information. Furthermore, investigators examined libraries that the teenager was known to frequent and questioned bus drivers and fellow passengers on her last bus trip. They even questioned every family in the area, but their inquiries yielded no meaningful insights. The subsequent month was relatively inactive, with no notable incidents. However, on July 8, 1993, a new case emerged on a Thursday afternoon. Rosha Toth, 41 years old, was traversing the railroad tracks on her customary post-work route, a practice she employed as a means of relaxation, appreciation of the surrounding landscape, and financial prudence. At 5:50 p.m., as she traversed Seaford North Reserve, likely for reasons specific to women, she observed a man exhibiting unusual behavior, meandering back and forth in proximity to the roadside restrooms. Given that she was traversing the area unaccompanied, Rosha exercised caution in passing by the man. However, the anticipated attack ultimately transpired. The man, relying on his physical strength, forced Rosha into the unlit park. She was unable to resist due to the fact that the man was holding a pistol in his hand and pointing it at her head. Therefore, Rosha was compelled to comply with the man's perverted demands. However, after a period of time, she came to the realization that the pistol did not appear to be a genuine firearm. In order to survive, Rosha began to resist and, in the process, she severed the man's fingers. The man, in turn, continued to pull Rosa's hair in an attempt to inflict further pain. Fortunately, Rosa managed to break free from the man's grasp and fled to the highway, her torn stockings and pants providing little protection from the elements. Fortunately, a passerby offered assistance, enabling Rosa to contact the police. Subsequently, law enforcement personnel arrived at the scene and commenced an immediate search of the park for the suspect. However, due to time constraints, the suspect was able to evade apprehension. The individual in question was Paul. Rather than returning to his residence following his escape that night, he selected an alternative target. The individual in question is 22-year-old Deborah Freem, a resident of the vicinity of Conanoke Station in Seaford. She is a young mother who had recently given birth to a child approximately 10 days prior. At 7 p.m. that night, Freem procured milk from a local establishment for the purpose of preparing an omelette for her evening meal. She left her 12-day-old son and a male acquaintance at her residence. However, she did not return until 8 p.m., a delay that was inconsistent with the estimated time required to complete the errand, given the proximity of the store to her home. Freem's male friend, concerned for her well-being, contacted her boyfriend, the police, and the local hospital to inquire about her whereabouts and potential injuries. Despite their efforts, there was no indication of her whereabouts in the area. Consequently, they filed a missing person report at Frankston Police Station. 4 days later, on July 12th, a farmer discovered Freem's partially covered body in Taylor's Road, Culham Downs. The manner of death was consistent with that of Elizabeth. Freem had been strangled with a rope, her body savagely hacked, and her throat slit. The medical examiner's report indicated that Freem had sustained a total of 24 stab wounds to the head, neck, chest, and arms. The cause of death was determined to be asphyxiation. Additionally, the report noted that, similar to Elizabeth, she had not been sexually assaulted. A meticulous examination of the 3 cases revealed that both Elizabeth and Freem had sustained varying degrees of stab wounds and had died by the same method. Notably, Freem was abducted and murdered after Rosa had suffered an attempted abduction. This led to the conclusion that all 3 cases were the work of the same perpetrator. The dissemination of information in the Frankston area has been extensive, resulting in a notable decline in social activity. Local women have been observed retreating to their residences at night, and the streets have become noticeably less populated by day's end. Residents have also been observed engaging in a new daily routine, which has involved perusing the newspaper to stay informed about the latest developments in the extensive police search for the perpetrator. Nevertheless, 18 days later, a new victim is identified. Natalie Russell was the third and final victim. She was a 17-year-old female student at John Paul's College. On Friday, July 30th, 1993, Natalie was on her way home when she was attacked by Paul. Typically, Natalie rode her bicycle to school with her older brother. However, on that day, her mother drove her to school out of concern for her safety. However, during their formative years, most individuals are not yet attuned to the potential dangers that may be encountered in their daily lives, including those perpetrated by serial killers. Natalie deliberately departed from her academic institution prematurely and opted to traverse a more expedient route to her residence, a route that she typically utilized and which traversed 2 golf courses. Subsequent to the incident, this route became colloquially known as Nat's Track. When Natalie did not return home until 8 p.m., her mother and brother proceeded to the school to conduct interviews with the teaching staff and students. Upon learning that Natalie hadn't in fact returned home early, they deduced that she had been involved in an accident. The police conducted a meticulous search and swiftly located Natalie's body, which had been forcibly dragged by Paul through a substantial opening in the barbed wire fence and into the surrounding foliage. Her demise was analogous to that of the other 2 victims in that she had been strangled and brutally slashed across the throat. However, during the attack, Natalie engaged in a series of struggles with Paul, resulting in the transfer of a small quantity of blood and tissue from Paul to Natalie's fingernails. The murder of Elizabeth was the initial occurrence that prompted a comprehensive police investigation, which persisted despite the absence of external forensic evidence at the scene and the lack of witness testimonies. The subsequent disappearance of Freem was similarly investigated through a police search and the examination of Conanook Creek by scuba divers. However, due to inclement weather conditions, no forensic evidence was recovered. One witness later recalled Freem's vehicle, a gray Nissan Pulsar, which she was operating in an erratic manner and repeatedly flashing her high-beam headlights. The following day, law enforcement officials discovered her unlocked vehicle on nearby Maiden Street, where forensic investigators subsequently identified Freem's blood within the vehicle. Furthermore, a recent examination revealed a new dent in the front of the vehicle. Paul subsequently clarified that he had discovered Freem's vehicle unlocked and subsequently concealed himself in the rear seating area of the vehicle, where he proceeded to threaten Freem with a facsimile firearm once she exited the premises. In the case of Rosa's attempted kidnapping, Rosa provided a description of the assailant, stating that he was approximately 18 to 20 years of age, 180 centimeters tall, with a round face and blue eyes. In addition, the police constructed a profile of the suspect based on the available information. This profile described the suspect as an adult male, potentially unemployed or employed in a low-status position, possibly a local resident, aged 18 to 24, of average appearance, and living alone. As media scrutiny and community concerns intensified, investigators also postulated that both Sarah McDermott's disappearance in 1990 and Michelle Brown's murder in 1992 could be linked to this killer. Subsequently, in the aftermath of Natalie's murder, 200 investigators conducted searches of 4,700 residences on Madden Street in Frankston. This operation, designated as Operation Pulsar, was the largest ever conducted by the Victoria Police at the time. Another witness provided information indicating that a postal worker observed a rusty yellow Toyota Corona with no license plates parked in the vicinity of Nat's track on Sky Road at 2:30 p.m. The individual was utilizing binoculars and exhibiting suspicious behavior within the vehicle. However, due to the unusual circumstances, the witness did not devote attention to subsequent events. The witness provided investigators with a detailed account of the events in question, which proved instrumental in the swift apprehension of Paul. On the afternoon of July 31st, detectives conducted an investigation at Paul's residence. Upon examination of Paul's movements, he admitted to being in the vicinity of the Freem and Natalie murders at the time. Subsequently, Paul was transported to the Frankston Police Department, where his interrogation commenced at 9:20 p.m. Due to his inability to provide a satisfactory explanation for the lacerations and abrasions observed by law enforcement personnel and present at the scene of Elizabeth's murder, detectives collected his DNA samples for further analysis. In the early morning hours of August 1st, Paul came to understand that he had sustained injuries in a physical altercation with Natalie at that time. He also suspected that police had retained DNA evidence, which prompted him to confess to the terrorist attacks and murders. Ultimately, Paul was indicted for the murders of Elizabeth Stevens, Deborah Freem, and Natalie Russell, as well as the attempted kidnapping of Rosa Toth. On December 15, 1993, in the Supreme Court of Victoria, Paul entered a plea of guilty to all charges before Justice Frank Vincent. The court heard testimony from Ian Joblin, a clinical psychologist who was appointed to examine Paul in prison while he awaited sentencing. Mr. Joblin informed the court that Paul exhibited no indication of remorse for his criminal actions. Instead, he appeared to take pleasure in recounting the details of the murders. Paul attributed his actions to factors including his upbringing, alleged sexual abuse, and prolonged unemployment. However, Mr. Joblin did not accept these explanations, noting that numerous individuals in similar circumstances did not resort to serial murder. In his testimony, Mr. Joblin asserted that, in his many years of interviewing adult criminals, he had never encountered a case that resembled Paul's psychology. Mr. Joblin described Paul as a particularly rare case, a serial killer who kills randomly without motive, which makes him the most dangerous type of criminal. He noted that Paul has exhibited aggressive behavior since childhood and seems to derive pleasure from causing pain. Furthermore, Mr. Joblin asserted that Paul exhibited sadistic tendencies, and that his gratification and satisfaction from each murder were transient, leading him to seek further opportunities for violence. He also noted the absence of efficacious treatments for Paul's sadistic personality. On December 20, 1993, Judge Vincent handed down a sentence of 3 consecutive life sentences with no fixed term of parole to Paul. This meant that the Frankston serial killer would spend the remainder of his life incarcerated, never to be released. Additionally, Judge Vincent imposed an additional 8 years imprisonment for the kidnapping of Rosa Toth. In her sentencing remarks, Judge Vincent stated, "The concern you have caused for thousands of women in the community will persist for an extended period. For many, your actions have accelerated their apprehension when returning home on foot, or caused parents to experience heightened anxiety when their children are delayed." Paul appealed the severity of his sentence to the full Supreme Court of Victoria. On July 29, 1994, Paul was given a 30-year non-parole term, the highest non-parole term ever imposed in the state of Victoria. The families of Paul's victims expressed discontent with the Supreme Court's decision, as they believed that Paul's only possible sentence would be life in prison. He became eligible to apply for parole in 2023. However, his application was rejected by the Victorian Adult Parole Board. This decision was supported by the victim's family and the wider community, who generally felt that Paul's crime was too serious and that he should not be released. The prevailing public perception is that serial killers like Paul should be permanently incarcerated to protect the community from any further harm he may cause. Ted Bundy is a serial killer who is highly proficient at disguising himself. In social situations, he is articulate and possesses a humorous and charismatic demeanor. However, in reality, he was a calculating and cunning individual. He traversed 6 states, brutally murdering over 30 young women he had never met. It was highly ironic that he had even worked for the Seattle Crime Commission, writing a rape prevention pamphlet and volunteering to publicize it. His psychology professor spoke highly of him, writing in a letter of recommendation, "Mr. Bundy is without question one of the finest graduates of our faculty. I think he is the finest kind of centurion graduate I have ever seen at the University of Washington. He is intelligent, capable, active, conscientious, and more like a professor than a student. He loves to learn, is easy to get along with, and will work hard." Ted was born on November 24, 1946, in Burlington, Vermont, the largest city in the state. His mother was Eleanor Louise Cowell, but the identity of his father has remained unknown. There have been numerous hypotheses regarding this matter. Some hypothesize that his biological father was most likely his mother's father. Louise Cowell claims that his father was a sailor named Jack Worthington, while others hypothesize that his biological father was an Air Force veteran named Lloyd Marshall. However, none of these hypotheses have been confirmed. At this time, he was known as Theodore Robert Cowell. To circumvent potential gossip, Samuel Cowell, his maternal grandfather, asserted that Ted was his son, a claim that was accepted by the rest of the family, given that his mother was pregnant out of wedlock at the time. Some reports indicate that Samuel Cowell exhibited violent and paranoid behavior, with a history of domestic violence, including the beating of his wife. Additionally, he was known to be racially abusive, beating family members and even the family dog when he was upset. Ted's Aunt Julia also recalled that he used to place knives next to her bed and laugh at her when she was a child. In 1950, Louise relocated with Ted to Tacoma, Washington, to reside with her cousin Allan and Jane Scott, subsequently assuming the name Louise Nelson. Nevertheless, there is no definitive proof that Ted and Louise endured domestic violence. In early 1951, Louise encountered 30-year-old Johnny Culpeper Bundy, who had served in the U.S. Navy as a cook at a Methodist-sponsored church event for adult singles. The two subsequently married that same year. Following their nuptials, Johnny adopted Ted as his son and assisted him in changing his name to Theodore Robert Bundy, the same name that was subsequently utilized in police registrations. Johnny was benevolent towards Ted, frequently taking him and his own children on camping trips and other outdoor activities. Despite his efforts to integrate Ted into the family, Ted consistently maintained a distance, adhering to the belief that his surname was Cowell, not Bundy. Despite the gravity of the crime committed by Ted, both Johnny and Louise continued to hold him in high regard and never wavered in their belief in his innocence. During his high school years, Ted self-identified as a troubled individual. He engaged in risky behaviors such as loitering in the neighborhood, searching through trash for pornographic images, and looking into windows after consuming alcohol. Additionally, it was alleged that as an adolescent, he exhibited a notable degree of social withdrawal and an inability to comprehend the necessity of interpersonal relationships and social interaction. Additionally, he was arrested on at least 2 occasions on suspicion of burglary. However, the case records were subsequently expunged in accordance with Washington state law following his 18th birthday. Ted's high school classmates attested to his social adeptness and popularity, as well as his reputation for good taste in clothing and exemplary manners. Ted graduated from Woodrow Wilson High School in 1965. He was awarded a scholarship to the University of Puget Sound, where he commenced studies in psychology and Eastern studies that fall. After 2 semesters at UPS, he elected to transfer to the University of Washington in Seattle, where he planned to major in Chinese. In 1967, Ted developed a romantic interest in a fellow student, Diane Edwards, who went by the pseudonym Stephanie Brooks. She was a woman of notable beauty and elegance from a wealthy California family, and Ted was initially incredulous that she was interested in someone like him. In early 1968, Ted terminated his studies, accepted a series of low-paying positions, and served as a volunteer in the Seattle office of Republican Senator Rockefeller's presidential campaign. Additionally, he was employed as a chauffeur for Arthur Fletcher, who is regarded as the father of affirmative action in the United States, campaigned for the position of Lieutenant Governor of Washington State that year. In August of that year, Ted attended the 1968 Republican National Convention in Miami as a delegate representing Rockefeller. Subsequently, Stephanie terminated their relationship, citing Ted's immaturity and lack of ambition as the primary reasons for the dissolution. Following the separation, she returned to California. At this juncture, Ted returns to his place of birth, Burlington, Vermont, and uncovers the reality of his family's relationship. He had originally assumed that his maternal grandparents were his parents and Louise was his sister. However, he subsequently located his birth certificate, which proved that Louise was, in fact, his mother. There are multiple accounts of how he located the document. The first hypothesis is that a relative provided him with the birth certificate, and the second is that he discovered the certificate on his own. However, this resulted in Ted developing a profound animosity towards Louise, due to his perception that she had not acted in his best interests. Subsequently, a despondent Ted embarked on a period of respite in Colorado, followed by visits to relatives in Arkansas and Philadelphia. He also spent a semester at Temple University. He returned to Washington State in the fall of 1969, where he met Elizabeth Klopfer, who went by the alias Meg Anders. Meg remained in a relationship with Ted throughout the period in which he was committing the murders, yet she was unaware of his criminal activities. It was not until 1974 that she began to suspect that Ted might be the perpetrator when she observed a composite picture of the primary suspect in a newspaper and noted that it included the name Ted. Ultimately, following Ted's apprehension by the authorities, she became estranged from him and eventually disowned him emotionally. In the subsequent academic year, Ted re-enrolled at the University of Washington, majoring in psychology. This time, he distinguished himself as a gifted student, earning excellent grades and the admiration of his professors. As part of his coursework in psychology, he also served as a night volunteer at Seattle's Suicide Hotline, a suicide crisis center serving in the Seattle metropolitan and suburban areas. He encountered Ann Rule, a former Seattle policewoman and novice crime writer, who subsequently authored a biography of Ted and his criminal activities. According to the book, during this period, Ted exhibited no discernible abnormalities. Ann Rule characterizes Ted as a benevolent, sincere, and perceptive individual. In 1972, following his graduation from the University of Washington, Ted was employed by the gubernatorial campaign of Washington State Republican Party Chairman Daniel Evans. His role involved the note-taking of every speech delivered by Evans's principal opponent, former Governor Albert Rossellini, for analysis by Evans's staff team. Following Evans's successful re-election, Ted was employed as an aide to Washington State Republican Party Chairman Ross Davis. Davis held Ted in high regard, describing him as intelligent, assertive, and devout. In early 1973, despite mediocre test scores, Ted was admitted to the University of Puget Sound and the University of Utah School of Law on the basis of letters of recommendation from Evans, Davis, and several University of Washington psychology professors, ultimately selecting the University of Utah Law School. In the summer of 1973, Ted rekindled his romantic relationship with Stephanie when he traveled to California to work on Republican issues. She was surprised to find that Ted had become a conscientious, dedicated professional. Meanwhile, Ted continued to date Meg, unaware of the other woman's existence. In the fall of the same year, Ted took the relationship to the next level by convincing Stephanie to move in with him in Seattle for a period of time. The two discussed marriage after Christmas, with Ted even introducing her to Davis as his fiancée. In January 1974, Ted terminated all communication with Stephanie, neither answering her phone calls nor responding to her emails. When Stephanie finally contacted Ted by phone a month later and inquired about the reason for his abrupt change in behavior, Ted simply replied, "Stephanie, I don't know what you mean," and terminated the call. Stephanie never heard from Ted again until he was arrested. According to Ted's sources, his motivation was to prove that I could marry her. In contrast, Stephanie believes that Ted deliberately and cruelly rejected the relationship after the proposal in retaliation for her breakup in 1968. In August or September 1975, Ted became a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. However, he rarely attended services and failed to observe the majority of the church's commandments. Following his conviction for kidnapping in 1976, the LDS excommunicated him. When questioned about his religious beliefs following his arrest and during his trial, he stated that his faith was the Methodist Church, the religion of his childhood. The circumstances surrounding the inception of Ted's serial murders remain shrouded in ambiguity. He would offer conflicting accounts to different individuals and consistently evade inquiries regarding the temporal and spatial origins of these incidents. However, an investigation conducted by Detective Constable Robert Cape suggests that Ted's earliest murders may have occurred in Seattle in 1972 or in Tumwater, Washington in 1973. It is postulated by some that the disappearance of Anne Marie Burr, an 8-year-old girl from Tacoma, Washington, may be linked to Ted. Furthermore, official records indicate that Ted's first murder occurred in 1974, when he was 27 years old and had acquired expertise in forensic science, including the ability to avoid leaving incriminating evidence at the scene of a crime. From January 4, 1974 to approximately mid-June of that year, Ted perpetrated the kidnapping and murder of at least 6 female college students in a series of incidents. He gained access to the dormitories of his victims by feigning an intention to accost them and then assaulting them with a metal bat. Among those known were Linda Ann Healy, a 21-year-old student at the University of Washington pursuing a degree in psychology and broadcasting morning weather forecasts for local skiers. Donna Gail Manson, a 19-year-old student at Evergreen State University, disappeared after intending to attend a jazz concert. She was regarded as an exemplary student with a penchant for the flute and a proclivity for photography. Susan Elaine Ranko, aged 18, a student at the University of Washington, whose clothing was discovered in a washing machine following her disappearance. Witnesses recalled an individual with an injured arm approaching multiple women on campus that night, with Brenda Carol Bauer and Georgine Hawkins among the victims. Another victim, Karen Sparks, a dance student at the University of Washington, survived her serious injuries but sustained permanent physical and psychological trauma as a result of being beaten and sexually assaulted by Ted with a metal bat. Ted was employed in Olympia, the capital of Washington State, as the assistant director of the Seattle Crime Prevention Council. Additionally, he developed a manual on rape prevention for women during his tenure at this organization. Subsequently, Ted was reassigned to a role within the state's Department of Emergency Services, DE, which was engaged in the search for missing women. During his tenure at DE, he initiated a romantic relationship with Carol Ann Boone, a divorced woman with 2 children, who assumed a significant role in his life towards the end of his life. The culminating event in the series of serial murders occurred on July 14, 1974, when 2 young women were abducted in broad daylight at Lake Sammamish State Park in Washington State. 6 eyewitness accounts indicate that an attractive young male approached them and requested assistance in unloading his sailboat. 4 declined, while 2 followed him to his vehicle and promptly fled upon realizing that there was no sailboat. The vehicle in question was a brown or bronze-colored Fuchs Gold Turtle. At least 3 witnesses observed the man approach 23-year-old juvenile court worker Janice Ann Oteet and were convinced that Oteet followed him off the beach. 4 hours later, 19-year-old college student Denise Marie Naslund left the picnic site to go to the restroom and never returned. According to Ted, Janice was alive when he abducted her and forced her to watch him murder Denise. However, on his deathbed, he retracted this account. Subsequently, the Washington State Patrol created a sketch of the suspect and his vehicle based on the description provided. This sketch was then distributed via flyers by local newspapers and television stations. Ted's colleagues, Ann Rugg, his romantic partner Meg, and a University of Washington psychology professor all identified the sketches and informed the police that the suspect might be Ted. However, the detectives, who were inundated with upwards of 200 tips daily, determined that a seasoned student with no criminal history and a comprehensive understanding of the law would not be the perpetrator of such heinous crimes, and thus chose not to pursue the case further. On September 6, 1974, 2 hunters were engaged in hunting activities when they made the discovery of human remains, which were subsequently identified as those of Denise and Janice, situated in close proximity to a road approximately 3 miles east of Lake Sammamish State Park. In addition to the aforementioned remains, the scene also yielded several additional femurs and vertebrae, which were subsequently identified as belonging to the same individual. Ted was identified as the remains of another missing person, Jorgen Huggins. 6 months later, the skulls of Linda, Susan, and Brenda were discovered by forestry students from Green River Community College on Mount Taylor, located to the east of Issaquah. However, the remains of another victim, Donna, were never recovered. In August 1974, Ted, who had received an acceptance letter from the University of Utah Law School, relocated to Salt Lake City, thereby concluding his homicidal activities in Washington, D.C. However, he maintained contact with acquaintances in Seattle and continued to engage in romantic relationships with several women, including Meg and Carol. In September of that year, Ted initiated a new series of homicides, which included 2 cases that remained unsolved until just before his death. By the end of 1974, Ted had murdered at least 6 women, with a significant reduction in the age range of his victims. This included 4 17-year-old high school girls, including Melissa Smith, the 17-year-old daughter of the chief of the Midvale Police Department in suburban Salt Lake City. However, he also made one misstep. When an operator named Carol Derrick was lured into the vehicle by Ted, she immediately put up a fight after realizing that something was amiss. She then managed to open the door and jump out of the car to escape. In November of that year, Meg again reported Ted to the police after reading newspaper articles about about the disappearance of young women around Salt Lake City. By this time, Ted's suspicions had been heightened. However, witnesses at Lake Sammamish State Park were unsuccessful in identifying him in a photo book, and there was insufficient forensic evidence to link Ted to the case. In 1975, Ted relocated the majority of his criminal activities to the eastern United States, specifically to Colorado. On January 12th of that year, Karen Irene Campbell, a 23-year-old registered nurse, vanished from the Wildwood Inn, where she had checked in while on vacation in the village of Snowmass, located southeast of Salt Lake City. 1 month later, the remains of Karen were discovered on the side of a dirt road outside of the village. They were naked and exhibited evidence of sharp-edged lacerations, as well as a blunt force injury to the head, which was determined to be the cause of death. The Karen Campbell case marked a significant turning point in the investigation, as her hair was discovered in Ted's vehicle, providing the first tangible evidence to prosecute him. From January 12th to early May, Ted committed 4 murders in Colorado and Idaho, including the Karen case. The victims were 26-year-old ski instructor Julie Cunningham, 25-year-old Denise Lynn Oliverson, and 12-year-old Lynette Doan Carver. In mid-May 1975, 3 D co-workers, including Carol, traveled to Salt Lake City to visit Ted. They stayed at his apartment for approximately 1 week. Subsequently, Ted returned to Seattle in early June, again for approximately 1 week. On June 28th of the same year, Susan Curtis, a student at Brigham Young University, went missing in Provo, which is located 45 miles south of Salt Lake City. The Susan Curtis case was the final murder for which Ted confessed, and he recorded his confession prior to his execution. With the exception of Melissa Smith and another victim in the Salt Lake City area, Laura Ann M., the remains of the majority of Ted's victims in Utah, Colorado, and Idaho were never recovered, as they were largely discarded in rivers in close proximity to him or interred in exceedingly remote locations. On August 16, 1975, Ted was apprehended by Utah Highway Patrol Troop Bob Hayward in the Salt Lake City suburb of Suwannee. Hayward had observed Ted driving erratically in a residential neighborhood during the early morning hours and subsequently pursued the vehicle at high speed after spotting a patrol car. Trooper Hayward confiscated a ski mask, a second mask fashioned from stockings, a crowbar, a bundle of ropes, an ice axe, handcuffs, garbage bags, and other items from the vehicle. Ted provided an explanation for the items, stating that the mask was for skiing, the handcuffs were retrieved from a dumpster, and the remainder were ordinary household items. In the course of searching Ted's apartment, the police discovered a guidebook to Colorado ski resorts, which bore a checkmark indicating that the Wildwood Lodge had been visited. As the evidence against Ted was insufficient to justify his detention, the police required him to post bail. However, Ted subsequently confessed that the police who searched his apartment had overlooked the photographs of the victims that he had taken with his Polaroid camera, which he promptly destroyed after posting bail. In September 1975, Ted sold his golden turtle to a teenager in the Midvale area. The Utah State Police promptly impounded the vehicle, which was dismantled and meticulously examined by the FBI. During this process, investigators discovered Karen Campbell's hair and trace evidence of Melissa Smith associated with survivor Carol Dirac. In November of that year, the 3 prosecutors responsible for overseeing the Ted-related cases convened a meeting in Aspen, Colorado. Approximately 30 detectives and prosecutors from 5 states were invited to attend. The meeting constituted an essential preliminary stage in the investigation of the Ted case, as state law enforcement officials exchanged and consolidated the available evidence and were convinced that Ted was the perpetrator they sought, but that they required further evidence to secure a conviction. In February 1976, Ted was tried for the disappearance of Carol Dirac. He waived his right to a jury trial, as advised by his attorneys, due to the considerable public interest in the case and the potential detrimental impact of a jury. Following a 4-day trial, Judge Stuart Hansen, Jr. found Ted guilty of kidnapping and sentenced him to 15 years imprisonment. In the same month, the authorities in Utah filed a murder charge against Ted for the crime committed against Karen Campbell. After a brief period of incarceration, Ted was transferred to Aspen, Colorado, where he was to stand trial. Prior to his final apprehension in February 1978, he had already achieved 2 instances of successful prison evasion. The first of these occurred on June 7, 1977, when Ted was conveyed from Garfield Jail in Glenwood Springs he was transported to the Pitkin County Courthouse in Aspen, 40 miles away, for his preliminary hearing. He did not hire an attorney, choosing instead to represent himself, and was therefore exempted from handcuffs and shackles by the judge. During a recess in the proceedings, Ted requested access to the courthouse library to conduct research on the case. He then utilized a bookshelf to obstruct the bailiff's view and subsequently exited the second-floor window, sustaining a sprained ankle upon landing. Subsequently, Ted proceeded through the downtown Aspen area, ultimately reaching Aspen Mountain, a location situated on the city's outskirts. There, he gained access to a hunting cabin, procured various items including clothing, sustenance, and firearms, and spent the subsequent night within the cabin. The following day, he continued his journey in a southerly direction. He attempted to reach Crested Butte, a small town located to the south of Aspen. However, he became disoriented and lost in the woods. After wandering aimlessly for 2 days, on June 10th, Ted reached Chestnut Lake, situated 16 miles south of Aspen. He broke into a camping trailer and stole food and a coat. Instead of continuing south, Ted proceeded north and back in the direction of Aspen. 3 days later, he procured a vehicle on the periphery of the Aspen golf course, where the combined effects of cold, hunger, and an ankle injury were becoming increasingly debilitating. Having been on the run for 6 days, Ted returned to Aspen in the stolen vehicle and was observed and apprehended by 2 police officers conducting patrol duty. Police recovered a map of the mountains near Aspen that was used by prosecutors to mark the location where Karen Campbell's remains were found in the car. This evidence proved that the escape was not impromptu but rather premeditated. Upon his return to Glenwood Springs Prison, Ted was encouraged by friends and legal counsel to remain calm until his trial. By this time, a significant portion of the extensive evidence presented to the court by the Colorado prosecution had already been deemed invalid by the court, and Ted's attorney were confident that if he did not create further complications, he could be acquitted in approximately 18 months. They believed that a setback for the Colorado prosecution would prompt other state prosecutors to reconsider their position. However, Ted devised a new scheme for a second prison break. Over the following 6 months, he purchased hacksaw blades and prison floor plans from other inmates and enlisted the assistance of his girlfriend Carol to facilitate the smuggling of some of the prison's contraband during a prison visit. Ted accumulated $500 in cash from the sale of contraband within the prison, then utilized the sound created by other inmates in the shower to saw a roughly 1 square foot hole in his cell ceiling. This allowed him to lose 16 pounds, which enabled him to squeeze through the hole. In the following weeks, Ted continued to utilize the nocturnal hours to investigate the ceiling and identify potential escape routes. During this period, unusual sounds emanating from the ceiling were reported by inmates, yet they were not deemed a significant concern by the guards. In the latter part of 1977, Ted filed a motion to change the venue of the trial to Denver, on the grounds that the case had already received undue attention in Aspen. This motion was granted by the trial judge. On the evening of December 30th of that year, Ted exploited the fact that the majority of the prison staff had departed for Christmas celebrations and were understaffed to create a mock sleeping dummy using books, clothing, and blankets in his bed. He then proceeded to enter the unoccupied warden's office through the ceiling, don the warden's replacement attire, and subsequently depart the prison through the front entrance. After departing the prison, Ted procured a vehicle and proceeded to leave Glenwood Springs. However, the vehicle soon ceased functioning on Interstate 70, necessitating assistance. A passerby offered Ted a lift to the nearby town of Vail, situated 97 miles away. Subsequently, Ted transferred to a bus in Vail, which transported him to Denver, where he boarded an early morning flight to Chicago. Prison officials at Glenwood Springs Prison were not aware of Ted's escape until noon on December 31st. By that time, he had already reached Chicago. Upon arriving in Chicago, Ted proceeded to Ann Arbor, Michigan, where he procured lodging at a local tavern for the purpose of recuperating and surveying his surroundings. Subsequently, 5 days later, Ted procured a vehicle and proceeded to Atlanta, the capital of Georgia, where he transferred to a bus and ultimately arrived in Tallahassee, the capital of Florida. On January 8th, Ted procured lodging at the Holiday Inn in the vicinity of Florida State University under the assumed name of Chris Hagen. According to Ted's subsequent confession, his initial objective was to secure employment, cognizant that as long as he did not attract the attention of the police, he would enjoy a prolonged period of freedom. However, upon recognizing that the majority of conventional employment opportunities necessitated the presentation of identification, he was compelled to abandon this strategy. Consequently, he resorted to larceny once more, resorting to this practice in order to sustain his expenditure. On January 15, 1978, approximately 1 week after Ted's arrival in Tallahassee, he gained access to Chi Omega, the Florida State University chapter house of a prominent sorority organization, through a rear entrance. There, he perpetrated the homicides of Margaret Bowman, age 21, and Lisa Levy, age 20, and inflicted severe injuries upon Kathy Kleiner and Karen Chandler in the adjacent dormitory room. Kathy subsequently attributed their survival to the sudden illumination of their dormitory room by the headlights of a passing vehicle, which caused Ted to flee in terror. Subsequent to departing from Chi Omega's clubhouse, Ted gained access to a basement apartment situated 8 blocks away. There, he proceeded to assault Cheryl Thomas, an FSU student who resided at the aforementioned location. The attack resulted in Thomas sustaining a dislocated shoulder, 5 fractured bones throughout her body, and ultimately necessitating the cessation of her dance career due to the irreversible consequences of her injuries, including permanent deafness and brain damage. Subsequently, a semen stain was discovered on Cheryl's bed, accompanied by a stocking mask containing 2 hairs believed to belong to Ted. However, at the time, the police lacked the requisite investigative techniques to make an accurate match. Consequently, they were only able to test for blood type and other characteristics, which yielded inconclusive results. On February 8, 1978, Ted drove the stolen van 240 miles east to Jacksonville, where he accosted Leslie Parmenter, the 14-year-old daughter of a Jacksonville Police Department detective, in a parking lot. He claimed to be Richard Burton of the fire department, but immediately fled when Leslie's brother arrived on the scene and questioned him. On that day, Ted proceeded to turn back westward, traversing an additional 97 miles to reach Lake City. The following day, Kimberly Diana Ritchie, a 12-year-old female student at Lake City Junior High School, inexplicably vanished after being summoned by her instructor to retrieve a misplaced item. An exhaustive search was subsequently conducted, resulting in the discovery of Kimberly's remains 7 weeks later in a hog barn situated in proximity to the Suwannee River State Park. The cause of death was determined to be a fatal stabbing to the neck. On February 12th, Ted, in a hurry because he lacked the requisite funds to meet his rental obligations, and because he believed that a police investigation was imminent, procured a vehicle and fled Tallahassee, heading westward toward the Florida Narrows. 3 days later, Pensacola police officer David Lee initiated a traffic stop near a cordon set up by the state of Alabama, suspecting that the vehicle in question was stolen. Upon being informed by David that he was about to be arrested, Ted initiated an assault on the officer and subsequently attempted to evade apprehension. David discharged a warning shot and then initiated a pursuit, during which Ted attempted to seize David's sidearm. Ultimately, David was able to subdue Ted and effect his arrest. Police later recovered 3 student IDs belonging to female FSU students, 21 stolen credit cards, a television, a pair of flat black-rimmed glasses, and a pair of plaid pants from Ted's stolen vehicle. The latter 2 items were revealed to be props he had utilized while assuming the identity of Richard Burton from the fire department. David was unaware that he had arrested one of the FBI's 10 most wanted criminals when he sent Ted to prison. The only reason he had arrested Ted was because Ted had said, "I hope you kill me." In June 1979, Ted was tried in Miami for the Chi Omega homicide and assault. The case attracted significant media attention, with nearly 250 journalists from around the world following the proceedings. It was the first televised trial in the United States. Despite the provision of 5 public defenders by the court, Ted assumed a significant role in the defense himself. Nelson, one of the lawyers assigned to him, later asserted that from the outset, Ted undermined the entire defense out of malice, distrust, and grandiose delusions of grandeur. Facing a grave charge of murder with the potential for a death sentence, Ted's primary objective was to retain control over the proceedings. Another public defender, Mike Minerva, states that following negotiations, a plea bargain was reached. Ted pleaded guilty to the murders of Margaret Bowman, Lisa Levy, and Kimberly Diana Ritchie in exchange for a 75-year prison sentence. The prosecutors were amenable to the deal because the evidence was insufficient and there was a chance of losing the case. Conversely, Ted viewed the plea bargain as a strategic means of avoiding the death penalty, thereby affording him more time to identify potential weaknesses in the evidence and to withdraw his plea and seek an acquittal, should the case evolve in his favor. Nevertheless, Ted declined to negotiate at the 11th hour. According to Minerva, this was because he had come to recognize that he would eventually be compelled to acknowledge his guilt in public, a prospect he was unable to face. The most significant testimony presented during the trial was that of Chi Omega member Connie Hastings, who was delayed in arriving at her place of employment and observed Ted exiting the Chi Omega clubhouse with the murder weapon in his possession. The direct forensic evidence presented in the case was a bite wound on the left buttock of Lisa Levy, caused by Ted. This evidence was corroborated by the testimony of forensic odontologists Richard Sauveron and Lowell Levine, who demonstrated that a bite mark on the wound matched a molded cast of Ted's teeth. Following the presentation of the closing arguments, The jury engaged in deliberations for a period of 7 hours, ultimately reaching a verdict on July 24, 1979. Ted was convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder, specifically the deaths of Margaret Bowman and Lisa Levy, as well as 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder, pertaining to the murders of Kathy Kleiner, Karen Chandler, and Cheryl Thomas. Given the guilty verdicts rendered in the 2 burglary cases, Judge Edward Coward imposed a sentence of death for the aforementioned murders. 6 months later, Ted was tried in Orlando for the murder of Kimberly Diana Ritchie. The jury deliberated for 8 hours and found him guilty. The evidence in this case was more direct, with witnesses observing Ted approaching his stolen FSU truck with Kimberly in tow, and with fibers recovered from the truck and on Kimberly's remains matching the jacket Ted was wearing at the time of his arrest. At the final judgment, Ted cited a statute that is somewhat unconventional in nature. This statute states that a declaration of marriage in a courtroom automatically constitutes a legal marriage in the presence of a judge. Prior to questioning former co-worker Carol, who had already relocated to Florida on his behalf, and testified on his behalf as a character witness in both trials, Ted opened his mouth to question her. When Ted proposed to Carol in court, she accepted his proposal. Thereafter, Ted declared to the court that they were legally married. The sentencing hearing took place on February 10, 1980, and the court imposed a 3rd death sentence on Ted. In October 1981, Carol gave birth to a baby girl and registered Ted as the father. Florida State Prison does not allow spousal visits, but inmates are said to engage in illicit activities with guards to gain access to female visitors. Following the conclusion of the Rich case, Ted initiated a comprehensive appeal. Concurrently, he was subjected to questioning by members of the press, law enforcement, and government agencies upon request. To avoid becoming a witness in court, Ted spoke in a 3rd person when confronted with these questions, disclosing his early offenses and the process of his change of mind. As he recounted, he began stealing at an early age, a fact that confirmed Meg's suspicion that she had frequently lost items during the course of their relationship. According to Ted's account, possessions were also a significant motivator for rape and murder. Ted stated that sexual assault fulfilled his need to own his victims completely. Initially, killing the victim was merely an expedient method for him to avoid being apprehended, but subsequently, murder became an integral aspect of the experience. And the ultimate form of possession is the taking of a life. Ted stated that he considered himself an amateur during his early years, an impulsive killer who did not enter what he referred to as the predator phase until the 1974 murder of Linda Ann Healy. The confession suggests that Ted may have initiated homicides prior to 1974. However, due to his refusal to provide further details, this remains unconfirmed. In July 1984, corrections officers at the Florida State Penitentiary discovered 2 hacksaw blades concealed within Ted's cell. The steel bar affixed to the cell window had been severed from both ends and subsequently affixed with homemade adhesive composed of soap, and Ted was relocated to an alternative cell. In the subsequent months, prison guards discovered additional unauthorized items in his cell, prompting another transfer. Soon thereafter, he was disciplined for communicating privately with another well-known offender, John Hinckley. In October 1984, Ted commenced composing missives to Robert David Cape. Robert, who had previously served as a principal detective and had recovered a considerable number of crucial statements and eyewitnesses in the Lake Sammamish State Park case, then conducted a comprehensive screening of a multitude of suspects and eventually formulated a suspect list comprising 25 individuals, of whom Ted was one. Robert attempted to conduct an interview with Ted, but was unsuccessful. Robert did not have another opportunity to speak with Ted until his first arrest. Following Ted's arrest, Robert resumed his studies at the University of Washington, pursuing a doctorate while simultaneously serving as a principal researcher for the Washington State Attorney General's office. In 1984, Robert was appointed to participate in the investigation of the Green River Killer case. In response, Ted wrote him a letter in which he analyzed the psychology of serial killers and expressed his hope of being able to assist him in his case. These letters led to an interview, during which Ted confessed to an unidentified murder. In early 1986, the scheduled date for the execution of the perpetrator of the Chi Omega murders was announced initially as March 4th. However, this was subsequently stayed by the U.S. Supreme Court. In April of that year, a new execution date was announced for July 2nd. Following the announcement of the execution date, Ted provided further details of his crimes, including the fact that he would kill his victims and then commit multiple acts of rape until the bodies were too decomposed to do so. Additionally, he would apply makeup and wash the body's hair. At least 12 of his victims were decapitated with a hacksaw, and he would retain the severed heads for a period of time before disposing of them. This would explain why the remains of the victims found on M.T. Taylor consisted only of skulls and a few other bones. On July 1, 1986, less than 15 hours before the scheduled execution, the United States Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit announced an indefinite stay of execution and remanded the Chiamiga murder case for the United States District Court for the Northern District of Florida to review a number of procedural errors at the preliminary hearing. These included a reassessment of the defendant's mental fitness to stand trial and the trial judge's erroneous interference in jury empanelment. The scheduled date for the execution of Rich's sentence was set for November 18th and was likewise postponed indefinitely by the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals on November 17th. In the end, the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of Florida rejected all of the arguments presented and declined to reopen the case at the behest of the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals. In the aftermath of the unsuccessful appeal, the Florida prosecution promptly announced a definitive execution date of January 24, 1989. Given that all avenues of appeal had been exhausted, Ted agreed to be more forthcoming with investigators. He admitted to Robert Tam that he had committed 8 murders in Washington and Oregon and that he was originally the prime suspect in those murders. However, he also described 3 previously unknown victims and 2 victims he had abducted in Oregon and brought to Washington to kill, but he refused to identify any of the 5 victims. Furthermore, Ted provided a comprehensive account of his abduction of Jorgen Hudgens in an alleyway in downtown Washington. He also disclosed information to detectives from Idaho, Utah, and Colorado regarding multiple homicides that had not been previously disclosed to the authorities. However, his approach shifted when he confessed to the crimes but declined to provide further details. This was due to Ted's intention to postpone the execution by remaining the sole individual with knowledge of the body's whereabouts. Once it became evident that the judicial system was unable to provide further assistance, Ted's supporters initiated a final effort to secure executive clemency. Diana Weiner, the young attorney who was the last person Ted interacted with, has been attempting to persuade several family members of the victims in Colorado and Utah to petition Florida Governor Robert Martinez to allow Ted additional time to divulge further information. However, these requests have been rejected. In his subsequent written account, Nelson states that the families of the victims have come to terms with the reality of their loved ones' deaths at the hands of Ted, and that they no longer require a confession from him. However, Carol, who had maintained her belief in Ted's innocence throughout the trials, felt betrayed when Ted began to plead guilty. As a result, she relocated to Washington, D.C. with her daughter and declined to accept any further phone calls from Ted on the morning of the execution. Since his initial arrest, Ted had consistently denied any involvement in the crimes for which he was charged. It was only after he had exhausted all avenues of appeal and was facing the death penalty that he finally admitted to committing at least 30 murders. In light of Ted's confession regarding at least 10 additional unidentified murders, the actual number of victims remains uncertain. Media speculation ranges from 26 to 100, while caseworkers estimate the figure to be approximately 35. On January 24, 1989, at 7:16 a.m. EST, Ted was executed by electrocution in the electric chair at Florida's Rehoboth prison. During the execution, a multitude of individuals engaged in celebratory activities, including singing, partying, setting off fireworks on the adjacent ranch, and cheering loudly as the white limousine transporting Ted's remains departed the prison grounds. Subsequent to cremation in Gainesville, Ted's ashes were scattered at a confidential location in the Cascade Mountains of Washington state, in accordance with his written instructions. In the spring of 1937, Lester Warfel Brocklehurst Jr., along with his girlfriend Bernice Felton, went on a gripping crime spree for 6 short weeks that seemed to become their crime spree as they traveled across state lines, leaving behind a trail of shocking crimes, dozens of armed robberies, and at least 3 murders. And because their behavior was so insane, they were also known as the crime tourist. Facing the heavy sentence of death, Lester learned that his girlfriend had been acquitted. His heart became incredibly complicated. In the last moments of his life, he slowly lowered his head and fell into a deep thought. No one knew what he was thinking. Before he was executed, he said, "The only thing that brought me down to this was a slight love affair with a girl. I do not want her to get the chair, but she is just as guilty as me." Peoria, Illinois is a city of hundreds of thousands of people known for its beautiful surroundings and clean air, but it has an alarmingly high crime rate. According to statistics, there are approximately 43 crimes per 1,000 residents, and on average, 1 out of every 23 residents is likely to be the victim of a violent crime or robbery. There was also a serial killer born here decades ago named Lester, but he's not as well known. On a typical Sunday in January 1914, a couple welcomed their second child, Lester, into the world. They already had an older daughter, so they had a lot of experience with raising and educating kids. Maybe it was a job change or a search for a new place to live, but 6 months after Lester was born, the family moved to Galesburg, 48 miles away. There, Lester finished elementary school. In 1921, Lester's parents became Mormons. 5 years later, they moved again, this time because Lester's father found work as an interior decorator in Dallas. In Dallas, Lester continued his high school education, but for reasons unknown, the family relocated again, this time back to Illinois, settling in the village of Marquand, just 21 miles from Galesburg. While he was there, Lester finished high school. To gain more work experience, he joined his father's painting and interior decorating company, which had relocated from Dallas. During high school, he tried out theater and public speaking, but he got hurt trying to pole vault. That injury kept him from playing on the track and field team and from working in jobs that needed a lot of physical strength. So he decided to try some office work. After a few months, he went back to Galesburg and kept studying at a local Sunday school. He was elected president of the Mormon Young Men's Mutual Improvement Association, which is a big community service and leadership role. It looked like Lester's life was moving in a positive direction. He worked hard and was active in his community. But even though he seemed to have it all together on the outside, on the inside, it was a whole other story. No one really knows what made him turn to crime, but it seems like his relationship with Bernice was a big turning point. It was like a spark that set off changes in his life, making him stray from the path of success he was on before. In 1934, Lester's family went to the Missionary Conference in Illinois. It was a pretty religious event, but it had an artistic vibe going on too. They had all kinds of competitions, like musical performances, plays, and public speaking. Lester entered the public speaking contest, and it was during this contest that he met the girl who would influence his life, 15-year-old Bernice, who was in the dramatic performance. The two met during the conference and quickly fell in love. This was during the Great Depression, when money was tight for everyone. Even though their families weren't poor, they couldn't see each other very often because their families lived 165 miles apart. That's a long way to go just to visit, but Lester was in love with Bernice, and he couldn't stand the thought of being apart. So every 2 weeks, he'd buy a bus ticket and travel a few hours to see her. Even on the days he couldn't see her, he'd write letters to keep the connection going. Money was always an issue for Lester. Whether it was buying tickets or paying for daily expenses, it was a lot of pressure. By January 1935, Lester and his dad had a big argument about money. The young and impulsive Lester decided to run away from home. He hitchhiked and started on a journey to Chicago. In Chicago, Lester's life took a wild turn when he bought a gun, robbed a candy store, and then 2 women on the street, taking their purses. The 3 robberies only netted him about $12. The next day, he went to the bank with his dad's check and tried to take out $20 from the account. But the bank staff found the check to be worthless, and after realizing that fraud may have been committed, they called the police out of suspicion. The cops arrested Lester, but they didn't realize he was the suspect in 3 robberies. Lester was in a state of extreme panic and nervousness, and he mistakenly thought the police had come for him because of the robberies. He confessed to committing the robberies without direct questioning from the police. A few days later, Lester's parents and some friends got to Chicago, hoping to protect the young man and pleading with the judge for leniency. But the judge didn't listen, and instead set bail for Lester at up to $20,000, a price that was way out of their reach. In the end, Lester was convicted of armed robbery in Chicago and sentenced to 2 years in prison. He started his sentence at Joliet State Prison, but a few weeks later, he was moved to another prison in Pontiac, Illinois. While he was there, he had to follow a bunch of rules. He could visit 1 person in the prison once a month and send 2 letters to people outside the prison. At first, Lester shared these opportunities with his parents and Bernice. But as time went on, Lester decided to send both letters to Bernice, and she always wrote back 1 letter a week. Those letters were a big deal for Lester. They helped him deal with the monotony of prison life and gave him some much-needed support. But Bernice's support didn't stop there. She asked her dad to help him out, and he did. With her dad's help, Lester got parole after serving just over a year in prison. Bernice's parents had a lot of faith in Lester. They not only defended him legally, but also let him live in their home. While on parole, Lester found a job at a department store, and since his income was low, he also got an apprenticeship at a printing company, using his wages to pay for room and board. Despite the challenges, Lester and Bernice grew close. And for a man, if he truly loved a woman, he wanted nothing more than to marry her. Lester hoped to be married to Bernice in a Mormon temple in Salt Lake City. But the Great Depression made that seem impossible. The printing press cut his pay to $10 a week, and the gap between his dream and reality got wider when he found out his girlfriend was pregnant. That put more financial and psychological pressure on him. Maybe it was these real-life pressures and dilemmas that finally led them to go on a crime spree across 18 states on March 31, 1937, with robbery as the motive. On March 31, 1937, a young man named Lester was trying to hitch a ride to his destination. A 45-year-old tailor named John Albin Thinder saw him and stopped his car to ask about his destination. When he found out where he was going, John decided to give Lester a ride. On the way, John tried to break the silence, hoping to make the ride more enjoyable. But Lester was unusually quiet, looking straight ahead with his hands in his pockets, seemingly lost in his own thoughts, and not responding much to John. As they entered the suburbs, Lester pulled out a .38 revolver and pointed it at John's head. John was so terrified that he only followed Lester's orders to drive to a more remote rural area. Eventually, they pulled off onto a deserted lane where they wouldn't be bothered. Lester told John to stop the car and walk towards a bush. John could tell that the young man probably wanted to end his life, but he didn't have the courage to fight back. He could only pray that Lester would have mercy. He fell to the ground, put his hands on his head, and waited for his fate to be decided. After a few minutes, he heard a gunshot. After the killing, Lester calmly returned to his car, got into the driver's seat, started the vehicle, drove to pick up his girlfriend Bernice, and then the two of them drove together in the direction of Salt Lake City. In that city sat the Mormon temple where they dreamed of getting married and starting a new life. Lester and Bernice had only $42 on them at the time, which was nowhere near enough money to get married. It made it very difficult to even pay for gas and food on the trip, so they stopped along the way. When they ran out of money, they would rob passersby who tried to hitchhike. At night, they would spend the night in tourist camps along the highway. One time, Lester robbed a guy at gunpoint at a gas station. He took a big risk of getting arrested and spending hours there, only to end up with a few bucks. When Lester and Bernice arrived in Salt Lake City, they went together to the Mormon temple in hopes of getting married, but they were denied entry due to lack of references. In desperation, they traveled to Dallas to visit friends in the area, where Lester tried to find a job as a store clerk, but jobs were scarce, and his requests for employment were denied. So, after a few days, they continued their journey as if on a honeymoon. On April 29th, Lester and Bernice rolled into Fort Worth with hardly any cash. For once, Lester pulled out his gun and picked a grocery store to rob. But he only got a few bucks before he was back on the street, looking for another place to rob. Jack Griffith, 48-year-old, the owner of a local tavern, is a very kind-hearted man. And after witnessing the robbery on the street, he decides to follow Lester in an attempt to take down his license plate number so he can call the police. But he doesn't realize he's following too closely, and Lester spots him. A close-range confrontation leaves Griffith shot in the abdomen and collapsing in a pool of blood, and Lester quickly drives away. Lester and Bernice's next stop was Little Rock, Arkansas, where the police already had their license plate number because of the shooting and robbery in Fort Worth. To avoid getting arrested, they left the car they had stolen from John and dressed up as hitchhikers. They walked to Memphis, Tennessee. There, they met 57-year-old Victor A. Gates, a rich landowner who was driving a new car to Lone Oak, Arkansas. Lester hit up Gates for a ride, but he actually had his pistol ready. When Gates couldn't defend himself, he shot and killed him and dumped his body in a ditch. Before leaving the scene, he searched Gates for his money, watch, and shirt. At this point, Lester and Bernice, a pair of outlaws, were moving from place to place, leaving behind a criminal record of about 40 robberies and holdups, but no other known murders were recorded. After robbing a Philadelphia bakery, they arrived in Dutchess County, NY, the 18th state on their 6-week crime spree. A few miles north of the state line, New York State Trooper Joseph Hunt noticed a car with only one license plate, which made him suspicious. He decided to check it out and gave the car a chase in his police car for 10 minutes until it pulled over. Hunt went to the driver's window and asked for his license. The driver kept fumbling around in his clothes, so Hunt looked in the back seat and saw blood on the seats and a gun. Then, in a lighthearted tone, he asked, "You do realize that you have blood all over your car, don't you?" Pretending to look for his license, Lester, as he had done with the robberies years earlier, replied, "Yes, and I've committed a couple of murders as well." Eventually, Lester and Bernice were arrested on the spot, and Hunt took them to the police station for more questioning. During the interrogation, Lester admitted that he was the fugitive who had been robbing various establishments over the past few weeks and confessed to the 3 murders. 2 days after his arrest, Lester was taken into custody in Poughkeepsie, while officials from Illinois, Texas, Arkansas, New York, and the federal government talked about which jurisdiction would be responsible for holding and subsequently charging Lester with murder. Lester kept fainting during his interrogation, so the prison doctor had to sedate him. The prison doctor later told the press that Lester's fainting spells were caused by extreme euphoria. While Lester was in the cell, Sergeant Paul Johnson of the Rockford Police Department interviewed him. Johnson wanted to find out if the young man had been involved in the February 12th murder of a gas station operator in the small town of Rockton, near Rockford. The operator had been killed by the same type of gun that Lester had used. Ultimately, the decision was made by then-Governor Herbert H. Lemon of New York to extradite Lester to Arkansas to be placed in the hands of prosecutor George Harche because Arkansas had the strongest case against him. Lester didn't object, saying he wanted to put an end to it all, and he was told he'd face the electric chair no matter what. The prosecutor said he'd sentence Lester and Bernice to death. Bernice's dad tried to save his daughter by telling the press that his daughter had been tricked. He said Lester had no money, so he promised to marry her if she went with him. Lester and Bernice's trial was set for June 14th in Lonoke, Arkansas, and in the time leading up to it, both men were under close surveillance to prevent them from choosing to commit suicide. In fact, they said that if one of them killed himself, the other would do the same. Even though they were held in separate cells, they were still allowed to share meals, the only contact allowed between them. 20 days before the trial was set to begin, Lester's attorneys told the judge they wanted to ask the Supreme Court to delay the trial, and they had already asked for and been denied a 30-day extension. The day before the trial, Lester and Bernice got into a heated argument after Bernice was allowed to appear as a witness against him. At the trial, Lester's lawyer tried to use insanity as a defense, but the prosecution showed that the State Hospital for Neurological Diseases had confirmed that Lester was conscious during the crime. In the end, Lester was convicted of murder and sentenced to death by electric chair. When he heard this, Lester fainted from fear, and his father was devastated. The next day, Bernice's trial began, and after 80 minutes of deliberation, she was found not guilty of the murder charge. The public was outraged, and many believed that Bernice was not innocent and should at least be considered an accomplice. The streets were filled with angry chants calling for Bernice and her father to be attacked if they were seen. Although Bernice was acquitted, she was still sentenced to 5 years in prison for transporting a victim's stolen car from Arkansas to Tennessee, the harshest penalty for the crime. After that, there were appeals to the Supreme Court to reduce Lester's sentence and remove his death sentence, but on November 30th, those appeals were rejected. When he heard this news, Lester was unusually calm. He said that no matter what was said, it wouldn't help him at all. But on March 2nd, 1938, even though there wasn't much hope, Lester's lawyer didn't give up. He joined with 2 doctors and more than 50 residents to sign a petition saying that Lester was mentally ill and unfit to be executed. They argued that it would be unlawful to execute a mentally ill person, but the court rejected the petition. On March 18th, he was taken to the execution chamber, and before the execution, he gave a 12-minute speech. It was basically a confession about his crimes, but he got super angry about Bernice's extramarital affair at the end. He said, "The only thing that brought me down to this was a slight love affair with a girl. I do not want her to get the chair, but she is just as guilty as me." After serving 5 years, Bernice married another man in 1948 and had her first son in Baltimore, but the boy died in an automobile accident at the age of 16. But she got through it and married again, and had 8 kids. That marriage didn't last though, and she ended up dying in 2007. David Parker Ray was a suspected serial killer who was convicted in the United States on charges of serial rape, kidnapping, and torture. He was also known as the Toy Box Killer because he spent around $100,000 on a trailer and converted it into a torture chamber. There were all kinds of tools for torturing his victims, such as whips, chains, pulleys, clamps, belts, leg hangers, and scalpel blades. And he even installed a homemade generator to electrocute and torture his victims. Most serial killers are not known to their family and friends until they are arrested for their criminal activities, but David's lover, daughter, and friend were his accomplices who were responsible for helping him find as well as kidnap his victims, and were even directly involved in the process of the murders. Before his crimes were fully exposed, his neighbors and friends said he always seemed like an ordinary guy, and his actions and appearance never hinted at the dark and cruel side he kept hidden. David was born on November 6, 1939, in Belen, Valencia County, New Mexico. It's an area with a pretty high crime rate. In fact, modern statistics show that about 1 in 50 local residents will be the victim of a serious crime. His father was Cecil Leland Ray, a mechanic who was supposed to lead a good life. However, he was both a drinker and abusive to his loved ones. As a result, his first wife, David's mother, Nettie Opal Parker, often fought with him. They got divorced when David was only 10 years old. Because his parents didn't get along, David and his sister grew up with their maternal grandparents. Unfortunately, David's grandmother had a mental illness and treated David as if he were her son, and she raised David and his sister in an extremely old-fashioned, strict manner. His father, a violent alcoholic, has never made any changes, even though he often doesn't see his children and his wife is going to choose to divorce him. And when he was drunk, he would sometimes go to see his 2 kids and bring magazines with pornographic images that were abusive. As everyone knows, kids who are raised with strict discipline and abuse often have psychological problems, and David is no exception. He had low self-esteem and was introverted during his high school years. When he was around girls, he often found himself too shy to speak. But often such a person would suffer from the taunts and hurt of his peers, so he began to use alcohol and drugs as his way to go to escape reality. Dark fantasies of raping, torturing, and even murdering women developed as early as his teenage years. There were 2 most fundamental reasons for this. The first being that his father had instilled pornography in him during his childhood, and the second being due to his curiosity and low self-esteem about women during puberty. When he was 14, his 11-year-old sister stumbled upon drawings of sadomasochism and pornographic images of a kidnapping nature that he had hidden under his bed, leading to an estrangement between them. After graduating from high school, David joined the U.S. Army, and after his discharge, he worked as a mechanic by trade and then as a maintenance man for the State Parks Department in Truth or Consequences, a job that didn't end until after he was arrested for murder. There were several bars in the area with a very chaotic environment, and he frequented them looking for potential victims, and sex workers, alcoholics, and women of low social status were his targets. His first murder has always remained a mystery, as no one has been able to locate the alleged first unidentified victim. But in a recorded message, he even said that he had been sexually assaulting women since he was a child, and had revealed to his first wife that he had committed the first murder of his life at the age of 18. But no matter how hard the police and detectives tried, they were never able to confirm that this claim was true. David's base of operation was his soundproofed cargo trailer where he kept many sex toys, torture tools, syringes, and even detailed charts with different methods of torturing his victims, and a mirror mounted on the ceiling of the trailer which he said allowed his victims to see themselves being tortured. And inside the trailer, he also had a carefully modified wooden device into which he would lock his victims, bend them over with their buttocks exposed, and restrain them before allowing his dogs and some of his friends to rape them. While the victims were being physically abused, he would also play a tape designed to break down their psychological defenses by saying, "I like to play mind games. When we are completely finished with you, you will be injected with a series of hypnotic drugs which will make you highly susceptible to hypnosis, auto-hypnosis, and hypnotic suggestion. And over the course of the days, you will be injected with a continuous stream of the drugs as I play with your body and mind, and when it's all over, you won't remember a damn thing about this place." David abducts several women every year and holds them captive for 2 or 3 days at a time. How many people he has raped, tortured, and murdered over the years is unknown, as most of his victims basically have a nervous breakdown after the ordeal. So no one bothered to report his crimes, and the police have found no evidence of anyone else being murdered. As to why there is speculation that he has murdered many people, it is because he had a diary, and the diary detailed what he did to each of his victims. And his accomplices also said that the murdered victims were buried in a nearby ravine after being dismembered, or in a lake. David had a total of 3 accomplices, the first being his daughter Glenda Zhang Ray, who in 1986 tried to expose David to the police for kidnapping and torturing women and selling them to buyers in Mexico. But the operation was not carried out because the allegations were too vague and there was no evidence of actuality. For some unknown reason, she became involved in his criminal activities a few years later. The second was Cindy Hendy, who at the time was fleeing a conviction for grand theft and drug charges in Washington state, and then decided to work at a state park in Truth or Consequences where David worked. And then, the two quickly developed a romantic relationship over their shared violent sexual fantasies. The third is his friend Dennis Roy Yancey. On the evening of the 22nd of March, 1999, 22-year-old Cynthia Vigil, bleeding from a head wound and wearing a metal collar around her neck, ran through the streets in an exaggerated state, and although she screamed for help, passing cars were afraid to approach her in her frantic state. Desperate and on the verge of a nervous breakdown, Cynthia kept looking back, fearing that her captors were always behind her. And then she spotted a house with an open door at the side of the road and immediately ran inside and shut the door behind her. After observing the layout of the house, she breathed a sigh of relief and begged the owner to help her. Fortunately, the homeowner saw her head injury and immediately called the police and emergency services. By this time, Cynthia's hair was covered in blood and she was cowering on the floor crying. When the police were called, she screamed hysterically, "I'm alive. Come and help me." After screaming for a while, she calmed down and told the police in detail what had really happened. It turned out that she was a sex worker when David drove up to her in a car park and offered her $20 to go to his trailer for a service. By the time she got into David's car, she realized there was someone else in the car, and that was Cindy. She sensed a trap, but there was no way for her to escape. David and Cindy immediately bound and gagged her, then took her into the trailer and chained her to a post by the bed. During the 3 days she was there, she was subjected to a series of tortures, including humiliation with sex toys, electrocution, hanging in the air, and being threatened with a gun, as well as being sexually assaulted on several occasions. The opportunity to escape soon presented itself, however, as David had to go to work and asked Cindy to watch her before he left the trailer. She then waited until Cindy had gone into a side room to rest, got the key and unlocked the chains. There was a telephone next to the desk, and she tried to call the police, but Cindy heard a ringing noise. She took a lamp and smashed it directly over Cynthia's head. Cynthia was knocked down, but there was a box with an ice pick next to her box, so she picked up the ice pick to try and protect herself. Cindy stared nervously at the weapon in Cynthia's hand, and then took a step back the room, but this gave Cynthia just enough distance to open the door and escape. After giving the police the location of David's trailer, she was taken to hospital. There, she was covered in wounds that shocked everyone. Her neck had a ring of strangulation marks from the collar, and her body was covered in burn marks from the electric shock. A few hours later, David and Cindy were arrested, and during their interrogation they stammered and explained that they had been trying to help Cynthia kick her terrible drug habit. And while this had a certain amount of credibility, the police weren't prepared to let the two would-be criminals off the hook. The police soon obtain a search warrant, and if they find the tools of the crime in the trailer, they will be able to expose David and Cindy's lies. The police then found a gun and a broken lamp in the trailer, as well as an assortment of medical equipment and items used to administer electric shocks, in addition to a number of true crime items such as the pole Cynthia was chained to and the ice pick she used to confront Cindy with a tape recording used to intimidate the victim. Eventually, both David and Cindy were taken into custody and charged with 12 counts of kidnapping, aggravated assault, and murder, and their bail was set at $1 million each. But even with all this evidence, it wasn't easy to convict them. Soon the case against David got more help. When the incident was reported in the newspapers, a victim called Angelica Montano told police that she had suffered a similar ordeal a month earlier, saying that she was a friend of theirs and had entered their home on the 17th of February looking for cake mix before David took a knife and told her she had been kidnapped. Apparently the painful ordeal took place and she was tied up, stripped naked, and then put on a metal collar, followed by a series of abuses. This lasted for 3 days in total, as on the 4th day she managed to persuade them to let her go and they left her on a local motorway. Luckily, a policeman rescued her, but when she told him about it, he didn't believe her and let her go when they got to a bus stop, thinking she was just crazy. According to a source, Cindy had told a friend that she had taken part in David's crimes under the influence of alcohol because it gave her an adrenaline rush. And she confided in this person that 4 to 6 people had been killed, dismembered, and thrown into a nearby lake. Although he doesn't quite believe Cindy, he decides to tell the story to the police. In the end, Cindy is willing to sign a plea bargain with the prosecutor, and in exchange for a significant reduction in her sentence, she provides extensive details about David's murder, and also reveals that Glenda, David, and Yancey were involved in the murder of a young woman together. Her name was Sylvia Marie Parker, and at the time of her disappearance she was only 22 years old and the mother of 2 young children, and then investigators quickly located Yancey, who was 27 years old, and brought him in for questioning. During questioning, Yancey provided information about the sadistic, masochistic behavior he had witnessed, including in David's trailer, and described photographs he had seen of David's ex-wife in a restraining position, as well as seeing David torturing a girl in the trailer, but insisting that the girl had consented to being tortured. During the second questioning, Yancey changed his story. He said that he knew the murdered Marie, who was in fact his ex-girlfriend. On the 5th of July 1997, he went to a bar with David and Glenda. At first he thought they were going to do a drug deal, but the father and daughter went in and took Marie out, where they handcuffed her and warned her that they would kill her if she talked. Yancey, in turn, sat in the back of the car with Marie and was responsible for calming her. They then took Marie to the trailer. During this process, Yancey considered calling the police, but he was afraid that David would kill him, and he knew that Marie had been held for 3 days and repeatedly tortured. On the 4th day, David and Glenda came to Yancey and told him that they were finished with her. They gave Yancey a rope and instructed him to strangle her, which he did, and then together they dumped the body in a remote location. After it was over, David threatened him with the same fate if he revealed what had happened. He tried to tell the police where Marie's body was, but he was unable to find the exact location, and it is possible that David moved the body because he feared Yancey would snitch. On the 10th of April 1999, Yancey was arrested on suspicion of murder and also charged with kidnapping, tampering with evidence, and conspiracy. And his case ended with 2 15-year sentences for 2 counts of second-degree murder and 1 count of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Cindy's charges were reduced from 25 to 5 counts of conspiracy and accessory after she provided detailed information to help in these cases, and she was sentenced to 36 years in prison to be released in 2019. After seeing the ongoing news coverage, an elderly woman reported a bizarre incident to the police. Her son's ex-wife, Kelly Garrett, had inexplicably disappeared for 3 days. When she appeared in public, she was ragged and mentally ill, often incoherent. They assumed that Kelly was in hiding and using drugs, causing the problems, so they let her go. But it wasn't until she read the reports that she thought Kelly might be suffering not from drug addiction but from David's torture. Eventually, the police found Kelly, who was identified as the woman who had been tortured and beaten on the video, but she had only fragmentary memories of what had happened. And those memories included being taken to the trailer by Glenda, David threatening her with a knife while Glenda took control of her, and then being stripped naked and tied to a bench in a small room. And she remembered exactly what was in the trailer, and she remembered being subjected to several types of sexual assault. After a few days of torture, probably due to her mental breakdown, David thought that such a person would not be a problem for him, so he let her go. On the 26th of April, Glenda was arrested and charged with abducting women for the purpose of sexual torture, and David's charges were increased to 37 counts. At her trial, her lawyer stated that Glenda strongly and categorically denied any criminal connection with her father and predicted that more arrests would be made before the end of the case, which ended with a 9-year prison sentence. A judge ruled that the criminal cases against Cynthia, Angelica, and Kelly would be separated, meaning that David would be tried separately. And the judge also ruled that most of the evidence found in the trailer during the 1999 raid would not be admissible in Kelly or Angelica's case, including David's tape recordings, even though he had detailed his kidnapping and torture habits. The first trial was for Kelly's crimes, and David was charged with 12 counts of sexual abuse, kidnapping, and conspiracy. Kelly took the stand to testify about what David had done to her, but her memory was fragmented and did not convey well that she had been forced to do these things. Although it was possible that she had been drugged, this could not be proved. The judge then declared a mistrial, and despite deliberating for over 8 hours, the jury claimed that they couldn't agree on the 12 charges. 2 of them felt that David was not guilty of assault. They felt that the victim had failed to convince them. One of them said, "I'm not sure he tortured her. After all, there are lots of people who like rough sex." When Kelly heard the news, she was in tears. She didn't know why they didn't believe her or how she could convince people that she didn't have such evil thoughts or want to be subjected to such torture. Perhaps realizing that he would never get away with his crimes, David remembered the daughter, Glenda, and in an effort to gain leniency for her, he agreed to a plea bargain, and then Glenda received 5 years probation, because in David's mind, freedom was the last gift he could give her. In the end, in 2001, He was sentenced to 224 years in prison for kidnapping and sexually assaulting 3 young women. But things quickly took a turn for the worse, and he soon appealed his sentence, saying that his guilty plea was not voluntary and that it was ill health, medication, and pressure from his legal advisors that led him to plead guilty. But a 3-judge panel rejected the appeal, saying that David had been taking his normal dose of medication at the time of the agreement, that he had not complained about pressure from his lawyer, and that no expert had testified that the medication confused him. The agreement was therefore upheld. On the 28th of May 2002, just as David was about to be transferred to the general prison population at the Lee County Correctional Facility in Hobbs, New Mexico, he died of heart attack. The following are several murders suspected to have been committed by David, most of which were reported to the police by Cindy, but could not be convicted until there was too much evidence or the victim's remains were found. In 1986, at the age of 51, Billy Ray Bowers became co-owner of Canal Motors, a used car dealership on North Van Buren Street in Phoenix, Arizona, a business that employed David, although he often clashed with Billy. On the 25th of September 1988, Billy mysteriously disappeared in Phoenix, Arizona. A year later, a fisherman found the body of an unidentified man wrapped in a blue tarp in McRae Cove on Elephant Butte Lake, with no information to identify him, and an autopsy report indicated the cause of death was a gunshot wound to the back of the head. It wasn't until March 1999 that police finally identified him as Billy by comparing dental records. Jill Suzanne Troya, 22-year-old, was last seen late on the 30th of September 1995 at the Frontier Restaurant in the 2400 block of East Central in Albuquerque, New Mexico. That night, she went to a bar with a friend and then went to the restaurant with Glenda. According to witnesses, Glenda and Troya got into an argument inside the restaurant, and Glenda later told police that she left Troya at the restaurant before driving with David to Elephant Butte Reservoir in southern New Mexico, but Troya disappeared from there. It wasn't until David wrote detailed descriptions of sexual torture and murder victims in prison that police discovered that one of them was an Asian victim who matched Troya's facial features. The police also found among the victim's belongings a letter dated June 1990 from an Australian man called Mark to a young woman called Connie, who David's diary described as an 18-year-old white woman with long blonde hair, a birthmark on her chest, and a height of 160 centimeters, who he had abducted and murdered in December 1995. At the time, the Australian Federal Police and the Federal Bureau of Investigation investigated in the hope of finding Mark so that he could identify Connie, but they did not, perhaps because there was too little information, or it is possible that Mark was also murdered. To this day, Connie has not been found, and there is no information about her in the existing cases of unidentified or missing persons. On the 30th of June 1999 at 10:30 a.m., 61-year-old Ralph Tudor was fishing when he caught an 80-pound sack containing a pile of meat. He originally thought it was all some animal meat, but after opening the sack, the more he thought about it, the more wrong it became. Because if it was animal meat, then why would they put it in a sack and throw it into a lake? So he called the police to report that he had found a sack suspected to contain human flesh. After a police investigation, Tudor's suspicions were confirmed, and a DNA test showed that it belonged to a female victim who had not been reported missing, although the police wanted to identify her. The FBI released hundreds of images of items collected during the investigation in 2011, some of which they thought might belong to the victim, including jewelry and clothing. And to this day, the police haven't given up. And if you search the internet for information about David, you can still see images of items that might belong to the victim.